Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Mansell Raceway. It's round 3 of the Junction 6 NKC, the National Kart Cup, and we are racing once again. This time just in the south of England, in near Honiton in Devon, and it is a beautiful day here in that area of the world. We've got a full programme of racing for you all day. We've got a bit of a break coming up towards 11 o'clock. It's called a church break down in this part of England, where we'll be going for a break. We've got plenty for you to watch and listen to, though, whilst we go to a break. We've got 3 of our heats coming up before that, and before we dive into that, just introduce ourselves. My name is Joe Bradley, and alongside me for this weekend we've got my good old mate and colleague Johnny Palmer. Johnny, welcome back to the NKC.
Thank you. One weekend a year I get generally in this cup.
Well, hopefully there's more coming, Johnny.
I'm not complaining. This is very much a bonus for me. Landau last year, I think you're right, late-ish August, early September. So it's been actually less than 12 months since I've been treated to the NKC, and that means that not all of it has hit the kind of the trash can. In terms of my memory bank is pretty poor at times, I have to say, and particularly when races come thick and fast, you tend to get all the information for the 8 minutes plus a lap that we'll have in the heats, and then for me it all gets chucked out the other side when the next grid of cars come on. But I do remember with great vividness actually some of that Landau weekend and some of the stars of that weekend as well, on a tough track, quite an abrasive track down in the South Wales area, and unfortunately it feels like the future of that track is pretty bleak. But here Mansell Raceway, now you know that it's Dunkers. Well,
I did know it was Dunk as well, but then it was purchased and acquired by the Formula 1 World Champion, 1992 Formula 1 World Champion,
indeed,
Nigel Mansell, 1993 IndyCar Champion, just to add that to his accolade.
We were chatting yesterday about the fact that he's got to be one of the only people to have held or been defending champion of both of those series, if you like, at the same time.
I saw Nigel Mansell racing Formula Fords, Formula 3, breaking into Formula 1 as a Lotus Works driver. Yeah, Nigel Mansell was, a big part of British motorsport history, and here we are at the Mansell Raceway, called that, no longer known as Dunkeswell, even though the car club, I believe, is Dunkeswell Car Club still. It is Mansell Raceway, and in complete contrast to the abrasiveness of Landau, we've got a very smooth track surface, which will bring in the oddity of tyre wear being perhaps not really a consideration. Because
so low tyre wear.
So low tyre wear, low degradation. However, because we've got such great weather, and it is quite hot here, I think we've got highs of like 28 degrees, which is very hot for England, and very hot certainly when you're in a car racing suit, for sure. So whether that's going to come into play, the added complexity, of course, is the regulations regarding tyres in NKC. We mentioned this a lot in our NKC coverage. You're only allowed 2 sets per season. So 2 sets of tyres, that's 4 rear tyres, 4 front tyres, and you have to make them last all 6 rounds. Now, you can pretty much use those tyres as you wish. From the very outset of round 1, you can use those tyres as you wish. So you can put a new tyre on a different corner for every heat if you wanted to. But you're only allowed a maximum of 4 rears and 4 fronts. So we're at round 3. So if your tyre tactic has been to just use 1 set and then leave a brand new set still in the wrapper, so to speak, going into the final 3 rounds, you're at that point where those tyres are getting pretty much towards the end of their life. Mm-hmm. However, what I've been told from my sort of scrutiny and my chats in the paddock is that because here at Mansell Raceway it's such a low-grade tyre surface or track surface regarding tyre wear, you're probably going to get away with it. So we're not going to see any sort of complexity being brought in regarding that as we get towards the end of this afternoon.
Is there anything to stop you, with these 2 sets of tyres that you use through the season, is there anything to stop you doing with the first set, rounds 1 and 2, and then round 5, let's say, and you bring in a new set this round?
Yeah.
So you're jumping backwards and forwards. You're not necessarily using them in a long slug. So rounds 1, 2 and 3 with 1 tyre, rounds 4, 5 and 6 with the second tyre, you can mix and match.
We've had people put new rears, new left-hand tyres, for the final in previous rounds,
Uh-huh,
or bring
okay.
in their new set for the final. I know of some people who just use that second set for purely the finals. So by the time they get to round 6, that set of ties has done 6 finals. There's all variations on how you go about it. Hopefully, and I think everybody hopes that we might just have a wet round where you then have to forget your slicked racing tyres, use the wets, and that's unlimited, of course.
Have you seen a forecast for today, by the way? Because there is definitely a rain band coming in from Southern Ireland, and it might just clip this part of the world.
Oh,
Only
really?
for the odd shower. It's not going to be sustained, but I'm going to keep a keen eye on weather forecasting because, just a little bit of rain here could make things very interesting.
Well, we're going to kick things off with 3 heats before we go to church break, and out on the track at the moment we've got the first of the second time we've seen them on track. We ran 3 heats yesterday, and we saw the Rotax 177s, which are out on track at the moment, yesterday afternoon. More of that later. For now, we've got them on their warm-up lap, and they will be brought round to take the start, and we will no doubt, we've been able to get these things underway quite readily. Coming out of the turn 6 hangar, it's more than 180 degrees, Johnny, as you pointed out. It's about 200 degrees turn, right hand hairpin turn, brings you on. We missed the chicane, which is where the carts are now, and that gives them plenty of time to get in grid order, and that looks a great grid order there. Cole Edwards is the driver on the number 39 with Lee Todd alongside him, and we've got a bit of consternation in the midfield as somebody's oiled up, but we've got the race underway. That car that's oiled up is now at the back of the field, but I think we can say that this race is very much on. Heat 2 for Rotax 177s is underway, and I think that was Cole Edwards who got away into the lead, number 39.
So day 2 of round 3 of the Junction 6 NKC. A win yesterday for Ryan Taylor-Truman in this category. He starts 17th in this race, but it's a false start. Everybody slowing down between turns 3 and 4. And you wonder why the first lap is being basically run in slow motion. Well, it was very untidy in places, and the starter not happy with how they were unleashed down into the first corner at the pit bend, Joe.
So we had a kart oiled up, was what we call oiled up, and if you're new to karting, if you're new to two-stroke karting, if you're new to the Junction 6 NKC, I'll explain what that is. These are 2-stroke racing engines, 125cc, water-cooled Rotax engines, and they basically are lubricated from the oil in the fuel mixture. So if you've got too much oil in that fuel mixture, and when the karts run very, very low revs, you see the drivers with their hands down on their right hand side, they're basically, some of them are squeezing the fuel pipe. Some of them are keeping their radiator flaps down as well to keep the temperature in. There's a kart oiling up in the midfield again. It's when they run slowly, and what happens is the plug stops sparking and the engine basically conks out. But we're getting they're very, very ordered there, heading down towards us. Once again, Cole Edwards does the job at turn 1, out of turn 1 towards us, just behind the timing bar there, but they're into our view, and that's the turn 2 hairpin, Johnny. And then that leads very quickly into turn 3. Very technical part of the track, that.
Yeah, well, you're trying to get the exit right of one hairpin when it then turns into the entry to the next, and you kind of have to sit the kart right in the middle of the track, wide right to wide left, and then get a good exit down the short, sharp straight to turn 4. We're already exiting 5, though, through around the little wiggle, which is basically around the car park next to the hangar, and hangar corner itself, turn 6, much tighter, as we say, than 180 degrees there. But a good start for the purple and day-glow yellow kart of Cole Edwards. James Frost snuck into second position ahead of Lee Todd, and the 81 kart, one of the master entered karts, is up to a clear second place now. And darting up the inside there was 36 Lee Todd to retain third from Carl Bryant.
Yeah, so relatively clean. We lost a few runners to oiled up engines. Cole Edwards leads, Frost second, Lee Todd third, Carl Bryant through in fourth, Matteo Zanetti fifth, sixth was Dan Millward, Alfie Williams seventh, eighth is Scott Clay, Ryan Taylor-Truman was ninth, and Zach Bolton. The Zach Bolton fan club will be happy to hear that Zach Bolton has made it into the top 10 there on lap 1.
Keeping an eye on Cole Edwards, the race leader in the early stages of this 8-minute plus 1 lap race. But James Frost definitely has enough speed. He's jumping around in the seat there to get that little bit more forward momentum. Also making a break for third is Lee Todd, and the fight is all about fourth position. Carl Bryant in 13 is about to be picked off by Matteo Zanetti. Zanetti gets the judgment, in fact, over the line. Lee Todd's not triggered, so no, beg pardon, Lee Todd has dropped down quite considerably to 10th position now as Zanetti goes across the line in third.
Yeah, look, my fault that, Johnny. I was reading down the top 10. Meanwhile, whilst I was doing that, Lee Todd was dropping down the order, so clearly some sort of issue there on that second lap. We're on to the third lap there, and now we are focusing on that change of position with, I think that's Scott Clee now ahead of Carl Bryant on the 13th as they go through those sweeping left-hand turns, the 280-degree hanger corner, back down towards the paddock they come. But before they get to us, they've got to negotiate that right, left, right chicane, brings them out across the start line. Let's have a look. It's Edwards, Frost, Zanetti, Scott Clee now up to fourth. Remember, Scott Clee, fourth in the championship, he's gunning for points.
And the top three are definitely broken away. In fact, there was a change there. The 81 car is down a second, so Matteo Zanetti now up a position, and he did that into turn 2. Door left wide open actually by Frost, and Matteo Zanetti in the 277 car slots through and is now in hot pursuit of race leader Cole Edwards.
Now what we've got here in the Junction 6 NKC is what we call mixed grids, where each competitor will get a chance to start a heat at the front, start a heat in the middle, and start a heat at the back. And that way, what that gives you is faster drivers at the back making their way through. So usually the Junction 6 NKC heats are action-packed with movement through the order all the time. It's very, very difficult for us to keep a tab on everything. But right now, we've got a fantastic battle for the lead, Johnny.
Yeah.
That's Cole Edwards hanging on to that first place from Matteo Zanetti.
Almost side by side between 2 and 3. Zanetti pulls out of the slipstream into 4 and gets the move done. Very simple indeed, actually. Cole Edwards didn't have too much in the ammunition-wise to defend from that, and I don't think he's going to have much in reply either, because already the 277 is starting to inch away through that double left-hander at turn 5.5, if you like, that double kick that leads into a very tight turn 6 at Hanger. But Zanetti now ahead of Cole Edwards, James Frost, and look out for Scott Clee and Ryan Taylor-Truman, who were stars yesterday in their first heat of the weekend. They started towards the front in that. They've had to work much, much harder in heat 2.
And it was clear to me that Cole Edwards knew exactly who he had behind him. It was a textbook move, but Cole Edwards didn't make it difficult, and that's very sensible driving. We've had a lot of criticism about driver standards in not just the NKC but all sorts of national championships, and really it's down to the drivers taking responsibility for their actions, and Cole Edwards has just proved there. He knew Zanetti was the quicker driver, he knew he didn't have the pace to keep with him, he knew it was absolutely futile to battle with him and keep him behind by defending, so he just basically let him through, and now he's consolidating that second place. James Frost in the 81 trying to get on terms with him but unable to do that because Scott Clee is right with that number 81 of James Frost. There's Carl Bryant on the 13, and Zach Bolton right on Carl Bryant's rear bumper now in the 69. He's up to 7th.
Scott Smith gained ground on that lap as well, up to 15th position. Quite a gap actually between James Frost and Scott Clee. They're the top two masters in this race, and 81 and 116 looking to try and close that gap, but it stands at the moment at 1.7 seconds between those two. So certainly Scott Clee with a bit of work to do. He's got some pressure though from behind from Ryan Taylor-Truman as well, who's only 0.3 of a second off the back bumper, and that's the next position change may be likely to happen. We'll keep a keen eye on that. They're heading now towards the chicane at the end of the lap, so first, second and third clean away, but Scott Clee, Ryan Taylor-Truman come across the line as one, and this is the battle involving again Carl Bryant. He was 4th place with loads of pressure, now he's in 6th, and Zach Bolton's all over the back of it.
Yeah, Zach Bolton for LRG Motorsport makes that move on Carl Bryant. Now Johnny, you and I were at the Le Mans 24 Hours, so was Carl Bryant.
Okay.
He was working on the Team Turkey car for TF Sport. He had an early bath though. I think the car went out at about 2 a.m. He's that great move from Zach down the inside there on the brakes into turn 1. Very, very fast. It's a 180-degree sweeping hairpin, but Zach Bolton has got that kart working very well indeed, but not settling for that what is now 7th place. Carl Bryant not letting Zach get away too far, and I think that's a move down there at the hanger turn. He has. Carl Bryant's made the move. The race mechanic for TF Sport at Le Mans on that number 13 kart with his own kart team as well, not just looking after that number 13 but a myriad of customer karts as well. So if he had hair, he'd be tearing it out this weekend, but that's pretty standard format for any kart race.
Really lining up for second position now because James Frost is upping the ante. He's leading the Masters class and no real pressure from behind. So now heading into the left-hander at turn 5. They're still just about in the same order. Also good dice between 4th and 5th, Scott Clee and Ryan Taylor-Truman. But this is still the scrap between Carl Bryant, Zach Bolton, and then Alfie Williams down Millward, Gary Cox, Taylor Adams also pretty much involved in this as well. 6 karts all arriving together at Hanger Corner, Joe.
And all of a similar pace. It's the 1 lap to go board that leader, Matteo Zanetti, has just gone through. This is the kart race that we will stay with, though. The number 13 of Carl Bryant in 6th, Zach Bolton 7th, Alfie Williams 8th. We will stay with that. Alfie Williams having a look down the inside of Zach Bolton. They're on the final lap. We've got Zanetti, Edwards, Frost, Clee, Taylor-Truman ahead of this bunch of karts. But this is the battle for the... I'm not going to say we're not even in the midfield. We're in the edge of the top 10 there. And it's still all to play for, isn't it?
All playing very nicely into the hands of Matteo Zanetti as well, because the 4 karts behind him are all ganging up together rather than working with one another to draw in the race leader. 30 now, or rather the Zach Bolton kart is still there, but Carl Bryant has been given a bit of breathing space. The checkered flag though is out for winner Matteo Zanetti, and it's really close for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. They'd spaced out midfield, but finished the race close together. Carl Bryant, who'd fallen down to 7th and behind Zach Bolton, actually finishes ahead of him, and Bolton was the one that lost the place on that final lap.
Alfie Williams.
Alfie Williams.
Yeah, Alfie Williams, Johnny, he made it stick, didn't he? Just give you a bit of a confirmed rundown then. Johnny did mention it. Matteo Zanetti finishes in 1st place, Cole Edwards 2nd, James Frost 3rd, Scott Clee currently 4th in the championship, finishes 4th. Ryan Taylor-Truman, who finished 5th. Carl Bryant, Carl himself in contention for the championship as well, currently 3rd in the championship. Carl Bryant, he hung on to that 6th. Alfie Williams 7th. And then we had Zach Bolton finishing 8th, Gary Cox 9th, Dan Millward 10th, Taylor Adams 11th. And then we had Carl Adey, Oliver Smith, Jason Bear, Scott Smith, Seb Bulpin, Mike Edwards, Ollie Hancock, Paul Moran finishes in 19th. And then we had Lee Todd, Dan Fleckney, Neil Hemming, Jake Lewis, Rhys Llewellyn, Mark Gilly, Chris Sivia, Will Milner and Keith Mason finishing and rounding off the 28 kart field.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, the fastest lap of the race went to the race winner, Matteo Zanetti. We managed 10 laps in the end, so 8 minutes plus an extra lap gives you roughly 10, sometimes only 9, depending on the speed of the karts. But they were doing high 47s and in some cases mid 48s in the case of Cole Edwards and James Frost. But actually James Frost closing in on Cole Edwards in the closing stages, but they were not able to change those positions around. And Matteo Zanetti, a real star there, working his way to the front. He'd only come from 6th, so could see the leading karts as they headed into the first corner at the first time of asking, but he still had 5 karts in order to overtake, and once he'd made it to the front, he really did push on and extend the gap. We're assembling our next grid though as part of the Junction 6 NKC here at Mansell Raceway in East Devon, and it is the Senior Rotax second heat. On the release lap, much of the middle portion of the lap is actually avoided because there is a cut through between turns 2 and turn 5, and also we miss out the final chicane as well. That's
why it's a quick lap to read the grid, isn't it?
Yeah, even quicker than normal. I mean, they're doing 47s during a race lap, but yes, no wasting of time at all, and no actual full reconnaissance lap as well. That's why warm-up this morning's been so important.
Tyres will be very, very cold, as Luke Evans there on the number 3. We'll speak to Luke Evans in the paddock show in the break. Luke Evans with Finlay Watson alongside. This is a very ordered 162 grid of Rotax karts getting off and into the first turn, and round the outside goes the 133 of Finlay Watson, who claims and puts a flag on that first place through turn 1 and into the hairpin at turn 2. That'll lead very quickly into the hairpin at turn 3, and then it's a little bit of a drag race down to the next set of hairpins, 4 and 5, Johnny.
Luke Evans in second position then. A big squirm from the 21 cars of Samuel Wyatt in the white helmet, but he held on to that. Sort of light purple and pink kart for Samuel. and then the rest of them funnel their way out of turn 5 through the double left-hander. Awkward that, because you then have to get the kart set up for a really tight right-hander at hanger corner. You're coming at it at an oblique angle, but then leave it dead straight in comparison to the main straight. Most of these karters early on in the race happy to absolutely whack the curbs as well. These are very tough tyres, the Maxxis Sport tyre, that are designed to do 3 rounds of a 6-round season, so they're very durable. But even so, before you've got them into the full operating window, happy for the curbs to be in use. First lap is led then by Luke Evans, despite that do-or-die manoeuvre from Finlay Watson. He has lost ground, if that's correct.
No, that's Finlay Watson in the 133.
Okay, so a transponder issue for Finlay's car.
Yeah.
He is out front, despite being shown in 19th at the end of the first lap.
Yeah, the timing screen's not corresponding with what we're seeing on the track. Finlay Watson, championship leader currently, is in the lead, unless we're told otherwise. Yeah, so we've got differing time screens all over the place. Here we go, though. So, 2 laps completed. It's Watson, Luke Evans in second. Sam Wyatt, who's always there at the front, missed the round at Three Sisters, I believe. He's in third. John Hobbs 4th. 5th is Ben Harper. Theo Fedrick 6th. Ryan Mikulev 7th. 8th is Ashton French and Tom Elridge 9th. Liam Deedman is the man who rounds off the top 10.
Let's go with our laptop timing screens rather than what you're seeing on the scoring tower. Finlay Watson, shown in 19th to the right hand of picture, is definitely out front. There goes the 133 then, slotting through the exit of turn 5. At the moment, the 3 kart has no real response, Luke Evans, but he's more focused on trying to keep people like Samuel Wilde, who has a little look at the inside there through the chicane. But nothing doing. Again, lots of curb taken by Luke Evans, less so for Samuel Wyatt. And but he's fully sideways coming into the pit bend. Was Wyatt, did well to hang on to that. John Hobbs wasn't quite close enough to pounce. Tommy Lee Davis, James Wood, the next karts through. But everybody else really being given a showcase of how to drive this track by Finlay Watson. Although having said that, actually, to be fair to Luke Evans, although he's allowed the 133 kart out to a little bit of a distance, he is keeping his pace measured to the race leader.
Yeah, as ever, the senior Rotax class bringing in very tight racing. I was right about Sam Wyatt missing round 2 at Three Sisters. He had exams. Yeah.
Okay.
And he's our current junior Rotax champion, moving up into seniors this year. It's he's run by his dad and his brother Ethan, still running in juniors. We've got a kart being recovered there as the leaders go through. That's a fabulous first turn here at Mansell Raceway. It's a very, very quick turn, but this is where you make up the time. Turn 2 and turn 3, hairpin left, hairpin right, short straight. Turn 4, hairpin right, leading straight into turn 5, which is another more than 180 degree hairpin, and then through a sequence of right hand and then left hand sweep into hanger turn. That's it there, and the lead is beginning to space out, but nothing settled at the moment, and we've got a few gesticulations there from, I think that was the 4th place driver, John Hobbs, who's indicating to the drivers behind him, don't try and take my 4th place, let's work together and catch the leaders. Yeah. Which is always a bit of a cagey move, really.
Those in timekeeping, Will Wren and the rest of the team doing a good job there to rectify Finlay Watson's issue, whatever it is. So Finlay is now the race leader on our graphics as well, 133, leading by 0.6 of a second over Luke Evans, who is in just about the right place right now. Hasn't got quite enough to catch the race leader, but is staying just head above water to stay in second, ahead of Sam Wyatt and John Hobbs, who's closing in the 29. Actually, Theo Fedrick crossed the line together with John Hobbs at the end of the previous lap, and looking behind the 21, it's the 29 of Theo Fedrick there, maybe about to make a move actually, and shake of the head it looks like as he crossed the line. 3 minutes to go. Now
Theo is a guest driver. This is his track. I think he works at the track. I was messaging Theo earlier in the week just to find out, operationally where we were going to operate from. And Theo, I came to meet him and he wasn't there because he's actually ended the race. And there he is. He's having a stormer, isn't he? 4th place, and really is challenging our current junior Rotax champion, Sam Wyatt, now in seniors. And that race does not look like it was over. He was shaking his head, Johnny, because I think he just didn't have the pace to get on terms with Sam. And that's because Sam is a very, very quick driver. And coming now out onto the straight towards the turn 7 chicane.
Yellow flags being shown on the route into Hanger, but that's because of a stranded cart that was to driver's left. Now Fedric, again, he wanted the speed, but it's just not there. And actually, Sam Wyatt had far from the ideal exit out of the chicane. He caught too much curb, I thought. But then when you put your pedal down, Wyatt's got the pace, and Theo Fedric is struggling. Although...
That's local knowledge, Johnny. To make that move between the hairpin at 2 and 3, that was a great opportunist move, and that's local knowledge there. Theo Fedric showing Sam Wyatt it can be done. I was going to say that's not really a sort of a realistic place to try and challenge for position, but Theo Fedric proved me completely and utterly wrong.
If you get underneath somebody else, you can actually carry a bit more speed in there, go wider, and then push the person you're overtaking wider than that. But yes, you need to have tried that a few times, I suppose, practiced it, and Theo will have done it countless times. Theo Fedric now scored in 3rd position then, ahead of Sam Wyatt after that move between turns 2 and 3. And are we going to see it done again? Because he's now closing in on Luke Evans, who's lost the play. No, Finley Watson is just ahead of him, isn't he? So yeah. Watson, Evans, and now Theo Fedric, the local driver.
We're coming down to the final minute of this heat. It's the second heat for this 162 class, and they're coming together. That is now a battle for the lead, and Fedric, he's able to put his cart anywhere he wants, it seems, and maintain any kind of pace. And he climbs above. He climbs onto the back of Luke Evans, and that's going to cause the demise of both of those carts. Fedric spins through 180. Luke Evans is delayed and loses many places, and that is a contact there at Hanger Corner. I was going to say Fedric's local knowledge just carried too much pace into that corner, and he mounted the rear end of Luke Evans, and Luke Evans' number 3 cart carried Fedric's cart around the corner, caused consternation to the carts behind them. Everybody continues though. There's a little bit of damage to Fedric's cart, but that's completely made it wide open. It'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by, if my estimation is correct. There's the leader, Finley Watson, just going into Hanger now. He'll soon be heading back towards the start-finish line.
Not necessarily perfect commentary from you, John, because you're about... Joe? Theo Fedric, you said he can put the cart wherever he likes. Well, not on the top of somebody else, yes. Which is what he tried. But nevertheless, it was very eventful, and actually every credit to those behind that then had to take avoiding action, because at one point they honestly didn't know whether to go left or right, so we could have easily had more damaged carts there. Anyway, Finley Watson given a 2.5 advantage over Samuel Wyatt. Ben Harper in 3rd position, and then Jensen Watts up to 4th. We've not really been talking about Jensen, but one really to benefit there in the closing stages, kind of chaos that we've had in this short, sharp race.
Yeah, action-packed as ever. Finley Watson comes out of the Hanger turn and heads towards the chicane for the final time. He's just ahead of that group of carts there. There's Watson in the foreground there, just underneath us now. Takes the checkered flag, and a fine heat win for him. Sam Wyatt was 2nd. Jensen Watts up and inherited that 3rd place after that incident. Ben Harper 4th. John Hobbs 5th. Tommy Lee Davies 6th. Luke Evans, he'll be a disconsolate 7th after really being in there. James Wood all the way down from Cumbria. We speak to James in the paddock show as well. He came in a very fine 8th. Matthew Lambert 9th. Ashton French rounds off the top 10, and then behind the top 10 and 11th, Tom Elridge, Jack Jones, Paul Ozan 2nd in the Masters. It was John Hobbs in 5th who took the Masters 1st place, 2nd in Masters and 13th overall, Paul Ozan. Then we've got Kyle Dunford, Kieran Gifford, Pedro Oliveira, Charlie Walsh for ST Racing in 17th, Nathan Schaefer 18th, Ben Fichetti in 19th, Mackenzie Stevens 20th, and then we had Reece Pope, Patrick Williams-Rawhage, James Bark, Aidan Pomeroy, George Sanders, Liam Deedman, Josh Morris, Grace Lee Davies, and Joseph McQueen finishes 29th in our final runner. Theo Fedric retired on lap 9, Ryan Mikulev retired on lap 5, and we lost Archie Lyons on lap 4. Standard action for NKC, Junction 6 NKC, Johnny. There's going to be a lot more of that, I can assure you. And you're right, I did say he can pull his cart anywhere he wants. He seems to keep the pace. However, keeping his pace was tricky on the back of another cart, and that was just an unfortunate incident there. I'm not sure how the stewards will view that, but he did run up the back. He carried a lot of pace through that sweeping left-hander with that wooden fence that you kind of skirt. What did you say you wanted to call that?
Well, it reminds me a little bit, I mean, go with my imagination here. It reminds me of the Goodwood Hill climb for the Festival of Speed. It reminds me of the Flint Wall.
Yes.
Which you have to skirt around
it does.
on the
very
left.
Close.
So could we call it the slapped wall or the
plyboard wall?
Plywood wall.
Plywood. Yeah, because
it's not plywood, but you know what I mean. You know what we mean.
Well, when we inquired here, what are the corner names at Mansell? We were told, well, we haven't really got any corner names. We call the top hangar corner because it's right next to the hangar, and the corner, the first turn, is called Pit Bend. It's really very creative, is it? So, yeah, we're looking for ideas, everybody who's tuned in and listening in and watching. Any ideas? I was wanting to kind of look at a kind of a Nigel Mansell related sort of
just about to say
correlation.
That. So tracks that have featured prominently in Nigel's Formula One career.
Yeah, or
prior to that.
Or corners, or whatever, like the Red 5 chicane.
We'd have to call one of these corners one of the hairpins Indy. Like
great idea.
Sort of minimal it's got to turn 1 and 2.
It's got to be turn 1. It's like the Milwaukee Mile.
Well, you see, you've got 2/3 of the Indy track there, 3 and 4. So, and if you join them up,
but Indy's not really a hairpin track.
No, I know.
It's very fast.
They're very elongated hairpins. They're super wide hairpins in that you can get tens or hundreds of thousands of people in there. So it's a stretch of the imagination. I know.
I think Indy Corner would be turn 1. I mean, if you look at it, right, it looks like the Milwaukee Mile. The flat oval, the tight, it's because it's through 180 degrees. But look at the karts, the way they go into that, carrying speed, and then out of it. Great corner to drive.
It also, though, I've spoken to you about this earlier on in the weekend, reminds me of Zandvoort.
Tarzan.
We haven't got the sand dunes just off the corner, but Tarzan is turn 1 and sort of 2 at Zandvoort corner.
Yeah.
So I'm in mixed minds there.
The chicane.
Yes.
When you come out of the chicane, it reminded you of the Wall of Champions, because there isn't any runoff on that outside.
Certainly not. I mean, it's a much tighter chicane, and actually you're turning far more right and then far more left. But what I mean is that the straight, the first bit of the straight out of 6, then continues as the pit lane entry, just like it does at Montreal. So I wanted to call that the Montreal chicane. Anyway,
right,
we've a grid to do.
Keep your ideas coming, because we need to name the corners at Mansell Raceway. Whether we'll keep them will certainly be when we come back with the NKC. We'll continue that on. This is our final heat before we go to our church break. After the church break, we'll be resuming at midday. We'll explain that after this heat, because we've got our junior Rotax out for their second heat. It's not necessarily everyone's second heat because of the large grids in the Junction 6 NKC. We have to split them into groups. Right now they've got Taylor Dixon and Alex Fraser who are leading them round, and that's a quick pace there for a rolling lap. Are we going to let them race? I think we are. And into turn 1 for the first time is number 43. That's Taylor Dixon, who leads that pack of karts. 4-3 wide down the inside. Oh, a kart missing the apex completely and ending up on the infield. He'll resume in safe order there. That's the number 71, was it?
Yeah,
Lewis Llewellyn, who was high up on the grid order, but there he just comes into our view and completely. He gets a little nudge there, doesn't he? And ends up on the infield of turn number 2. Back out and into the race. We're already at the hangar corner, Johnny, and they're heading back towards us.
Thankfully, loads of grip on that green asphalt, because there was a danger that Lewis Llewellyn might rejoin in the middle of a load of traffic, but he slowed the kart down sufficiently. Lots of bumping and boring now for second, third and fourth at the end of the first lap. The first lap's led by Taylor Dixon, then there's a gap, and then it is they're all working their way through. Alex Dole second, Jack Dimbleby third, Ernie Overton in fourth, but set to change again, as it is easily 2, maybe even 3 abreast through turns 2 and 3 together, down the short sharp chute and into the third tight hairpin of the lap. And under massive pressure here, it is the 128 of Ernie Overton with Alex Fraser, Charlie Cox and the rest behind.
Great racing as ever from the junior category. They're already out of the furthest part of the track away from us in the paddock. That's the hangar corner there that you see them coming through, and through the right chicane to complete what will be lap 2. Taylor Dixon leads by just under 0.4 of a second from Ernie Overton, now up into second. Alex Dole down to third. It's Dimbleby, Charlie Cox in fifth, Billy Edgecombe is in 6th place. Mason Perrin, championship leader, in 7th. Jasmine Taylor having a fine race in 8th. Alex Fraser bumped down to 9th now from that front row starting position. And if anything, looking relatively settled, Johnny, with a move. As I say that, there's a move for what was, 4th, 5th place?
Yeah, 3rd, 4th, probably 5th place, yes.
I think it was Mason Perrin moving ahead of Billy Edgecombe. Now, those are two protagonists for championship honours in this class.
2 carts driven by the white helmeted drivers, heads down for both of them. So I reckon that's Alex Dole, in 66, and behind him Jack Dimbleby, but Charlie Cox is not too far away. And as you say, Billy Edgecombe's got ahead of Charlie Cox through that sequence of mid-lap corners. Edgecombe very tight to the inside line heading into the first corner, whether we call it Tarzan or Indy, still deciding. I struggle with corner names at the best of times, but we have a corner with 2 names now. Don't know which way to go. Anyway, down the long straight and into turn 4, it's still Taylor Dixon leading from Eddie Overton, but Billy Edgecombe could yet have a say on the podium places.
And moving ahead of and up the order goes Mason Perrin. I think that was him getting ahead of Charlie Cox into the hairpin at turn 4. We'll be able to see how that pans out as they come back into our view out of the hanger turn there, down the straight towards the chicane. Perrin ahead again. That's another move he's made. Let's see how many places he's made up. He started lap 3, ended lap 3 in 7th place. Let's see where he is. He's in 4th place, and right ahead of him is the man that he's battling for championship points with, Billy Edgecombe. Billy coming through in 3rd behind Ernie Overton. Taylor Dixon still leading, but that battle for 3rd and 4th now, Johnny, that's the championship battle. It's Mason Perrin leading the championship from Billy Edgecombe coming into this round, and it continues right there on the track.
Long way back for Josh Withcombe, who starred yesterday as well. Withcombe with a race win from memory. Yeah, he won the first heat on Saturday evening, so the 73 kart we know is very fast as well. But yes, Billy Edgecombe, Mason Perrin deciding on who's going to finish on the podium. Well, they're looking maybe to work together to reel in Ernie Overton and the race leader Taylor Dixon, who's just crossed the line to complete 5 laps. He occupies the fastest lap, although having said that, Mason Perrin with a bit of clear air on lap 5 goes even faster, down to a 47.7 now for Mason.
Yeah, there's no holding back. There's no high-speed chess going on here, Johnny. These guys are flat out. That's number 1. These guys are flat out there with personal best lap time, 47.783 for Billy Edgecombe in 3rd, and Mason Perrin going purple, 47.725, fastest lap of the race. And look how they're coming together now. The 73 of Joshua Withcombe, Jack Dimbleby and Jasmine Taylor right there with him, and that's a great 4-card battle there behind this championship battle for 3rd and 4th.
As you look down at your laptop, you missed a cracking overtake by Josh Withcombe at turn 4 to pick off Alex Dole, so that was for 5th position. He came from so far back, but very confident on the brakes, and buoyed by that win yesterday, fully sideways heading into Tarzan corner at the start of lap 7. And Josh Withcombe is going to pressurise Mason Perrin and Billy Edgecombe. Ahead of him in the championship maybe, and ahead of him on the road at the moment, but it may not end up like that.
We are inside the final 3 minutes. All of our heats, remember, 8 minutes and 1 lap. And we are airing towards that 1 lap to go board very, very soon. 2.5 minutes will fly by. Taylor Dixon hanging on to that lead and consolidating that lead to 7/10 last time by at 6 laps completed. There's the battle for what is 3rd place, the Billy Edgecombe, just ahead of this number 73 kart, Nick, if you're listening. That's the one we want to focus on. It's the red kart there behind. That's the one there. That's the battle, not just for this heat, for 3rd place in this heat, but that's the championship battle. And Billy Edgecombe, who is in the blue and yellow kart, will want to keep that red kart of Mason Perrin behind him. Mason Perrin's had a fantastic season so far this year, and I'm just going to get that screen up, Johnny, where I can tell you just how things have gone for Mason Perrin, having leading the championship. He won the 1st round final, and then he won the 2nd round final at Three Sisters, so he's airing on a 100% record in our finals at the Junction 6 NKC rounds, and we'll see if he can do that. But right now, he's struggling to get on terms with Billy Edgecombe to pass him. Yeah,
can't quite get close enough. Edgecombe's a bit wide, though, coming out of turn 1 there, so that was not an ideal run through the first corner. Is he now a sitting duck? Edgecombe to Mason Perrin, who was much cleaner in the mid-corner and the exit as well, all over the back of Billy Edgecombe, and Edgecombe feeling his presence, looking briefly over his shoulder there, but is able to fend off Perrin into turn 5. Still on his own, Josh Withcombe, but I think getting closer as these two squabble, and actually third and fourth working together at times to reel in the race leaders. So not necessarily done between Taylor Dixon and Ernie Overton. They're about to be joined. This is going to be a four-way scrap for the closing stages, Joe.
Well, as they cross the line now with 48, 47, 46, they're lapping in the 47s. It's going to be right on the edge of the last lap board. I think they're going to be, this is going to be the penultimate lap. So they're going to have one more lap of racing after this to complete the second heat for Junior Rotax. And that's the battle for the lead now. We've got a four-card battle for the lead as they go out of turn 3, head down that short straight, another hairpin coming up at turn 4, and then straight into the turn 5 hairpin. And Ernie Overton, having gotten by Taylor Dixon, has got a little bit of a cushion bit developing there right when he needs it, coming towards checkered flag. But the carts behind, Dixon, Edgecombe and Perrin, they're coming together. It'll be one lap to go aboard as they come through the chicane now. And there's Overton sliding that cart, maximising that exit speed. And it's one lap to go, is it? Yes, I see that board coming out now. And there's Mason Perrin down the inside of Edgecombe. Great move for Mason Perrin.
No, it was Edgecombe and Perrin
they've
getting
gotten by
ahead.
Dixon.
Exactly, yeah.
Wow.
Dixon did not have a good run through the chicane, and then pulling out a line Edgecombe, and Perrin was always going to follow him through there. But this is what I meant about the top two. At one point looking like they were well away, but they've been drawn in by Edgecombe and Mason Perrin. So Billy Edgecombe second now, Mason Perrin third. I want to give Jasmine Taylor a quick shout because she's now in 6th place, having got ahead of Jack Dimbleby and Ollie Morris and Dole as well, the 66, which has really dropped down. Final run to the line, and this is so close for the two championship leaders, Joe.
Yeah, cross the line though. Ernie Overton takes the checkered flag, and he'll be happy there's no more laps left because the championship leaders were coming onto him as Billy Edgecombe comes through in second, Mason Perrin third, Taylor Dixon hangs on to a very fine fourth indeed. He's got to be happy with that, considering who he's battling against. Joshua Withcombe finishes 5th, Jasmine Taylor a very fine 6th, Jack Dimbleby 7th, Ollie Morris it was in 8th, 9th is Charlie Cox, Levi Goodyear, who we speak to in the Paddock Show coming up next, finished at 10th. Alex Fraser finished in 11th place, and then we had Luke Sawyers, Tom Holden, Louis Rees, Vlad Tomenchuk, Will Swales, Freddie Moore, Rafi Salentano, Jamie Salt and Mitchell Mulvey finished in 20th. Reese Green, Jaden Hewitt, James Burgess, Adam Catling, Luca Mulvaney finished in 25th. Ellis Warlock, Joel Bowden, Lewis Llewellyn, Freddie Theobald, Ronan Moore, and rounding off the 31 kart field, Alex Stoll, all completed 11 laps. We didn't have any retirees. And I tell you what, you know what, Johnny, what I found there is I took my eyes off the screen for a moment to glance over the screen, and I missed the move of the race where, you know, Billy Edgecombe and Mason Perrin moved ahead of Taylor Dixon. Literally, you can't take your eyes off the screen. Don't take your eyes off the screen. We're going for a break now, a very early break here at the Mansell Raceway. We're going to be back with you racing dead on midday, but for now we're going to have a look at our paddock show coming up in a moment. We've got plenty of action from midday, taking you all the way through to our final, so that it will literally, Johnny, be no time for us to breathe. If you're going to have a lie down, you need to go and do it now. And then we get straight into it, and the first heat up after the break is, once again, we've got the Rotax 177s out.
Correct, yes, their third heat of the weekend, but then it's just a solid run of heats. I mean, the Rotax 177s will have a total of 6 heats before there then B and A finals. We have as many as 8 finals to look forward to later on as well. Remember, the A finals are over an extended distance, 12 minutes plus the extra lap. But again, yesterday's action, if anything, today has equalled it, if not bettered it, and we've got lots more to look forward to later on as well.
Yeah, let's go for the break then. We'll see you back here at midday. For now though, we've got our paddock show for you to watch.
Well, it's a glorious day here at the Mansell Raceway. Even our Nige couldn't be miserable about this, could he, Joe?
I don't think so. Round 3 of the NKC. What's not to like, Nick?
We have got non-stop action today, apart from the church break, which is when you're watching this item. Lots of action, lots of racing, lots of noisy karts, and a really difficult, interesting track, Joe.
Well, the track is certainly a new track to me. Looking at it, talking to people in the paddock, it's a very technical track. It's a track that rewards precision, smooth driving. Also a track that the word patience comes into play. Those switchback hairpins that we're going to see a lot of this weekend, if you get it wrong, if you get offline by maybe a metre, it's going to absolutely count a lot for your lap time. So it's going to take a lot of perhaps the refined driver who's going to come to the fore in, I think, our heats and finals.
Now, one thing we have guaranteed today is heat and lots of it. Beautiful sunny day, it's a hot day. How's that going to affect the karts and, more importantly, the tyres?
Well, you're going to have a problem cooling the karts. We've seen karts being out on track all weekend already. You see that radiator flap as wide as it can be. So they're already having a problem with keeping the engine at its optimum operating temperature. Tyres, Mansell Raceway, one of the smoothest tracks in the country. And the tarmac is very, very grippy. However, that does assist in tyre life. It's when the kart tyre slides around, that's when you start the graining, that's when you start to perhaps wear the tyre. So we're at round 3. What does that mean? Well, considering only 2 sets of tyres per season, we're either at the part of the season where we're tactically going to bring in that fresh set, or we're going to completely wear out that first set of tyres. It's a bit tricky, but that's the challenge, isn't it?
Challenging as always the NKC, and I'm setting you a challenge, Joe. Go and talk to the great and the good in the paddock.
I will. The TKM class going into round 3 is being led by Louis Bevan. Now, there's a reason why there's number 1 on there. That means he's the reigning champion. He was the reigning champion before that, since 2 consecutive championships, Louis. You're obviously doing something right. And what I want to talk to you about is, there was a lot of, let's say, bad press about driving standards, about aimed at mixed grids, but mixed grids are not causing you a problem, are they?
I've had a couple of issues, but it's just been one of those things, The first 2021 season, the first season I've done a full season in NKC, that was mixed. That was qualifying. Sorry, I quite enjoyed that. I think I went fastest 4 out of the 6 rounds, so right. I enjoyed qualifying.
That's why you enjoyed it.
Yeah, but yeah, no, even mixed grids as well. Yeah, I've enjoyed mixed grids. It's been nice going through the pack, just taking my time with it, not being too silly.
So just to remind everybody, mixed grids, you get your 3 heats. You start at one at the back, one in the middle, one at the front. So what going into a race, going into one of your heats, all right, at the front, it's pretty straightforward. You need to stay at the front. But what about in the middle? What about when you start at the back and you have to overtake?
It's just, for me, surviving the first corner, first lap, not doing anything silly. Being wary of some drivers because, some of them, especially I've known in the past anyway.
So you actually get to recognise the drivers and that, let's say, on-track personalities?
Yeah, I was doing the British Championships about 5 or 6 years ago now, and you'd very quickly figure out the drivers to avoid, or at least give them a bit more extra attention when trying to overtake them, and when you're battling them especially. But yeah, it's fairly clean grid in TKM. Everyone's sensible.
And do you find that you identify the dynamic of your TKM grid and who the rookies are, who the novices are, etc.?
I think I've got a good grasp of who everyone is, their ability. So yeah, it's been straightforward, let's say.
Would you say, Louis, that is perhaps the main key to getting through those heats and getting yourself a good position in the finals?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'd definitely say knowing who you're around as well, especially, is key. Yeah, definitely key to it. Yeah.
I think you've given us a bit of insight there. On the Burrell chassis for the first time, I believe, this season. Yeah. What made you make the move?
So we've been on an OTK on a Tony kart for the last, I'd probably say about 10 or 11 years now in TKM. So we thought we'd try something new. I knew the Burrell was competitive in TKM, so thought I'd give it a go. Only had 1 day prior to Wigan. Yeah. And was straight out of the box in both conditions. Really quick, really enjoyed it.
Any major differences what you've found?
Not a lot, to be fair. It's a little bit faster, but it's much and such, really. Much of a muchness. It's no matter what chassis you go on,
Yeah.
you're going to be fast anyway in TKM. It's a fairly equal class, definitely.
Now, I got used to seeing you with the Flex Racing livery on your kart. Now, you're easier to pick out because there's a lot of Flex Racing liveries out there. Tell me a little bit about the setup. Are you still with Flex Racing?
So, how I am now with our own awning, just me and my dad, that's how it's been for the last 3 or 4 years anyway. We've just used Flex stickers. I got a Flex suit, and I've got a new helmet now, but the older one was blue and yellow as well. Right. So it was all very, Flex orientated, because I was in the awning when I was in the British Championship 5-6 years ago, but we've just been as we are now. We've been around long enough to know what we're doing. So we're still good friends with him. He's only set up there. So but it's been all right. We've always got on, me and my dad. We've never had any arguments, never anything like that. So. Yeah.
And you're doing something right. That number one's there, and you're leading the championship. Best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you very much. Right.
Followers of our NKC coverage will have probably heard me refer to the Dark Knight, the Black Knight, the Man in Black. Well, here he is, Rhys Llewellyn. He is the Man in Black. Little bit of a change of livery, Rhys. You've gone from the all-black livery, which was always very easy for me to spot. Yeah. You're with Haworth Racing, and I do like the the way that you've gone with the livery. You've maintained the black predominantly, but you've got the Haworth Racing luminous flashes.
We've gone with the Haworth Racing sticker kit. We've always been with Phil. Phil's a good friend of mine. But we swapped the blue out for the black. Yeah.
Was that your idea?
That was my idea, yeah, because I do want to be the Dark Knight. Because you love it on the commentary, let's be fair. Yeah. Let's be fair. But we've put a sticker kit on because we've actually lost a lot of weight.
That's you personally, or the kart?
We personally have lost weight, and obviously we're trying to weigh in as close to 177 as we can. Yeah. So we lost quite a bit of weight, and we thought it's time to get the team sticker kit on.
So out of interest, how much weight is actually in a sticker kit?
It's got to be about 1 kilo or so. Right, okay. So yeah, we've probably lost about 5 kilos in body weight.
Was that deliberate diet training? Have you taken some influence from Phil himself?
Well, we've taken a little bit of influence from Phil, obviously. Yeah. But we're trying to get our weight down for the KZ grid at the NKC plate. So currently on the KZ we weigh in at 195, but the weight limit's 180. Right, so we're trying to get as close down to that as well. But obviously it helps us with our Rotax too, because now we're all stickered up.
Yeah, this is a Rotax 177. That's a 177 kilogram, denoted by the green number plate. You're carrying the number 6 in the championship last year. How has 2023 season been so far?
Well, 2023 is not going so well yet.
Right.
Yet. But we're hoping to have a turnaround here tomorrow.
Now, from your accent, Rhys, and from your name, Rhys Llewellyn, you're from the Cardiff area, I believe. So is this kind of a local-ish?
This is quite local. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't here twice a month.
Oh, really? Twice a month?
Yeah, twice a month, yeah. So on the open test day, and then the club championship day.
So you're the driver. Philip Haworth Racing is the team to be asking, what's the secret to a good lap time around Mansell Raceway?
Yes, they should. They should all be asking.
Are you going to tell us?
Well, I'm not, but he might.
So how is Rhys Llewellyn getting around Mansell Raceway? Because looking at the track, it's the sort of track, from what I've seen and what we're going to see, is it's very easy to lose time and very, very difficult to maintain that lap speed.
Yeah, so there's a couple of very technical sections that if you don't handle them correctly, you will lose time.
Right.
So
and that's the hairpins, the left-hander followed by the right.
It's the first complex, then the second complex, then the bus stop. If you're too fast into the bus stop,
that's all of it then.
Well, yeah, it is actually. It is, yeah. It's a technical circuit, yeah.
So all right, so we've got KZs, that's gearbox karts, pretty much the same sort of kart configuration, but with the added complexity of, I think, a 6-speed gearbox. We're going to see them at our O plate from Wilton Mill later on in the year. Rhys, you
are going to enter that on the KZ, yeah?
We will be in there on the KZ.
Have you driven a KZ round here?
I have driven a KZ round.
That must be very busy.
And I tell you, it is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyable.
And you're going to be racing the KZ at Wilton Mill. You've been out of Wilton on that?
Never been to Wilton on it before, so I think I better get up there.
Yes. Well, we wish you all the very best of luck with the rest of the season. Hopefully it'll go more towards where you want it to be.
Oh, yeah. Well, we should be, so let's hope, yeah.
The 162 Rotax class, as ever, one of the most competitive classes throughout karting and even more so perhaps in the NKC. The 2022 championship came down to literally the last few seconds. In fact, it came down to scrutineering in tech. And this man here, Luke Evans, carrying the number 3. Across the line, Luke, you were the 2022 champion, but you took a nose cone penalty, and that's why we're carrying the number 3.
Yeah, unfortunately last year, well, we did have some really good luck, kept our races clean throughout the entire year, but then unfortunately in the final we did pick up a nose cone penalty at no fault of our own. We were pushed into a wall which collected me the nose cone penalty, but that's the way things go, unfortunately. Once you pick them up, no matter how you pick one up, once you go one. So took her on the chin and we're back this year fighting, hopefully for the number 1 spot.
I'm old enough, Luke, to remember when karts didn't have nose cones and it was part of the game to maybe just rest your kart up against the rear bumper of the kart in front of you and just help him into the corner. Of course, it's about clean racing these days. And like you say, getting a nose cone penalty is just an unfortunate part of the game, but it's kind of unfair, do you not think?
I definitely agree to some extent.
At times, I mean.
Yeah, to some extent, yeah. I do agree. I think there should be some sort of system where a nose cone penalty given a no fault of your own should be sort of contested or revoked. But obviously with no cameras and marshals can't be on everyone at the same time, so it is understandable. So, but the nose cone penalty does help with contact across the field. Yeah. So I think it does more good than bad. But when it does go bad, it's definitely a kick in the teeth when it's not deserved.
I suppose it can be a bit of swings and roundabouts what can happen. Exactly. I mean, it was pretty bad to a championship comes down to it. But like you say, I don't think there's a way around it. There's been a lot of, let's say, negative press about driving standards, etc. The NKC have addressed that with more officials, more eyes on. But do you think perhaps that maybe drivers can take some responsibility? Because it takes a lot to finish third in the championship, let alone nearly win it.
I think drivers can definitely take some responsibility. There was a lot of fast boys last year in the championship that could have easily won if they kept their race clean. But we just stayed consistently clean throughout the year and got the top points, even if it was top 3, top 5, sometimes even top 10. I think last year we didn't even come in the top 3 once. Wow. And just due to that consistency and cleanliness of the racing, we've managed to keep our points up and finish in the 3rd spot. So hopefully we'll do the same this year. And Luke, is that the kind of mindset that you will go into this race weekend with, thinking about championship points, even from the very outset? 100%, yeah. It's always about the championship points, it's always about the long game. Our first round wasn't very successful. The second sort of was, and you just got to stay in them consistent points. So it's always in the back of the mind. It's always our top priority to get points, no matter what.
Remember those words at turn 1 when you go barreling down the inside, and you'll be on camera. Okay? Just a warning there.
You can come back on the stream and quote me then, man, when you see me off in the wall.
Yeah, I was just thinking that when you were saying that. Luke, wish you all the very best of luck at the weekend, and here's to some great racing. Thanks again, Luke Evans. The NKC gives us a lovely blend of how to go about your kart racing. We've got dad and lad kind of outfits with, dad running son running dad in some cases. But here we have a team where Attack Motorsport, with Max Tyler here, who's the team principal, has got the responsibility of 6 competitors. And I bet, Max, that's 6 competitors not all in the same class.
No, they're not. We're spread between juniors, 162 seniors and 177 seniors. So it keeps us all on our toes, with slightly different setup for each one.
Yeah, I'd imagine with 3 different classes, you need to be down at the dummy grade and you need to be racing at 3 separate times. So I bet there's times when you need to be in 3 places at once.
I'm knackered. I'm running up and down. I'm running a kart as well. I'm looking after 2 today on test day, but it's good fun. It's well worth it. It's nice and easy to place here like Mansell, where everything's tarmac and it's easy to push. Yeah. It was a little bit harder at Raceway with that great big hill.
So give us an idea of the. So do you transport all of these 5 karts, or do some of the drivers bring them along? Tell us a little bit about the logistics of the operation.
Well, I look after 3 of them back at my workshop, and I bring those down in the Sprinter. So we bring those down, we bring the awnings, we bring the tables, we bring the fuel, we bring mostly we ask the drivers to bring their tyres. I used to have a lorry mainly to carry people's tyres in. But
right. But not for the NKC, of course, 2 sets per season. Give us your thoughts on that. I mean, personally, I think that is perhaps the key to the success of the series. Keeps that tyre cost down. What's your thoughts?
It's absolutely brilliant. I don't say that it keeps the tyre cost down, because it means to say we buy more sets for testing and so on. So they still have lots of sets of wheels and tyres, but the costs, because of that 2 sets per season, the costs are a great deal less than they are in MSUK, where it's £205 for a set of senior tyres, and if you get a day out of them at somewhere like Clay Pigeon, you're lucky. Here, it's not so bad because it's a lovely surface here, and we're able to eke out another race meeting on an old set of tyres, which for NKC, when we have to be a bit clever on our tyre usage, so that we can make the 2 sets last the 6 meetings. But that's great. That's part of the challenge, part of the driver's challenge, and part of my challenge to make sure we don't overwork the tyres at any time as well.
So I was going to ask you that. When you say you have to be a little bit clever on tyre management, give us an idea. What do you mean? Do you mean from the behind the chap behind the wheel, or do you mean from a tyre pressure sense? What exactly do you mean by clever?
It's actually a package of everything. The driver mustn't be hard on his tyres. He mustn't overwork them. Mustn't drive it round like king of the drifts, because that just takes the rear tyres out without thinking about it. And as far as we're concerned, for looking after them as mechanics, we've just got to get the pressure spot on, and then we get good wear out of them. And sometimes we just got to think about, well, we could be a little bit faster, but let's just make sure we don't muck the tyres up for another race meeting.
A little bit different here at Mansell. Only 2 days of racing. Today, the Saturday, all about the practice sessions. We're going to racing tomorrow. But the lack of the Friday practice, how does that affect the operation?
Well, that's exactly where we as a team come in, because we've been here practicing several times over the last few months anyway, and we can carry what we know forward to help the guys and shortcut them. So instead of having to start from ground zero, not even knowing what tyre pressures and what sprockets to run, we've got that information. We put them on the right sprocket to start with, or near enough the right sprocket to start with, and near enough the right pressures to start with. Right. We've only got to fine tune. We haven't got to do the basics, so it shortcuts the day. That's my sandwich.
That's the contents of Mac's sandwich, which he put on that cart with that mechanic is not very happy with. You might have to eat that. I was going to ask you as well, Max. So you mentioned there you take 3. Just move the remnants of the sandwich there. You take 3 carts back to the workshop. Yep. So between NKC rounds, what exactly goes on with those 3 carts?
Well, this guy has just been pushed out. Alex has pushed Jason's cart down now. Jason is racing again next weekend in Super 1. So we turn round. We've literally got to turn his cart round in about 3 days, because we'll get back fairly late on Sunday night. So it'll be about 8 or 9 o'clock by the time we get back. So
where are you based, Max?
I'm based not far from Castlecombe car racing circuit, so North Wiltshire. So it's like halfway between here and Fulbeck. So we go home and get the carts out on Monday, wash them down, get them ready for going out again on Thursday to start all over again in a week's time for him.
Right, I see. So it's not just a case of mothballing them until the next round of NKC. You're actually racing everywhere.
Yes, we are. We're going all over the country with them, yeah. And NKC's been a great challenge as well this year. So from the heights of Rowra for the last meeting, which was 6.5 hours to me, I'm lucky for this one. It's only a couple of hours from home. But you must know, coming down here from where you come from, it's a fair old trek down to the south.
I'm abroad, actually, Max. I'm actually abroad.
Yeah. Well, actually, I found it was closer to race at Spa, actually, than it was to go to Rowra, but there you go. But that's what I like about the NKC, because it's such a good variety of circuits. And we rock up there, you see your friends on the way home on the motorway, you're waving to everybody as you go past them, or they go past you, depending on what you're driving. And it's just a great community, as well as good racing on the track.
That's what I've always loved about karting. So I'm going to ask you a personal question here, Max. On Sunday evening, when you're on the road home, what will Max Tyler be happy with? What will give you satisfaction after a race weekend like this?
We've got one driver who should be challenging towards a podium in 177. We've got another one for whom success will be a midfield finish, and we're moving him up through the field all the time. We've got somebody who could be challenging towards a podium in 162. If we've all had a good day and we've done the best we've ever done, PB lap times, because the weather's perfect. So PB lap times, gone as fast as we could they could ever do, yeah, that's great. That gives us a big smile, a real big buzz, and the journey home's really short compared to, if it's been a wet old day and we've just been struggling, chasing our tails all weekend. But yeah, PBs and the best anybody can do is what we're looking for.
Makes that journey home all the easier. Max, I'll let you get back to your 5-cart headache.
Thank you.
And enjoy the rest of your sandwich.
Yeah,
thanks for
very
joining
much.
us.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks very much.
Thank you, mate.
Bye-bye.
8th in the 2022 NKC, Levi Goodyear here running in a very plain white cart, Levi. 8th in the championship last year. Tell me how 2023 is going for you.
It's going alright. It's just the competition's a little bit more hard, but we're going well. First race at Wigan we finished in 17th due to a drop down, but Row didn't go too well, DNF'd. But here we're on good pace, good front runner pace, just seeing what can happen.
Yeah. Your cart's running plain white, no sticker kit. Is that because you're growing a bit taller?
Yeah, it's just I'm getting a little bit more heavy, so I just want to stay on the weight a bit more just keep the pace up, because it's not very good when you're 4 kg overweight, and just want to keep that weight down as much as possible. So just ripped off the sticker kit and just went with the white.
So the weight for a junior Rotax is 148 kilograms. Where do you think you're at right now?
Right now I'm just 1 kg over that.
All right, okay.
And with the sticker kit and everything else on, I was about, I think it was like 152, so 4 kg overweight.
Really? Wow.
But yeah, after getting the sticker kit, new nose cone, so we're just back onto the good weight where we should be.
And do you find that you tactically use your fuel then? You use the minimum amount of fuel that you can get away with?
We just tend to put most of the can in just to stay over that weight limit, but we tend to use half a can every race. So it's.
Can you, when you are running excess weight in comparison to the grid of other competitors, do you really notice that as a disadvantage?
Yeah, you do notice it going down the straight most of the time. You can see them gapping you.
Right.
So when
it doesn't matter how you come out the corner, they're still going to pull away.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to pull away the tiniest bit. It's just the tiniest difference makes the best.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. And also in the braking area, do you find that you're braking a little bit sooner?
I think I'm braking a tiny bit later when I'm heavier because I got more grip than the others, because it's pushing me down a bit more. So it is what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it sounds far too complicated, and that's why I'm a commentator, everybody. What do you hope to get out of this weekend here at Mansell round 3?
I'm just hoping to get a top 10 or something, just put me back in the championship and just get the best results I can. Yeah. But if that doesn't happen, then it is what it is. It's about fun, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the attitude. Thanks, Levi. Good luck. Down here at Mansell Raceway, near Honiton in Devon, it's like being abroad for me. It's also like being abroad for this fella here, James Wood, down from Cumbria. Yeah. It's great being on holiday, isn't it? Not much of a holiday. We'll have to wear that suit.
Exactly, it's brilliant. Long way from home, but the sun's here and it's definitely worth it, yeah.
Is this your first time racing here?
Yes, we've never been here before, so it's all a learning curve today. Obviously, only 1 day testing, so yeah. It's
right. Keep an eye on those behind you, because if they start moving, I know you have to be down on the dummy grid. So, first time here. Have you tested here yet?
No. This is literally the first day. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Great, brilliant, because that's where I want you. So, you've been out already.
Yes.
What was that initial? What was your initial thoughts when literally the track's going somewhere where you don't know where it's going?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I picked it up quite easy. Lap by lap, picking it off. So it wasn't too bad. So I'm up there with the front runners now. So.
Well, that's cool. It looks quite technical. It looks the sort of track, James, where if you just try that little bit too hard, it all goes.
You've got to be on it every single lap. Otherwise, one little mistake, especially through the fast stuff, you've lost 2-3 tenths straight away. So every lap's got to be absolutely perfect, pretty much so.
What about those switchback hairpins? I mean, I'll tell you what, I'm going to say to you, patience. Does that make sense in those hairpins?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, you've got to be quite hard in going into it, but yeah, patience, let it flow through the corner. That's where you need to be, so yeah.
So, first time here, what are you expecting on Sunday afternoon? What will you be happy with?
I'd like a top 10 finish.
Of course you would.
Yeah, if not a top 5.
Of course you would. What a stupid question. Yeah. But what I mean is, I would imagine, James, when I talk to you at Rowra, that's your track.
It is mine.
I'm expecting a lot from you. I'm expecting heat wins. But here, hey,
Well, yeah, exactly. I've just got to try my best and push and keep out of trouble. That's the main thing, yeah. You know, it's like...
Good luck with that one. Thanks, mate. Pick a class here at NKC. Which is the most competitive? That's like picking your favourite child. They're all as competitive as anything you'll ever see in the karting world. Minimax has got the championship leader here, Seb Corking. Seb, leading the championship, going into... We're not even at half distance. But does that bring a pressure, holding on to that championship lead?
Well, yeah, especially since last round I lost around 6 points to Daniel Parsons, which is doing a really good job in second place in the championship. But yeah, still 2 points ahead, which I'm happy about.
So, you are going to be going into... That's an aeroplane, look at that. That's how close we are. Going into the races, you've got mixed heats. You've got, you start at the back, you start at the middle, you start at the front. Do you go into those races thinking championship in your head?
Well, yeah, but also no at the same time, because it's really early in the season, so everything could just turn around, especially with the tyre situation.
Yeah. What's your tyre situation?
So basically all I'm going to do is just try and stick for the tyre that I'm using right now for as long as I can. Then when the turn, to the worst tyre possible, then we're going to switch to the new tyres again.
So you're hanging on to that brand new set for the last 3 rounds?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but my dad will make that decision.
Right. Surely you as the driver, though, you will influence your dad and what decision he makes when you tell him that these tyres are rubbish or these tyres are still good?
Yeah, so I'm the driver, so I take the data from how I feel in the car, and if I see a massive difference in times over a few sessions, then I'll inform my dad about it, so then he can talk to Louis Large, my team boss, to see if he can to see what he thinks.
It's first year with LRG Motorsport. I noticed on your overall there, Louis Large with a race team here for the first time this year, is running with Louis Large, former British champion, young driver like yourself. You must be like a sponge gleaning all that experience, are you?
Well, I am a bit of an experienced driver, obviously been karting since 2019, but compared to Louis, he is just in another league, and he's a lot better driver than me, obviously.
Yeah, so what have you learned? From Louis, that is?
So I've learned, if you get taken off, it's not over until the last laps, and when you go over the finish.
Yeah, and you've put that to practice. You certainly put that to practice at Three Sisters, didn't you?
Yeah, so obviously a good race with most people in his championship so far, those likes of Sonny, Daniel Haynes, Daniel Parsons as well.
Looks good then, certainly from where I'm sitting. It looks nice and competitive. Where will Seb Corking? What will make Seb Corking a happy chap on the way north on Monday when you leave? What are you expecting from this weekend?
Just a top 4 or above, just to keep my championship points high. Obviously, since the grid isn't that big, you still get good points even if you finish 9th or 7th.
Keep your mum and dad smiling, won't it?
Yeah, probably.
Thanks, Seb. You can start kart racing from the tender age of only 8 years old, and usually that would be starting in cadet karting, whether that be Micromax or Honda Cadets. Tom Holden here started in cadets, and then you progress through the other Rotax classes like Minimax to give you a kind of progression. However, Tom here chose to jump straight into a junior Rotax. Now, Tom, was it Honda Cadets you drove?
Yeah, Honda Cadets, but before that we did IAMI Cadets for only around 6 months when we first got into the sport, but then we realised that Hondas were the way for us to go.
Right, so the main difference between a Honda Cadet and a junior Rotax Max kart, from what I can see, is literally everything.
Yeah, the speed of the power is a lot faster, and you want to realise the step, because it's a really big step that you go through from 8 horsepower cadet is to 25.
Yeah. And the grip, shows your muscles.
No,
yeah, exactly.
So
how did you find the physicality of this junior Rotax in comparison to the slipperier cadet?
Yeah, so in the cadet I didn't really do much. I might have done a bit of exercise, but then once I got into this, I realised that it's so much more physical than I first thought. So I started doing some more weights and such, but I found that if I just drove it more and more often, it would come to me, and the physicality would better me more if I just drove it more.
Now the physicality comes from the grip level, doesn't it, through the corner? But also one of the major differences, the amount of power that you've got control of with that right foot. Did you find that a completely, new thing?
When I first went in it, and I wasn't scared to give it a go, but I felt that it's hard to explain. Well, no, it's not. I'm just being stupid. The power, yeah. So when I first got in it, I couldn't put my head to the wheel to get the little draft or slipstream. But now it becomes second nature to you almost. Yeah. It's it's what you normally do.
And the time slows down.
Yeah.
And eventually you think, I need more power.
Yeah.
I think you're going to make a good racing driver, Tom Holden. Best of luck, mate.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to Mansell Raceway for the third round of the Junction 6 NKC. We've got karts out on track already. Sarah Darlow, our grid marshal, has released the karts to complete the church break. Noise descends upon us and we are ready to go racing once again. This is going to be a live broadcast all the way through till our finals. Probably takes us up to about 5:30, 6 o'clock actually, so hopefully you'll stay with us the whole day. Out on the track at the moment, we've got heat number 3 for the Rotax 177 class. My name is still Joe Bradley, and beside me is still Johnny Palmer. Johnny.
Yes, well surmised there, Joe. Congratulations.
Nothing gets past me, mate.
Indeed. This is a very civilised way of going kart racing, because we do 3 races and then we have an hour off. So just the way I like it. But we're going to make up for lost time now for the rest of the day. As you say, relentless heats. And then the B finals followed by the extended distance A finals. About to go racing again then here at Mansell Raceway. Good start for Dan Fleckney from pole position in the 79. He's one of the Masters competitors, but leading the pack for the first time. But right on his boot lid is the Colin Campbell kart, it looks like, as well. So threading their way through turns 2 and 3. This is always testing on the first lap, finding enough real estate when it's 2 and sometimes 3 abreast. And after this, it might just start to thin out a little bit, but obviously there are some quick karts via the random grids to work their way through the order from the mid and from the rear of this pack as well.
Yeah, there's one thing mixed grid kart racing gives you, and that's plenty of drama and action. And already out of the hanger turn, had the hanger hairpin for the first time, and into the chicane for the first time. That's how quick the lap is here at Mansell. And it should be Dan Fleckney who gets across the line in first place from Tim Darlow. Tim, whose wife Sarah was the grid marshal we mentioned, he's in second. Brian McCready third. Colin Campbell fourth. Then we've got Jake Lewis, Ollie Hancock, Cole Edwards, Adrian Smith, Stephen Horner and Scott Smith rounding off the top 10. Just outside the top 10 is Stephen Horner's teammate Keith Mason on the number 12.
Good battle developing then for third and fourth as that place changes. That was Campbell from a long way back, or possibly Brian McCready getting ahead. The order as they crossed the line at the start of this lap was McCready ahead of Campbell. So Campbell had lost a couple of places from his starting spot, and he's gained one back again. Now ahead of the 84 kart, but it is with the white helmet just about leading, although about to be overtaken. Dan Fleckney, Tim Darlow up the inside in kart number 18, bags the lead early on.
Tim Darlow leads on lap 2 as they go into 3 through turn 1 and out of there. And Fleckney allows that kart of Jake Lewis by as they get to the hairpin of 2, and somebody pulling off there to the right, or did indeed spin off.
Yeah.
And it looked like Dan Fleckney there, who was gesticulating as he came out of 1. I'm not sure what was going on there, but then spinning off at turn 2 will confirm it was indeed Dan Fleckney, as now in the lead we've got the Tim Darlow being chased by Jake Lewis on the 47.
Yep, so Dan Fleckney unfortunately going for a Burton there, whether he went on his own or was pushed. We'll have to reinvestigate that one. But the pressure is really being laid down now by Jake Lewis, who is right on the tail of Tim Darlow through the right, left, right chicane that ends the lap. The chicane that I'm calling, temporarily at least, the Montreal chicane. And they will be nip and tuck then into turns 2 and 3. Healthy lead over Brian McCready in third position, and about the same gap back to Colin Campbell in fourth. But it's all about the lead duel at the moment. On to lap 4 we go of this 8-minute plus 1 lap race.
The technicalities of negotiating this track at Mansell Raceway there, we see these very slow hairpins, getting the car to turn from the front end, when you turn that steering wheel, getting the car to actually change direction is dependent on that rear axle giving up the grip and rotating around that front end, as we see them heading into the Montreal chicane, let's call it, into the right, the left, and then accelerating out. And we are about to see a challenge into turn 1, it seems, down the inside, textbook move from Jake Lewis, and he's made that stick through that very fast turn, but no, as Tim Darlow come back at him, let's just get a confirmation on who's where. Yeah, Darlow back at him, so great racing through turns 1. They're already out onto the back straight towards turn 4, and this is where those 2 hairpins will sort them out once again, Johnny.
So Darlow is a bit wide, but that's to give him the inside line into turn 5, and this is now really single file stuff, heading by the what are we calling it again? Slat wall, wooden wall, picket fence wall. Anyway, round the right-hander at Hanger they will go, and then towards the Montreal chicane at the end of the lap. And Darlow's fully sideways approaching that. Plenty of curb being picked up by the 18 card as well. And Jake Lewis is close enough surely to slot one down the inside. Has he left it too late? No. Actually, I thought he'd missed his opportunity, but very late on at the apex pretty much got the race lead.
Yeah, Darlow lost a bit of time in the Montreal chicane, and he's lost even more time there coming out onto the straight there, slid wide. Jake Lewis used a bit of a tin opener there to make that move, to make that gap appear at turn 1, and Jake Lewis now we see as they negotiate the left-hand hairpin at turn 5 and go back out to the top end of the circuit there towards the Hanger corner through the sweeping left-hander and then into that Hanger corner. It's more than a 180 degree turn, it's a hairpin of about 200 degrees, so it's you really have to be patient with it. But here we've got Jake Lewis there leading for the first time across the line then. He'll show in the lead and already breaking a bit of a gap to Tim Darlow. Brian McCready all over the rear bumper of Darlow as they go through 1 and head to the hairpins at 2 and 3.
Good scrap as well between Matteo Zanetti, who's been a race winner already this morning. Matteo, I think, getting the place on Scott Smith, looking for the 3-digit number 277. Probably ahead of 38, if not still in 6th place, but Zanetti's going in the right direction, further towards the sharp end. Ollie Hancock in 7th position ahead of Ben Hitch, and then a winner yesterday, Ryan Taylor Truman. So unsurprising to see a lot of these familiar numbers from earlier on in our broadcast weekend to rise to the surface. They're all trying to catch this man, Jake Lewis, into the chicane at the end of the lap once again.
Yeah. There, Tim Darlow using that rear end to turn himself into the chicane. Jake Lewis, 1.3 seconds the lead, so he has pulled out a gap. Brian McCready still on the back end of Tim Darlow. Keep an eye out for Harry Wainwright. He came into this round leading the championship. He's on the 92. We'll keep a wary eye off our TV screens and out onto the circuit to see how much he progresses. He's come up against Stuart Baker there, and he will want to break into that top 10 and gain points. But right now, we can't take our eyes off the screen, Johnny, because that battle for second place has become a 4-car battle. Matteo Zanetti on the tail of that in 5th. He's already won a heat, remember, so he has got the pace.
Yeah, I think even Zanetti may be 4th now, because I think he picked off Cole Edwards through that sequence of hairpin bends between 4 and 5, 277, up to 4th position with the runaway leader, Jake Lewis. Now Tim Darlow, what does he do? Keep the cart in the middle of the track as Zanetti comes from so far back to get to Brian McCready at turn 1. So Zanetti up to 3rd position now, and certainly 2nd is within touching distance. 1 minute and 14 seconds left on the clock as they snake their way through 3 and 4, and Zanetti's in a prime position to outbreak Tim Darlow. Is he going to jink out a line last minute? Can't do it because Darlow's covered the approach.
Yeah, and now into the left-hander. He'll want to hang on to this. You've got to be very, very fine with the kart here, not sliding too wide as you go through those left-handers. You want to optimise the line through the hanger turn, as Tim Darlow does. He's aware that Zanetti's behind him, and Zanetti is also aware, Tim will be aware that Zanetti has got pace. Here they come, out of the Montreal chicane now, down to turn 1. And Darlow, he knows the move's coming. There's Zanetti down the inside, and he made that stick, didn't he? Great move, textbook move. Darlow hangs onto that rear bumper. It'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by, so they're on their penultimate lap. That's turn 2, and this is the turn 3 hairpin out onto that back straight. Very small sprint towards the hairpin at 4.
So Zanetti into clear air now, but running out of time in order to reel in Jake Lewis. And Lewis, for the main part, has been quicker anyway. Well, best lap 48.3 for Jake Lewis. Quickest lap so far for Zanetti, a 48.1, so he is marginally quicker, but he's just going to run short of time. No checker flag this time around. It will be the last lap board now for Jake Lewis, who is across the line from Zanetti, who is wriggling free. Tim Darlow just about fending everybody else off as it's McCready, Edwards, Scott Smith in kart 38, Ollie Hancock, Ben Hitch, Stuart Baker and Ryan Taylor Truman complete the 10.
I'm not quite sure whether the start line marshal did indeed show that board. It'll be checkered flag next time by as the clock had run out there. I'm not sure the drivers have seen the last lap board, but we'll wait and see whether that checkered flag indeed gets unfurled. It's being unfurled now, so we're right on target for the end of this heat. It's 177 Rotax, it's the heavier Rotax Max class. And right now Jake Lewis is the fastest driver in this heat. He's way ahead of Matteo Zanetti, who's broken free from that train of karts. that are just piling up behind Tim Darlow. But you know what? Tim Darlow has driven an absolutely outstanding race and will come through in third place. He started third, he finishes third. Ahead of him was Matteo Zanetti in second. Ahead of Matteo Zanetti was Jake Lewis, who took the heat win. Behind Tim Darlow in that third place, Brian McCready fourth, Cole Edwards fifth, Scott Smith. Now don't forget Scott Smith, currently second in the championship, just behind Harry Wainwright. He finishes sixth. Ollie Hancock is seventh, Stuart Baker eighth. Ninth is Ryan Taylor-Truman. Ben Hitch was 10th. Harry Wainwright didn't really move up the order and stayed in that 11th place. And then behind Harry in 11th, we've got Rhys Llewellyn, James Frost, Stephen Horner, Charlie Jowers, Colin Campbell, Keith Mason 17th, Daniel Hammett, Steve Gilly finishes down the order in 19th. Then we've got Alex Jones, Dan Millward, James Yap, Neil Hemming, Seb Bulpin, Adrian Smith, Ben Johnson, and then Lawrence Hilton in 27th. Dan Fleckney, who had that early spin, remember, he finished in 28th. 29th was Steve James, and we lost Taylor Adams in 30th. We lost Taylor Adams on lap 2. It's going to be thick and fast, Johnny. We're going to go straight in. First look of the weekend at the Minimax class. We've got 11 karts on the grid. It's the smallest grid we've got in NKC. And we'll have a quick look at that grid, how the grid will form for the first of the heats. Riley Thatcher on pole, Leo Basterfield currently fifth in the championship. In second, Seb Corking, championship leader, coming to Mansell Raceway. He starts on the second row in third. Third in the championship is Kaziri Viserek. He will start fourth. Then we've got Max Carlton and Sonny Morgan on row 3. Lucy Lovell, Daniel Haynes on row 4. Row 5 is Eddie Stewart and Jensen Cox. And then Daniel Parsons, who's second in the championship. You know what, with such a small grid, Johnny, it really is. You can see the championship developing, not just on the championship leaderboard, but literally on the track before us.
True. We don't have a whole load more karts, I suppose, to complicate matters, but it means that when you get 25 points for a heat win, the gap in points then to the positions further down is very, very small. So there's the opportunity with, what have we got, 11 karts in this race to still score well, even if you cross the line, let's say 6th, 7th, 8th positions, you're still going to be in and around scoring pretty well. But yes, this grid has drawn Sebastian Corking, who is the leader in the championship, out in third, whereas his main rival, Daniel Parsons, is back in 11th. And 79 karts should be making some early progress.
Well, Seb Corking took 2 heat wins and the final at the first round at Three Sisters, and then at Rowrah, a circuit that he's very familiar with. He won the first heat, and then it all went to pot for the rest of the meeting. He still leads the championship, and we get underway. And into the lead is the number 83, and that is Riley Thatcher, who from pole position takes the lead of this Minimax first heat, but loses that lead at the hairpin at turn 2. Who's that, Johnny?
Leo Basterfield in the 119, so the other kart that started on the front row, outside of the front row, and Basterfield to the lead, ahead of Riley Thatcher. Seb Corking surely in and around, probably in third position, in fact, in the blue and Dayglow yellow kart. And we're also keeping an eye for Daniel Parsons as well, as I say, making some early overtakes as everyone else is just getting settled in. Tyre temperature coming up to the optimum, and one kart further back jinking out a line there may well have been Parsons. In fact, we'll get some names in the mix as they cross the line, but it's been a good opening lap for Leo Basterfield, converting a second place start to a race lead, Joe.
Yeah, very quick pace lap. It's a good job. It's a warm and hot day here down in Devon. The tyre temps are pretty much on by the time they are going into turn 1. It'll take maybe, by lap 3 the tyres will be absolutely where they are, and then if you continue to drive hard, the tyres will overheat and then lose your grip completely. So there is a little bit of tyre management going on in all of our classes, in all of our heats, and we'll see that come into play, no doubt, as we get towards the end of the day, when the tyres, considering we're at round 3, some of our tyre choices will be at the end of their really workable life, let's say. Nice ordered order in this Minimax field, out of character I'd say, but there's plenty of time for that with 6 minutes to go.
So Sonny Morgan gains a place on that lap, but the driver I was identifying as Seb Corking, in fact not, it's Kaseri Vajcerek, who is in third position. and he's pretty handily placed in the championship coming into this race, or into this race meeting, 3rd position, and they're ready to pounce in the 33 kart. Not got ahead of either of the 2 leaders ahead just yet in the all-white helmets, but Wojciech is just in behind, and Seb Corking just struggling a little bit down in 6th position, trying to find a way past both Max Carlton and Sonny Morgan.
But that lead battle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts in that leading train. Then we've got a little bit of a gap, and then another train of about 3 or 4 karts. We've got to move for 3rd. Down the inside has gone Sonny Morgan on that distinctive blue and yellow liveried kart. Sonny Morgan had a very strong drive at Three Sisters and only really lost out on that last lap to Seb Corking for the final. Great battle between those 2 drivers, and once again Sonny Morgan having got by one of the main protagonists as well, Kazauri Weiserek. He had a great race at Raura, so we'll just see just if Leo Basterfield can hang on to that lead. Riley Thatcher not that far behind him. Still a train, isn't it? It's still a slipstreaming train as they come out of Hangar down towards the Montreal chicane and then through the right, left, right, and they will complete 4 laps this time by.
Head down again for Leo Basterfield, but it's 2 abreast further back, and that's a challenge for 2nd position. Sonny Morgan on Riley Thatcher and gets it done. Head down very quickly coming out of Tarzan hairpin at the start of the lap. They're now heading their way through the complex, and with the new 2nd place kart just getting acclimatised to that new spot, but actually Sonny Morgan doesn't want to waste too much time sitting there either, because he's under attack potentially from a reply from Riley Thatcher. So if Sonny Morgan can get ahead of Leo Basterfield, maybe before the end of this lap or at the start of the next, then he can think about gapping the field, because at the moment, visually at least, Sonny Morgan appears to have the fastest kart this early on in the race.
Yeah, Sonny Morgan had a very strong first round. He was there or thereabouts in the 2nd round with a heat win, and he'll want to maximise his points haul. As he does so, he takes the lead of this first heat, and that distinctive blue and yellow kart livery of Sonny Morgan, and there's a change for 2nd, almost a change for 1st, and who was that? That came from nowhere. And he challenges Sonny Morgan down the inside going into turn number 4. And there's a change for lead. Basterfield comes back at him. Great driving from the youngster.
So side by side now for 2nd and 3rd. That's between Sonny Morgan and Riley Thatcher. Vicharek is also involved, and surely not too far away, Max Carlton. Seb Corking is struggling in this race though so far, despite heading to Mansell Raceway as the championship leader. He was in the top 6 in the early stages. Now with 3 minutes to go, back down to 7th in the number 52 kart. Over the line, new leader, returning leader, Leo Basterfield, still with massive pressure from Sonny Morgan. Then it's Riley Thatcher, Kasari Vicharek and Max Carlton in 5th place.
Yeah, 4-kart battle now breaking away. They're leaving the 3 karts behind slightly, and Sonny Morgan thought he had it clinched, didn't he? But Leo Basterfield had another idea altogether. He had another script in his hand, completely different to that. Give me that 1st place back. This is great racing for our Minimax grid of youngsters. And look at that, Sonny Morgan all over the back end of Basterfield as they head towards the top end of the circuit there at the Hangar hairpin. Out of the hairpin, heading down towards the Montreal chicane now. Turning right. This is where they need the momentum. Momentum's got to be had, and Basterfield slides and loses that momentum. That's allowed Sonny Morgan alongside, and it'll be Morgan through into 1st place, and gone with him is Riley Thatcher. Thatcher went with him, and that was all about that chicane and that momentum loss, Johnny.
Yeah, costly error that for race leader at the time, Leo Basterfield. Way too hot on the approach. It meant he was sliding then through the left-hand element, couldn't get the power down, it wouldn't grip up, and those behind much more neat and tidy. Sonny Morgan through, and Riley Thatcher was never going to sit and wait. The opening had been prized by the kart in front, number 27, and through went the 83 at the same time. Now Leo Basterfield has to collect his thoughts as quickly as possible. He's still in 3rd position, so still on course for decent points as they head out of Hangar Corner and back towards the Montreal chicane.
Into and out of the Montreal chicane, it's Sonny Morgan, Riley Thatcher, Leo Basterfield. He's gathered those thoughts. He lost contact a little bit with the leaders ahead of him. He's gathering himself together, and he's gotten onto the rear bumper now of Riley Thatcher. as they go through the complex of hairpins at turn 2, turn 3. And look at that, Sonny Morgan, he's pulled a bit of a gap. That's the biggest gap we've seen all of this heat, all of this 8 minutes and 1 lap so far. Takes a very late apex there so that he can optimise that exit speed out through the sweeps, the right, and then the double apex left into Hanger Corner. And it's Morgan who will lead. Riley Thatcher's broke away from Basterfield, and Basterfield just cannot keep up with those 2 karts ahead of him. It looks like his tyres may have just slightly overheated there, because he looks as though he's lacking a bit of grip where he needs it.
Sonny Morgan really enjoying himself though out front now. His moment in the sunshine, his back-to-back fastest laps, a 49.4 beats his previous best. But actually Riley Thatcher and Leo Basterfield around in the quickest time for each of their karts as well. So a little bit of clear air for first, second and third positions now. And Kasueri Richerek struggling perhaps in fourth because he's got the pressure from behind. Daniel Haynes, Max Carlton in that queue. Sebastian Corking still trying to get into the top 6, but not able to do that just yet as they work their way past the fence again. That double left-hander and the awkward approach into Hanger hairpin. So it will be last lap board this time through, and the last lap board now being shown to race leader Sonny Morgan.
Into the Tarzan hairpin, as we're calling it, in homage to the Zandvoort racetrack, which Nigel Mansell raced on many times and had some great results there in the Dutch Grand Prix. Into turn 2, Thatcher getting onto the back of Sonny Morgan, but I think Sonny Morgan's got this in hand and will take the win if he can maintain this position. Very smooth driving there, very late apex there at the turn 5 chicane, and he fires it out, stays off the curbs on the exit there. That would completely destroy any momentum gathered. And then into the Hanger turn, the 280 degree hairpin, out of there, heading down towards the Montreal hairpin for the final time. It'll be Sonny Morgan firing that kart out of the chicane, and will take the checkered flag underneath our gantry, our camera gantry. Second place, Riley Thatcher. Leo Basterfield third. Daniel Haynes came through the order. We kind of missed the progress of Daniel Haynes there, Johnny. The number 4, Daniel Haynes, moving up the order to 4th place ahead of Max Carlton, Kazeri Viserek on that last lap. It was Viserek who came 5th, Max Carlton 6th, 7th was Seb Corking. That's where he was pretty much the whole race. And then behind Seb Corking, Lucy Lovell 8th, 9th was Eddie Stewart, Daniel Parsons 10th, and then Jensen Cox rounds off that 11 kart field of Minimax. Moving straight on though, not time to reflect on that first heat for Minimax. We are into our senior Rotax, the third heat for the senior Rotax class. This is the lighter of the Rotax categories, 162 kilograms, so it's the lighter drivers that we tend to have here. And the grid looking very much like this, already lined up. We have no karts to recover, so we'll be getting very much on with it. Pedro Oliveira will start on the pole position. Ollie Goodyear starts in second place. Charlie Walsh on the ST Racing kart will start on the second row with Alex Jackson alongside. We then got Braden Hill and Ben Ficchetti on row 3. Row 4 is Callum Farley and George Sanders. Got Lewis Berry, Jamie Hardy on pole on row 5. Matthew Lambert, Paul Ozanne is on row 6. Row 7 is Kieran Gifford and Adam Rogers. Toby Case and James Wood start on row 8. And then we've got Luke Evans, Liam Deedman, John Hobbs, Josh Morris, Harry Barker, Lewis Ball, Ollie Varney, Aidan Pomeroy, Alex Wannabe, Tommy Lee Davis, Samuel Wyatt, Theo Frederick, Alexander Mirzoyan, Grace Lee Davis, James Bark, Patrick Williams-Rhodes, Archie Lyons and Adam Cerner rounds off a 34 kart field. Paul Ozanne in the field, Johnny. I just want to mention somebody who should be here and can't be here, and that's Jay Leverton, who races with the Ozanne team. He can't be here because after a great second round at Three Sisters, he went and broke his arm playing football, so he's having to sit this one out. He's like a caged tiger, I'm being told by his mum, Erin Kendrick. Thanks for this. Hopefully get well soon, Jay Leverton. Watching from home and supporting Paul Ozanne. Well, Paul's in this heat. He's a little bit down the midfield order, and it's side by side for the first time out of turn 1.
Football, a very dangerous sport, not like karting. Up the inside there, from a long way back, went Ollie Goodyear, I reckon. The 73, though, to the outside line now. Pedro Oliveira certainly trying to arm wrestle the race lead away in the number 8, and it is the 73 of Ollie Goodyear then that leads this time into the left-hand hairpin from Pedro Oliveira, who started this race in pole position. Then the white helmet comes next. That may well be Ben Fekete, so we'll check on that in a second. But certainly the breakaway leader in the early stages of this senior Rotax race as they head in and out of Montreal is kart 73, Ollie Goodyear from the front row.
Yeah, and he's pulled quite a gap, hasn't he? 0.6 of a second is a mile in karting terms. Pedro Oliveira in that in the Brazilian colours of his nationality. Always great to see the yellow, blue and green of Brazil in any grid of kart or car racing. Ben Fekete third, George Sanders fourth, Braden Hill fifth, Alex Jackson sixth. Then we have Matthew Lambert, Callum Farley, Adam Rogers and Paul Ozan second in Masters behind Adam Rogers, rounding off that top 10.
So threading their way through past the picket fence and into hangar they go, and the leader Ollie Goodyear just getting into his stride now. Pedro Oliveira with a brief look over his shoulder to see where everybody else is. They're at a safe distance at the moment approaching the Montreal chicane. Plenty of curb though there for Ben Fekete, and that might hamper his progress into the first corner. Actually no, it was the kart behind which was slowed a little, and that was the 56 of George Sanders, and Braden Hill has now got ahead of Sanders on the exit of Tarzan corner. So all change outside of the top 3 positions.
Very easy just to take too much speed into Tarzan. It's a very, very fast right-hand hairpin that goes on and on forever, it seems, and if you just slide that little bit too much, it leaves the gap open for the karts behind to slip in, and that's what certainly happened to George Sanders there, and Braden Hill taking that opportunity and now making progress through this grid of kart. Mixed grids, remember, so we may have some fast drivers down the order making their way through, and that's why we've always got action-packed heats consistently across the day in the Junction 6 NKC. Into turn 1 then for the 4th time. The leaders have broken away, and it's Matthew Lambert now being challenged by Braden Hill through turn 3 hairpin. The number 95 of Matthew Lambert has got Braden Hill, and Braden Hill's he saw Lambert looking over his shoulder and he pointed, let's work together and let's catch them in front, and that's where we're going to see. Let's see if Matthew Lambert's all for that, and let's see if Braden Hill lulls him into a sense of security and then pinches the position off him. We've seen that many times.
Well, it was Lambert who got ahead of Braden Hill, so that's the faster of the 2 karts, I would say, number 95. But yes, if 95 can tow Braden Hill in 35 along a little bit and get them close to the front, there's plenty of curb though that time for Matthew Lambert, and that might mean that Braden Hill's in a great position. They both arrive at Tarzan corner fully sideways, backing it in to the first corner. Great drive off the corner though as well, and now into the complex that fight for 4th and 5th positions go. But they are, I reckon, working together, as you say, Joe, trying to reel in Ben Fekete first of all, and maybe Pedro Oliveira after that.
Yeah, let's fight over the scraps when we get there, I think, when we get to the table, as Matthew Lambert has Braden Hill literally in his wheel tracks, following him round, just inches from the inches between these karts as they continue to circulate through the hangar turn there and heading down that straight towards the Montreal chicane. Matthew Lambert backs that kart in using that rear axle to turn the kart. Here they go towards turn 1. Still no challenge from Braden Hill. Synchronised rear end braking there from both of these karters, and they are indeed catching Ben Fekete. The gap was half a second. It's come down from about 7/10. It's now at 5/10.
The other thing that's happening is the gap from first to second is closing, because for the second lap running, Pedro Oliveira was a smidge quicker than Ollie Goodyear out front, as Ari Barker retires, unfortunately, to the pit lane for that kart number 87 a little while ago. Meanwhile, still the same order between Lambert and Hill, heading past the picket fence for the 6th time and out of hangar hairpin, but the gap first to second's definitely coming down. Brazilian racer Pedro Oliveira closer than ever now to Ollie Goodyear over the line.
Great battle developing for the lead. We'll have a look at that in a moment. At this very moment though, I do like that picket fence reference as well. Kind of gives you that feel of that wall on your left as you flick through those 2 left-handers. We'll have a look at that at the moment, in a moment I should say. Matthew Lambert continues on his way. We look now towards the lead battle though, because that's the one where we're going to focus, because that's come down to literally 3/10 of a second last time by. They're on the 7th lap now. There's the picket fence corner Johnny was on about, and through Hanger and down towards the Montreal chicane. It was 3/10 of a second. Prior to that was 4/10. Let's see if he's taken another 10th of a second as they come out of the hairpin across the line. No, it's back out to 4/10, Johnny. I think we've got Ollie Goodyear responding to the ever advancing Pedro Oliveira.
Well, that's the first time that Oliveira maybe struggled a little bit. Is that down to being into some turbulent air? Do you get that in karting? Yeah, sort of a thing sometimes.
The karts are not really developing any air or grip, but the slipstream does work. That's why you have those ducting on those NASA fairings on the kart to take the air away, to stop the slipstream effect from the karts behind you.
Oliveira is right with him though this time around,
now.
So Goodyear is going to be under pressure, and a long look back then, but he's saying, hang on, think about this, Pedro, we're trying to pull away from everybody else at the same time, but Oliveira wants to lead back again. He started from pole position, he's there and ready to go for it up the inside. Pedro Oliveira says, I can be quicker than you, and he will spend a bit of time at least in the race lead, Joe.
The Brazilian colours lead for the first time here this morning at the Mansell Raceway, a place that Nigel Mansell had great success in his Formula One career, Brazil. And Pedro Oliveira, with proudly representing that nation's colours there, has now taken the lead right where he needs to, Johnny, with coming up to less than a minute remaining. We're right on the cusp of 1 minute remaining, and the question now is, can Ollie Goodyear respond and snatch that heat lead back from Pedro Oliveira? It's going to be a big ask as they go through the Montreal chicane and out and across the line. The gap this time in favour of Oliveira is 2/10 of a second, and Goodyear's just dropped back just that little bit too much to challenge.
Another one of our hairpins, maybe turn 5, perhaps should be labelled Interlagos, therefore, because of the success maybe that Mansell's had out there over the years, and also that swooping nature is very similar to the track in Sao Paulo. We're adding corner names as we go here, folks, and you can get involved too, by the way. So nose to tail still between Pedro Oliveira and Ollie Goodyear, first and second as they head past the fence and into Hanger corner. 14 seconds left on the clock. It'll be 0 by the time they hit the line. So last lap board about to be shown to the runaway leaders, but far from decided which one's going to win just yet, although that awkward run through the chicane at Montreal might have actually decided it. Ollie Goodyear slower, definitely the race leader, fully focused on the track in front. Ben Fichetti in third ahead of Braden Hill. Matthew Lambert, who has relinquished that fight ahead of Braden Hill, so Hill now in front of the 95. Adam Rogers in sixth.
It'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by for Pedro, as I think he played a waiting game, didn't he? Before he really challenged on Ollie Goodyear. He caught him, he sat there, he picked the points where he knew he was perhaps quicker and challenged, and these two have broken away now. 3.3 seconds the gap between Ollie Goodyear there in second and Ben Fichetti in third. Still Braden Hill in fourth, Matthew Lambert now fifth, Adam Rogers sixth, Kieran Gifford in seventh, Paul Ozan is up to eighth, George Sanders ninth, and Luke Evans there rounding off the top 10. Just outside the top 10, two drivers down from the north of England, James Wood on the number 12 and Charlie Walsh on the SD Racing number 11, 11th and 12th respectively.
This is the final lap as they make the short run then to turn 4, that tricky hairpin, now through the left-hander and then the S's that follow, and slowly and surely Pedro Oliveira taking a stranglehold on this race. It's been interesting because he actually fell back to second for a good spell. It could have been even further down the order than that, but then Oliveira really got his head down, worked out where he was quicker than Ollie Goodyear, and will come home for a deserved race win. The Brazilian winning here at Mansell Raceway in the third heat of the weekend for the seniors.
Ollie Goodyear, it was that finished behind Pedro Oliveira in second. Ben Fichetti finished third, fourth was Braden Hill. Then we had Matthew Lambert in fifth, sixth Adam Rogers, Kieran Gifford seventh. Adam Rogers, I forgot to mention, was the first of the Masters. Kieran Gifford 7th. Paul Ozan 2nd in the Masters 8th. 9th is George Sanders. Luke Evans is 10th. Then we had James Wood, Charlie Walsh 11th and 12th. John Hobbs 3rd in the Masters, 3rd of our Masters, finishing in 13th overall. We then had Tommy Lee Davis, Theo Fedrick, Callum Farley, Ollie Varney, Toby Case, Samuel Wyatt in 19th, Lewis Berry was 20th. Then we had Liam Deedman, Lewis Ball, Josh Morris, Aidan Pomeroy, Alexander Mazoyan, James Bark, Patrick Williams-Raj 27th, Archie Lyons, Grace Lee Davis. Last of the finishers was Jamie Hardy in 30th. We lost Alex Jackson and Adam Cerner on lap 8. We lost Harry Barker on lap 3 and Alex Warnaby at the very start. We get straight on first heat that we've seen all weekend for our TKM class. Before we have a look at that grid, just want to say hello to Michelle Harper. Well done, Ben Harper, number 62, she says. Barnsley, Barnsley is with us. We've got the Zach Bolton fan club. Jojo Bo is with us. ADHD rocks, according to Jojo Bo. Well done, Zach. Really proud of you. And all the way wishing good luck to Zach Bolton from the UK and the USA. So Zach Bolton fan club now at an international level.
Sounds like it. They're definitely spreading their wings to all four corners of the globe, and all credits to them, yeah. Bolton, a very small city, but it's produced a lot of broadcasting talent over the years and driving talent, it seems.
I'm not sure Zach has any association to the city of town of Bolton.
Okay. That's his name. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, not Zach from Bolton. It's Zach Bolton.
Okay.
Bolton.
Yeah. It would be a very interesting coincidence that just because you called that, it means you're. Well, Eric Morecambe was from Morecambe.
Are you from Parma? That would be nice, being from Parma.
Eric Morecambe
was from Morecambe.
Yeah, because he named himself after the town he was from, and then there was an idea that it would be Ernie Leeds because Ernie Wise was from Leeds. But Leeds and Morecambe, Eric Morecambe suggested that sounded like a solicitor.
Sounds like an FA Cup draw, actually.
I think that might be what he said, actually. Yeah, sounds like the draw in a football competition, so decided against that. Anyway, I digress massively.
That's what we're here for.
Because there's another grid emerging onto the Mansell Raceway.
We have. It's Caolan Lamont, or is it Callan Lamont on pole position? Alexander Lehman alongside. Then we've got Joseph Phillips, Steve King, James King and Will Cregeen. Matt Cardwell and Ryan Layton. Row 5 is Adam Cross-Davies and Leo Crabtree. Matthew Temple, Purcell and Ollie Milner on row 6. Then we've got Jason Lovett, Mitchell Ball. Molly Nicholas Biles, Chris Whiteside. Louis Bevan and Gordon Smith on row 9. Ben Watson, row 10, alongside Joseph Booth. Then Matt Slade, James Hull, row 11. And running off the 24 cart field, Tom Johnson and Charlie King. It's Louis Bevan carrying the number 1. He's the 2022 champion. He was also the 2021 NKC champion, and he currently leads the TKM championship. So he's having a great time, is Louis. Hopefully you caught up with our interview with Louis in the paddock show. We've got these TKMs. Breathe that in, Johnny. That's 2-stroke.
Beautiful.
2-stroke oil. More so from the air-cooled TKM engine than you get from the water-cooled road access. You can see a pall of blue 2-stroke smoke as we get this race underway. Underneath Ash, our cameraman on the gantry, and into turn 1. Tarzan is the name we've given it. And this field of karts through without incident towards Interlagos. And as I say that, Johnny, the Interlagos hairpin takes its first victim.
Yeah, and trying to work out which of the mid-pack that was, but the yellow flags are flying right by our second camera point this weekend. No overtaking into that area, but it's going to clear itself up actually, because the karter who is off has managed to muscle his machine back to the black stuff and will get going again. Meanwhile, nip and tuck through these latter corners, including Hanger, and it's the 83 kart that is, or 23 karts rather, of Callan Lamont then, who is leading just about from the rest. And already we have 3 breakaway leaders. Lamont from Alex Lehman, and then Joseph Phillips, with 3 master karters behind. Steve King, James King and Matt Cardwell running 4th, 5th and 6th overall.
Remember, the story from the 2022 NKC season was how we were pronouncing Callan Lamont. We still don't know if we're pronouncing it right. It may be Caolan or it may be Lamont. Whatever. He is leading this first heat for TKMs though, and he's a very, very strong competitor in this class. Alexander Lehman likewise, and Joseph Phillips there staying on terms with the 2 karts ahead of him. Matt Cardwell and Leo Crabtree, Stephen King in second there, just beginning to lose a little bit of ground to Joseph Phillips in that 3rd place, and that battle between Cardwell and Crabtree beginning to develop into a bit of a scrap. We'll keep a wary eye on that lead battle, but I think the battle to watch, as I say that, look at that, Lehman right onto the tail of Lamont. Let's stay with the lead.
So Lamont, Lament versus Lehman, or Lehman, or Lumen. The other one is Will Cregan, or Cregan, who was the spinner on the first lap, number 84, coming through, heavily delayed, but at least Will is still running, as Lament and Lehman on nose to tail, heading for the picket fence once again. That tricky double left-hander. There's an area of asphalt there that just never gets touched, but if you end up there trying to overtake somebody, I reckon the grip will be virtually non-existent, as Lamont, interesting line into Montreal, leaving the turning point at the very last possible moment, whereas the kart in his tracks turned in much earlier through the right-left-right element there, and into Tarzan hairpin they go again. Fascinating view this, viewing the exit of that corner, and Lament just ahead.
The tight confines of the track here at Mansell Raceway, in complete contrast to the open spaces what we had at round one at Three Sisters, and then that race through the quarry at Rowra, a track that I love dearly. But this track here at Mansell Raceway, very little runoff pretty much anywhere, especially out of the top bend at Hanger and down that fence line into turn one out of the Montreal hairpin. No margin of error whatsoever there. Talk about track limits, Johnny. No need for track limits out of Hanger turn there. And again, out of the Montreal chicane, track limits is hitting that barrier, mate. That's how far you can go.
Yeah, and if you can cross the white line a little bit with your cart, but you certainly can't get all four wheels off, as diving to the inside there was Mitchell Ball on the inside of Matt Cardwell to get 6th position for the time being. Louis Bevan's not too far away either in 8th, then Ryan Layton in 9th place, but Callan Lamont leading and actually extending the gap. He was 0.2 of a second faster than Alex Lemon on the previous lap around, Joe. Yeah,
the battle is behind these first three karts. We've got Ollie Milner through into 4th. He's on the number 62. We'll try and get our cameras to focus on that battle there, just as behind these first three, Nick, as we go into the Montreal chicane. If we can drop back to that 4th place card, because behind Milner we've got Crabtree, Cardwell, Mitchell Ball on the number 2, Louis Bevan, he's moved up to 6th ahead of Cardwell. Next in line for Louis Bevan is Cardwell, so we are going to see some movement there. But right now, Ollie Milner on that 62 has now got Leo Crabtree on the 44, and there is Mitchell Ball. Mitchell Ball, who Company Junction 6 is our main supporter of the NKC in 2023. Heavy goods vehicles and commercial vehicle supplier up there in Birmingham. Your part of the world, Johnny.
Yeah.
And this battle for those three karts now. Oh, and there's Mitchell Ball. He slid by there as Crabtree it was who slid wide ever so slightly, and Mitchell Ball, bang. Talk about opportunist.
Reminded me a little bit of the move we saw earlier on. Unfortunately, that ended up in two karts tangling one of the local karters who turned up for the meeting on spec, but thankfully that was all done very cleanly indeed, and Mitchell Ball now confirmed at the end of that lap to be ahead of Leo Crabtree. Matt Cardwell running there in 7th ahead of Louis Bevan with the number 1 on his kart, as Mitchell Ball homing in on the next driver on his list, who is Ollie Milner, into the Interlagos hairpin, as I'm going to call it, or try and remember to call it, and now threading their way through the S's and past that picket fence into Hanger. So
is Interlagos turn 5?
I'm going to call that Interlagos.
All right, okay.
Yeah, because there's a lot of tight left-handers later in the lap of Interlagos.
Actually, Interlagos in the infield, it is tight hairpin into tight hairpin.
That's
so
what I thought.
Interlagos turn 5, yeah.
We're ticking them off slowly but surely, as so, in fact, is Mitchell Ball. There's another one moved out of the way. Oh no, he can't hang on to it because Ollie Milner's back at the inside, and actually will Ball lose another position? Here comes Leo Crabtree on the fight back, trying to pounce whilst the iron's hot. Actually, Mitchell Ball dealt with that pretty well. He nearly lost 2. He's only lost 1 to Ollie Milner.
Side by side into turn 2, that turn 2 hairpin there, very, very tight. It's got a sort of a strange sort of entry to it. It's not a straight piece of track, it actually curves. So you're on the brakes, not in a straight line, so to speak. And Mitchell Ball hung onto that card very well indeed to maintain his position ahead of Leo Crabtree. into the Montreal hairpin then. The lead is already through. Callan Lamont still continues to lead now by 1.6 seconds from Alexander Lehman across the line there. 8 laps completed. Then we've got Joseph Phillips. It's Ollie Milner, Mitchell Ball, Leo Crabtree, Louis Bevan. They're battling it out, that 4-cart train. And Mitchell Ball, once again, that time's the 62 of Ollie Milner, who he's just overtaken at turn 1. And Ollie Milner tries to come back at him. But Mitchell Ball making great ground here through the field. And he'll want to challenge his good old teammate Louis Bevan. These two battling at the front. They're carrying the 1 and 2, but that's because they finished first and second in the 2022 NKC Championship, and that battle rages between these two drivers.
Tarzan hairpin, great opportunity to get a good run then down the next straight. It's not really an overtaking chance into Hanger, but out of it, so important to be neat and tidy as they cross the line. Still 25 seconds left on the clock, so we're inside a lap time. Again, they're doing just under 50 seconds around here, and there's been a place change again, Joe.
Mitchell Ball, he's ticking them off into Tarzan, turn 1, and he's ticked another one off. He's ahead of Joseph Phillips, and he's now into 3rd place, and it'll be the 1 lap to go. Here's another one. There goes Alexander Lehman, and it's like textbook. It's like he might be on a, you know what, he might be on a new set of tyres. The way that he's sidling through this field with what looks like general ease is quite a considerable margin of performance level on the brakes into corners. Mitchell Ball is now in 2nd place with the 1 lap to go board being shown to our leader, Callan Lamont, who, whilst everybody behind has been squabbling, has been extending that lead out to almost 3 seconds.
Little bit of a look up the inside for Joseph Phillips on Ollie Milner as they ran down the start-finish straight and into Tarzan that time around, but no chance to get by. However, further behind, there was a place change there. That was Milner on Lehman. So Ollie Milner, I reckon, now in the 2nd place. 62, yes, ahead of 91.
Yeah.
So Milner ahead of Lehman, who has been a long-time 2nd place runner, as Mitchell Ball continues to scarper away into the distance.
And then I think I saw the number 1, Louis Bevan, challenging to move up. I think he's already ahead of Leo Crabtree. Louis Bevan challenging the number 66 of Joseph Phillips. Here they are across the line, though. Callan Lamont will take the checkered flag to take heat number 1 for TKMs. Crosses the line now for Flex Racing. It's a Flex 1-2 for Lamont and Ball. Ollie Milner hangs on to 3rd. Alexander Lehman hangs on to 4th. Joseph Phillips indeed hangs on to 5th as Louis Bevan is consolidates that 6th. Leo Crabtree 7th. Joseph Bouvier, Matt Cardwell 9th. 10th was Ben Watson. And then we had Charlie King, Tom Johnson, Ryan Layton, Molly Nicholas-Biles, Matt Slate, James Hull, Steve King, Matthew Temple-Purcell, James King, and Jason Lovett rounds off the top 20. Adam Crofts-Davies 21st, 22nd was Chris Whiteside. Will Cregeen, the last of the finishers, in 23rd, as 24th was Gordon Smith, who we lost on lap 3.
Charlie King, the fastest lap of the race, he finished 11th, 49.1, wow. But he had come through from 24th position, so gaining 13 places to finish just outside the top 10. But that shows you, actually, the pace out front wasn't that fast. I mean, the fastest lap from Callan Lamont, 49.7, and 5/6 tenths of a second faster than that, the guy that finishes in 11th position. So if you're in some clear air, there was the opportunity to go quicker. Are there extra points for things like fastest laps, Joe, or is it just about where you finish in the race?
It's purely about where you finish in the race.
So unfortunately, you know, that's a good statistic for Charlie King to have, but it doesn't garner him any more points for the championship.
Once again, I use the term moving swiftly on, Johnny, because there is no rest for the wicked. We've got our 4th heat for the Senior Rotax 177, the heavier class, back out with us. We've already had 3 heats before. That doesn't mean everybody's raced 4 times. You basically get 3 heats and then on into the finals. At the moment, though, 177s look like this. Lawrence Hilton and Richard Evans on the front row. Alex Thomas and Matt Ogden are on 2nd row. Then we've got Billy Clark, Chris Sivia. We've got Stuart Baker and Reese Llewellyn out there. Leo Hunt and Simon Wheeler. Keith Mason and Ian Branfield. Branfield are on row 6. Then we've got Paul Moran, Brian McCready, Tim Darlow, Colin Campbell. Remember, Tim Darlow had a great heat last time out for
Yes.
Tim. I think he came third, didn't he? James Yap, Alfie Williams, Tyler Kelsey, Oliver Moss, Stephen Horner's out again, Alan Cook, Michael Mallet, Charlie Jowers, Harry Wainwright, current championship leader, is down in 25th. We'll try and keep an eye on his progress as we get through. Steve James alongside. And we've got Cole Edwards, Lee Todd, James Frost, and it's Dan Millwood rounding off the 30 kart field. We're all ready with us, Johnny. About to take the start.
The result earlier on, Matteo Zanetti won it by 2.5 seconds from Tim Darlow. Brian McCready finishing third. Here they come across the line then for Heat 4 for the Rotax 177s, and it's absolutely side by side between the two on the front row. Lawrence Hilton just about getting the judgment over Richard Evans, and Evans now trying to hang on to second position, and it's bumping and boring behind. Some interesting lines coming out of the first bit of the complex. Probably being nice and wide out of turn 2 was going to get you a couple of spots there as everyone got tangled up amongst themselves right at the apex. And to the front, Richard Evans in kart number 4 for the opening stages past the picket fence on this opening lap, Joe.
Great racing there, and everybody bottling up through the complex of turns 2 and 3. Hairpin left, hairpin right, but here they come. They're already into the Montreal chicane for the first time. And everybody, little instant, we had a yellow flag at turn 2 last time by, but as they crossed the line, Richard Evans carrying the number 4. He's the head of the Masters subclass as well. Lawrence Hilton was in second, Alex Thomas third, Matt Ogden fourth, Billy Clark, Stuart Baker, Ian Brandfield, Paul Moran up to 8th, Chris Sivia, and 10th, Tim Darlow. Tim Darlow, where did he come from? He started 15th, so he has made great progress on that first lap, as Tim.
Yeah, finished second earlier today, as mentioned, though behind Zanetti. And I don't think Zanetti's in this race, so there is an opportunity for everybody else to score well, whilst Matteo Zanetti takes a pause. So what did you say? Are there 6 heats of Rotax 177s through the course of the day?
6 heats, yeah.
So and you get 3.
You get 3, yeah.
So you're in
three.
half of them through the course of the day. A double overtake, maybe even triple overtake for kart 58, Stuart Baker. I reckon he left Tarzan Corner there in second, having entered it in fourth position. Tremendous overtake. And there's actually, to his left, there was another overtake going on, but he was relegating the 2 of them in the process.
That was phenomenal. Phenomenal opportunist. He just got the momentum into the corner, and he kind of was. There was some point where you were just a passenger. I've made the move. Oh dear, I'm going to have to go with it. 1, 2, oh yeah, I'm into second. Cracking move.
So that was Alex Thomas probably getting ahead of Lawrence Hilton. Is it 7 now ahead of 10? But despite them doing that, they were being overtaken in the process by 58 Stuart Baker. Again, it's 3 abreast though, down towards Tarzan Corner. And on the inside line, that was Matt Ogden and Ian Brandfield trying to make progress. Where do you look next with this one? The safest place to be is definitely in the seat of Richard Evans, who is clear and gone, although being caught by Stuart Baker as we work lap 4.
I'm going to say it, dare I say this, but the amount of movement we've had through the field in all of our classes, dare I say it, everybody driving really cleanly, and we've had very little incident. Dare I say that, Johnny? I shouldn't have really said that, but I've said it because you know what? Commendable. Round of applause so far. We were heavily criticised, as were other national series, for driving standards and the behaviour of drivers under race conditions. But I tell you what, so far what I've seen, we've had some fabulous overtaking, textbook stuff. And once again that's a great example of how to overtake there from that number 164. I think is it the number 164?
No, it's Brandfield in 146, getting ahead of Matt Ogden in 164. You've got the same numbers in different combinations.
That's what confused me.
Yeah, doesn't take much in fairness.
Doesn't take much.
But Brandfield ahead of Ogden, Lawrence Hilton a bit further back in kart 10 in 5th. But those leaders are definitely closing up. Stuart Baker working hard to focus really on the bit of track in front of Richard Evans rather than being hypnotised by the back bumper and gearbox of Richard Evans. So actually, beg pardon, they've been that change. So actually Baker's got ahead of Evans as we were concentrating on the scrap for 3rd and 4th, and Brandfield getting ahead of Ogden. Stuart Baker, he did look to be a little quicker, setting his personal best lap time last time around, but tellingly Ian Branfield was even faster with a 47.8, so Branfield could yet catch Stuart Baker for the race lead.
Just off the timing screen is current championship leader Harry Wainwright. Wainwright started way down the order in 25th. He's made progress, only 4 places so far for Harry Wainwright, so this is not exactly the points haul he wanted to maintain that lead in the championship. It is at the half distance at the end of the day, will be at half distance in the 2023 Junction 6 NKC Championship. So we'll see drivers who will want to be optimising their points haul. And right now, Harry Wainwright down the order. Whether he'll come out of this round leading the 177 Rotax Championship remains to be seen. As at the front of the field, the battle continues. Stuart Baker, he's got just under a second from Richard Evans last time by, but we've got Branfield now on the tail of Evans, and there's no doubt about it that the triple numbered 146 right on the tail now, if not challenging. Johnny pulled alongside there into the Interlagos hairpin.
Well, Branfield gained half a second on Evans last time around, so he's much quicker than Richard Evans, who is second in the Masters class. The top 3 overall are all Masters entries, as a long look up the inside there for Ian Branfield, but decided against it. We've debated long and hard, Joe, about whether Montreal is a realistic overtaking opportunity. Tarzan, much better. He was in the slipstream of Richard Evans and wasn't going to be asked twice there, getting ahead on the brakes into turn number 1.
That was a great move. Once again, he got the textbook out, how to overtake at Mansell Raceway, and the number 1 corner for that is that entry into the first turn, the Tarzan hairpin, as we are naming it. And look at that, Branfield. I noticed when Branfield cleared Matt Ogden, he kind of pulled away immediately. He's done the same to Richard Evans. He's got massive pace as Ian Branfield here today at Mansell. And the gap last time by 1.6 seconds to the leader, Stuart Baker. Let's see what sort of inroads Ian Branfield can make. 1.7, okay, 90 seconds remaining. He's probably not got enough time left to challenge for the heat win, but he's certainly going to continue with that pace and close that gap and maybe close it down. That second place, I think, is solid for Branfield.
Baker has the fastest lap so far, 47.6, and now that Branfield's in clear air, let's see what sort of kart he's got beneath him. But even if he reels him in at 0.2 a lap, it's not going to be enough, because, as you say, it's pretty much 1.5 that separate Stuart Baker, race leader, from Ian Branfield. Branfield in no danger of giving up second place just yet.
Well, they're lapping in the 42nd, and there's 44 seconds remaining, so it'll be 1 lap to go board next time by. So penultimate lap now for Stuart Baker in the lead. 1.9 seconds, if anything, Johnny. That gap going out to Branfield, so Branfield not able to do anything about that gap at the moment. Whether or not he realises that and just is eased back on that tyre life, he doesn't. It's pointless trying to take it out of your tyres to, the futility of trying to chase down the leader with not enough time, because as they cross the finish line, there is a timing board there that will tell them exactly how much time's left in his heat.
Yep.
So Branfield showing a clever head, as we've seen, as he's picked his way through the order, gotten up to that second place, and it will be the 1 lap to go board now. Out for the leader, Stuart Baker. Ian Branfield crossed the line 1.9 seconds back. Richard Evans still third. Matt Ogden fourth. Cole Edwards fifth. There's Paul Moran. Hello, Helen. Hopefully you've got the Sunday dinner on, or haven't scarped to the pub like you normally do. Reece Llewellyn 7th, Billy Clark 8th, Lawrence Hilton 9th, Alex Thomas 10th. There's Chris Sivia, Tim Darlow up to 12th place. That's a great points all. Alfie Williams 13th, and Keith Mason up into 14th. Oh, up to 13th. The timing screen just updated there. Final lap, Johnny?
Reece Llewellyn may not be done quite yet. He's running out of opportunities, though, to make a pass, because these are the final few corners. Interlagos hairpin, the left-hander, and then the picket fence. The race leader, though, is across the line, becoming the race winner. Stuart Baker takes it, and comfortably from Ian Branfield. 1.9 seconds in the end. Branfield didn't want to push too hard to increase the tyre wear, and realised that 12th to 2nd is a very good run indeed, gaining 10 places in 8 minutes plus a lap. Richard Evans home in third, and that makes a full top 3 of Masters drivers as well. The first non-Masters entrant is Matt Ogden in 4th place in Kart 164 ahead of Cole Edwards, who was not overtaken in the end, but Rhys Llewellyn did get by Paul Moran in the closing stages. I wonder whether that might be likely in kart number 6. So Llewellyn gaining the place in the last few corners on Paul Moran in treble 7. Then it was Billy Clark in 8th, Lawrence Hilton 9th, and completing the top 10, Alex Thomas. Beyond that, Chris Scivier in the 53 ahead of Alfie Williams, Keith Mason 13th and 14th for Tim Darlow to add to his second place from earlier on. 15th place for James Yap, 16th Harry Wainwright. Then it was Oliver Moss in 17th, Simon Wheeler, Brian McCready, Tyler Kelsey and Michael Mallet completing the top 21. Dan Millwood in 22nd, Charlie Jowers, James Frost and Colin Chapman 25th, Lee Todd, Steve James, Alan Cook and Stephen Horner. Horner retiring after only 2 laps completed. Everybody else, though, did the full 11 laps, Joe.
Yeah, we've had, like I said, Johnny, dare I say it, touch wood again, very little incident here. And the tight confines of the Mansell Raceway here, I thought, was my first real look at this track. And I thought, it's going to be packed with incident. But you know what? Everybody's behaving themselves. Everybody's being very clever. And for now, we've had very little delay in the programme, which is great because everybody's here to have a clean race, Johnny. The last thing, karting is expensive enough. And the last thing you want on top of those flat expenses of just getting here and the accommodation and the fuel, etc., let alone the racing, is that massive damage repair. And, when you consider a rear axle assembly for a kart, which can get damaged very easily, is, maybe, a few £100, it soon mounts up if you're going to incur a lot of damage. We've got the junior road tax field out now. That comment of mine can completely go out the window. The championship table at the moment, Mason Perrin coming into this round, Mason Perrin from Billy Edgecombe, Mason Perrin on 470, Billy Edgecombe on 448, Daniel Whitfield, Mitchell Mulvey, Levi Earl, Tom Holden, Freddie Whirlock, Jaden Hewitt, Luke Sawyers, Presley Walker. They're the top 10 in the championship. Right now, we've got the third heat for these drivers out there. Ellis Warlock on pole, Tom Holden alongside, Ollie Morris, and then Mason Perrin with Billy Edgecombe just behind on row 3.
It was pretty tight coming into this weekend, though, wasn't it? It was a gap of 22 points separating Edgecombe in second, Mason Perrin leading. 2 separate occasions already, Edgecombe has out-muscled Mason Perrin. It was close in the previous heat, but Edgecombe finished just ahead of Mason Perrin. So in 2 heats already, Edgecombe's outscored. I think it's going to be so tight in the real-time championship points as we get underway.
We've got a big incident there at the start line. I am eating my words, everybody.
You'll have to, Joe, after
and that will be waved yellows, if not a red flag. We'll wait and see how the stewards play that, but that was a coming across the line and breaking ranks before the line. Kart spearing off to the left and right. The rest of the field making their way around. The race is underway with yellow flags, local yellow flags at the start line. We've still got flags on the track. Now, I'm not sure what this will mean, but the race is very much underway with the field of junior Rotax karts being waved yellows waved at them all the way around this track for them to be aware of the incident still there at the start line. So being told to slow down out of the Montreal chicane, and karts still strewn on the right hand side of the track, all of the competitors making their way by. This will give the marshals a chance to lift those karts out of the way now, as Alex Dole it was who leads the race from Daniel Davies, Mason Perrin, Ellis Warlock, Tom Holden, Ollie Morris, Billy Edgecombe down to 9th.
But everyone being told to slow down as the red flags come out now. And I actually thought we got away with that, because the danger is if you're in the midfield and you're right behind another car, you could potentially jink out a line and be presented with 2 or maybe 3 stationary karts right on the racing line. And we're talking about just beyond the grid hatchings. And that was a nip and tuck affair. But I thought once they'd come through the first time, then the next lap would provide the ample time to clear those karts. But they weigh quite a bit, these, and the trolleys weren't necessarily in the right positions either. So eventually the decision made to go red flags, and that's why the pace backed off.
So this junior Rotax field of karters comes through. We've lost a number of karts in separate incidents around this track. So we'll get a handle on getting the karts gathered up. And a couple of bent axles there. My fault that, Johnny. Bent axle. I did mention bent axles, didn't I?
And one of the talked a lot about how we had a clean day to this point, and I thought it's far too early to be saying that, Joe Bradley.
I can see one of the karts that's been wheeled down towards the paddock has got a wobbly back axle, and that's not the one. The number 14 is not the one with the wobbly back axle. It's the number 6.
26? 36.
36. Yeah, Danny May Reid will have to have a new axle fitted to that one.
Yeah, so maybe it was in that very much midfield then, because Danny May Reid due to start on the 8th row. Mitchell Mulvey may still be running. With the red flag, it means that timing's been completely reset, so we won't be able to tell you yet who is not going to be able to take the restart, but there were at least 3 damaged karts there and being taken away for repairs. It would appear that we don't have any actual damaged drivers, though, and that's the most important thing. Karts can be repaired, but drivers less quickly.
Who's 19? Where's the number 19? There he is, Billy Vogt. Well, Billy was hoping to rejoin, and he's got a bit of a bent axle there, I'd say. Billy, you're out of the kart. Yeah, good. He came round the escape route around the outside of turn 1, the Tarzan hairpin. And Billy, he thought he was going to be able to rejoin. He's not. He's got a damaged kart. So we've lost Billy Vogt, and we've lost the number 36 of Danny May Reid. And we'll see. We'll keep a check.
Yeah.
Just to give you an idea, we've still got we've still got a lot of racing to come. Here we are, heat number 3 for Junior Rotax, and we've still got a long way to go, a lot of racing from all of our classes before we get anywhere near the finals. So the art is, I suppose, to continue and maximise your points haul. Here we are at round 3 of the 2023 Junction 6 NKC. The championship will reconvene at Wilton Mill near Northampton. It's more near Daventry, actually. And that round 4 will take place on the 20th and 30th of July. In August, we break away from the championship, but we stay at Wilton Mill. And it's our one-off weekend, our O-Plate meeting, 2 days of live streaming that event. And the O-Plate is all about winning on the day, and the accolade of carrying that 0 number plate on your kart, denoting that you are the O-Plate holder. All championships have that. The British Championships have an O-Plate meeting. Other IKR championships, like the UKC, have an O-Plate meeting, though they don't call it that. They call it the Rotax Festival, but fundamentally you get the O-Plate. So the NKC, the Junction 6 NKC, will once again run their O-Plate meeting. This one will take place at Wilton Mill between the days between 17th and the 20th of August. 19th and 20th of August is when we go racing, and we'll have all of those heats and finals going. And that really does become an intense weekend, Johnny, because it's all about that weekend. It's not about gathering points. It's all about and it's pointless finishing second. So you can imagine the intensity going into that one. So I don't know. I don't know if Nick's going to have another day off.
Oh, that'd be good. 17th and 20th. I might be free that weekend.
And you are very cheap, John.
Yes, I am. I know what you mean, because there's no kind of consolation prize, if you like. There's no rectifying it in your mind to think, well, let's go for the points. It's a meeting to be won, or just forget about it. So I would imagine, that the stakes are so much higher, rather than trying to score well and consistently across a 6 race
you're not scoring. Your heats are all about your grid for the final, which they are here. However, you've got the added complexity of gathering championship points to your overall NKC championship. Yeah. Whereas at the O-Plate, it's all about where you finish in the final. So to finish well in the final, you've got to be up on the grid.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's the intensity getting towards that final, and then the finals for all of our classes, because there's only the winner going to be, we're focusing on the front of that field. So it gets very intense.
And that also means a lot of guest entries who
Yes,
aren't willing to do the full season
for
but
instance,
can do the meeting.
For instance, perhaps the most exciting rumour is the return of Louis Large. Our vice champion in 2022 finished just behind Philip Howarth. It came down to a broken chain in the final round, the fullback round. That ruined Louis' championship. He's coming back behind the wheel of one of his LRG karts. Fullback and Clay Pigeon round off the Junction 6 NKC Championship, September and October. But right now it's all about round 3. The Mansell Raceway is where we're at, and we've got karts. Our junior Rotax class is back out and forming up in grid order. Ellis Warlock, Tom Holden, Ollie Morris, Mason Perrin, Billy Edgecombe, George Kay, Freddie Moore, Levi Goodyear, Will Swales and Lewin Hughes, Joshua Delicata and Archie Hardiman are the first 6 rows. Hopefully we will get this underway. They'll miss out the Montreal chicane and come straight towards us, Johnny, and hopefully get underway.
It's the full 8 minutes as well. For a time, the clock actually read 6 minutes and 45 seconds, but despite us doing one racing lap before the red flags came out, we are going to do the full 8 minutes plus the extra lap, and it is a full re-grid as Joe's explained. Pedal to the metal though now, and side by side for the race lead, very sideways indeed. To the outside line though goes Ellis Warlock to take the race lead from pole position. Interesting that he ended up in Tarzan way deep, but that's worked for him, and 99 will lead the rest of them through Complex 1 and Complex 2 and out onto this short straight that then leads into the hairpin bend at turn 4. Warlock in the multicoloured helmet, principally though Dayglow on the sides, and then the black helmet doing the chasing is Tom Holden in number 87.
And incredibly, we had 2, 3, sometimes 4 wide into that complex of the turn 2 hairpin and turn 3. The leading pack though, with Ellis Warlock starting from pole position. He leads the field of karts into the Montreal hairpin for the first time, and out and across the line to complete 1 lap. The driver in second place, Tom Holden, Mason Perrin, very challenging indeed behind him as they head out of turn 1, the Tarzan hairpin. And it looks like, is that Perrin who's moved ahead? It is indeed. Mason Perrin at turn 1 gets into second place. That's demoted Tom Holden down to third, and we've got place changes going on as we head towards the turn 4 hairpin, and Perrin takes the lead. But they're side by side into turn 5, and Perrin hangs on to that lead.
And don't lose Billy Edgecombe either in third position. He's up to in the 20 kart to be with the race leaders. But crucially this time for Mason Perrin, he's got the jump on Billy Edgecombe. Well, actually started a row in front of him. So whereas yesterday and this morning Mason Perrin had to do with results behind Billy Edgecombe on each occasion, he's now finally in front, and surely it will take so much to prize him out of this race lead as Edgecombe from a long way back will pile up the inside of Ellis Warlock and bring Levi Goodyear with him. So now Goodyear into third position as trying to muscle that place back again is the 99 of Ellis Warlock. Couldn't quite get it done, and Warlock's on the wrong line now. He loses another position very nearly to Tom Holden.
Well, we spoke to Levi Goodyear in our paddock show. He's running an all-white livery because that sticker kit costs him about 1.5 kilos, and he's right on the edge of weight. And you know why he's right around the edge of weight? Because he's growing up and getting taller, and that's what we find in the junior Rotax classes. As these kids get taller, they get heavier, and that puts them right on the weight limit, and that's why we see Levi Goodyear for the first time this year. He's in an all-white livery in that kart, chasing down championship leaders. Billy Edgecombe it is in second place, but that red kart there in the lead is Mason Perrin. And Billy Edgecombe, if anything, getting onto the rear bumper there as they go through turns 2 and 3 now, out onto the short straight towards turn 4. Out of turn 4, they go into the turn 5 interlagos hairpin. That winds back on itself, a little bit more than 180 degree, maybe 195 degree hairpin there. And then through the double apex left-hand sweep and into hanger turn, and then back towards the paddock, blasting down towards the Montreal hairpin, flicking it right, then left. That's the important one. You need the momentum out of that one, and these two pulling away from Goodyear as Perrin leads 5 laps completed.
Just a little bit of a shake of the head from Mason Perrin because he glanced behind him and went, "Oh, not you again. Billy Edgecombe all over the back of me once more. I've had to put up with 2 races where I've had to follow you home. Neither one of these two have won races so far. Edgecombe came pretty close yesterday evening. We had 3 heats for 3 separate classes from 5 o'clock yesterday here at Mansell Raceway, and we started bright and early this morning as well bright and early for me anyway, with warm-up at 10 and 25 past 10 we were already racing. Levi Goodyear, Tom Holden scrapping over 3rd and 4th positions, the 2 black helmets, but there's drama for
the 99.
99, good spot.
Ellis Warlock, pole position driver.
And led for the first few corners as well. I'm trying to work out where that's
That's the Interlagos hairpin.
Quite right. There's another one involved, 91. Yeah. Ollie Morris also tangled up in that too.
So meanwhile, the rest of this field continue. Billy Edgecombe continues to follow Mason Perrin. You get the feeling with the clock ticking down now. We're inside the final 30 seconds. Whether they can make it round. They've got a local yellow flag being waved at that Interlagos hairpin now making their way through the sweeps towards the hanger turn. That'll bring them through 200 degrees all the way around that hairpin and back down towards Montreal. Here they come. It'll be with 14 seconds on the clock. They're going to make it through across the line, so they'll get 2 more laps of racing. Mason Perrin looking backwards more than he's looking forwards there to see where Billy Edgecombe is. And Billy Edgecombe, is he playing a waiting game? He now shows his nose into turn 2 and takes an optimised line, gets a little bit more momentum, but not enough space as they turn straight away into turn 3. And Mason Perrin having to defend there, Johnny.
Big time. Sits in the cart right in the middle of the track.
Oh, he's got him.
Edgecombe through. So he thought the move had been attempted and then given up upon, but actually Edgecombe had a little bit more on the inside of turn 4 and got ahead.
I think Perrin was defending a little bit too tight, ended up sliding wide, and Edgecombe was waiting for that, and he was able to slip through on the inside on a more, let's say, optimised race line through that right-hander. And it's Edgecombe who is currently came into this round currently second in the championship, onto the final lap. And Billy Edgecombe's going to show his cards here. Has he got the pace? They're side by side into turn 2, side by side into turn 3, and can Mason Perrin dive down the inside as they go short blast to turn 4, and Perrin on the inside has to relinquish that challenge to Billy Edgecombe into the Interlagos hairpin, which is the left-hander that leads out onto that blast towards the hanger turn, Johnny.
This is a championship battle revealing itself right in front of our eyes, and could very easily be the fight in the A final later today as well. But Edgecombe has beaten Mason Perrin on 2 separate occasions already. He's going to do it for a 3rd time, although it's nip and tuck across the line. Billy Edgecombe gathers more championship points back from Mason Perrin's lead. It's sat at 22 points coming into Mansell Raceway, but that is just a few points in each of their 3 heats, caught back again by Billy Edgecombe, who's edging closer to the championship top of the table. And so much now riding on the A final later on today, because they've been earning points very well, even from their duff starts from the random grids earlier on. They've been gaining ground, as you would expect, from 2 very big talents in the junior Rotax category. And that's the precursor, I think, to what could be a ding-dong scrap in the A final later on this evening.
Well, Billy Edgecombe has come into championship contention with finishing 3rd, it looks like, quite a lot. At round 1 at Three Sisters, he finished a 2nd place and 2/3 in the heats. He had a nightmare of a final and finished 12th, whereas Mason Perrin took the 3rd in the 1st heat, 1st in the 3rd heat, 4th in the 2nd heat, then took the final win. Into Rowra, Mason Perrin won Heat 1, 2nd in Heat 2, 21st in Heat 3, but took the final. Whereas Billy Edgecombe, a 3rd, an 8th, and then a 3rd in the final. That's why he stayed in contention. And now, with the way that this is panning out, I'm not even going to try and work out.
Oh, I am.
Go on, Johnny.
I'm going to try.
Yeah, whilst I was talking, it was what I was going to say. We've got our senior Rotax class ready and waiting in the collecting area there. Like caged tigers, aren't they? It's Lewis Ball who will start on the pole position. On the front row with him is Mackenzie Stevens. We've then got Joseph McQueen and Philip Howarth. Now keep an eye out for Philip on the 101. He's our current 177 senior Rotax champion. He's lost weight and he's moved down the weight order into the 162 class. Distinctive gold helmet is the one to look out for moving up the order. James Barker and Bobby Rosie are on row 3. Then we've got Kieran Gifford, Harry Barker, Jensen Watts, Rhys Pope. Row 6 is Sam Mee and Alexander Mirzoyan. Ryan David Mills and Tommy Lee Davis are on row 7. Alex Warnaby and Andy Ambrose are on row 8. Row 9 is Callum Farley and Finlay Watson. Then we've got Sam Wyatt, Ben Fakini, Cal Dunford, George Sanders, Liam Deedman, James Wood, Toby Case, Jake Dennis, Marcus King and Jamie Hardy are on row 14. Row 15, Lewis Berry, Jack Hayes Roberts. Henry Stratton, Ollie Goodyear are on row 16. And then on the final row, Adam Cerner all alone in that 33rd place.
Now, how do I get to that screen that you sometimes get up, Joe, with the points on it? Is that through the results bit of Alpha Timing? Okay,
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
Partway through calling this
Oh,
race.
look at this. 4 wide into turn 1. It was never going to work. And we've got a car pointing the wrong way. That is a terrible place to be for the number 38. Not sure who that is.
Rhys Pope.
Rhys Pope was pointing the wrong way, and he had the whole field of senior Rotax karts coming, bearing down on him. We've got a yellow flag out at turn 2 and turn 3.
Well, Lewis Berry was slow away from the first corner as well. I don't know quite where the 31 got tangled up, but 4 abreast, yes, but it was the 101 Phil Howarth who had the inside line. Of course it was, in the gold helmet, and he will lead despite karts being scattered all the way around this pretty much 1 kilometre lap. I think they're all going to be cleared up in time for the yellow flags to be withdrawn as the race leaders ride the curb there, and the first lap will be led by Phil Howarth.
Jensen Watts is the driver in second place. Lewis Ball third. It's Bobby Rosier, Kieran Gifford, James Bart, Mackenzie Stevens, Ryan David Mills, Tommy Lee Davidson. It's Sam Mee rounding off the top 10 with Andy Ambrose, Finlay Watson and Alex Warnaby just outside that top 10. Now then, the question is, can Jensen Watts challenge Philip Howarth? That's the battle for the lead that we're looking at right there. The gold helmet is Philip Howarth. The red and white helmet is Jensen Watts. Behind these two, battling for the lead of the heat. And I tell you what, having just started, they're only on lap 2, and this looks like this one could go on forever. There's a 4-car train behind them for third downwards. But right now, it looks like Watts has got momentum. He pulls alongside into turn 1, and Philip Howarth just taking it. There you go, mate. Off you go, Mr. Watts. And I'm going to follow you round and save my tyres, no doubt. And that's what I mean about clever driving, Johnny. Philip Howarth knew Jensen Watts had the pace out of the Montreal hairpin. It was pointless fighting with him. And I think Philip Howarth realises that Jensen Watson maybe has a bit more pace than he has at this stage.
Well, yeah, and you know, he's picking your battles, isn't it? You don't want to be driving overly defensively, because all that's going to do is draw the long line of cars led by Lewis Ball much, much closer. And actually what Phil wants is Jensen Watts to get ahead. He can use a bit of the toe here and there. Into the Montreal chicane they will go now, and they can both edge away. And then in the closing laps, Howarth might still be close enough to warrant a challenge on Jensen Watts. But the way Jensen Watts is driving right now, I'm not sure that's necessarily going to happen. The 36 looks to have much more speed than kart 101.
Yeah, that looks like it's settling in. Meanwhile, behind them in third, fourth, fifth and sixth, that's maybe where we're going to focus our concentrate our focus on that battle that's developing behind them as Jensen Watts consolidates that lead at the front of the field. There's the battle behind. There's third, fourth, fifth and sixth. If anything, that's where the action's going to be, and already place changes around the top 10 there. Andy Ambrose, it was on the 55, who's gotten into the top 10 there with 3 laps completed. As we continue to watch this race develop, things beginning to string out, I think, behind the two leaders. Kieran Gifford it is in third, Bobby Rosier fourth, Lewis Ball in fifth, sixth is James Bark. Andy Ambrose drops out of the top 10 to 11th.
The other interesting thing, though, from Phil Howarth's point of view, is he'll know vaguely where the karts around him on the grid are in the championship. Jensen Watts doesn't feature in the top 10, so he's not a championship rival right now. Wave him by, he's got the quicker kart, pick up the points for second, which is, well, it's going to be just short of 50 points, 48, 47, I don't know specifically, but it's still a massive points haul, and what you're not doing is putting yourself in danger of those that might be ready to catch you, like Finlay Watson, like Charlie Walsh, who are ahead of Phil Howarth coming into this race meeting.
And also, Johnny, if you are going to try and overdrive to keep Jensen Watts behind you, you're going to reduce the tyre life in what is an already worn set of tyres perhaps for Philip Howarth. So being very clever. There's only 2 points difference between first and second, 50 points for the win, 48 points for the second, and you've got to say, Philip Howarth, he knows how to win a championship.
Totally.
He won the 177 class last year.
I mean, he's only trailing Finley Watson by 6 coming into this race meeting. It's very tight, as you would expect it to be, at the sharp end of the championship table in senior Rotax. So Jenson Watts leading Philip Howarth. This will be a great victory for Jenson and a chance maybe to appear in the top 10 of the championship by the end of this weekend. He's rounding Tarzan Corner now for the 7th time. We've only got a handful of minutes left on the clock, well, 3 of them to be exact. And the fight is still on for 4th, 5th and 6th. Bobby Rosier now in the 4th position in kart 49, ahead of Lewis Ball, James Bark and Ryan David Mills.
So we're inside the final 3 minutes of this 8-minute and 1 lap heat for senior Rotax 162s, and the battle that we are looking at is that battle between Lewis Ball on the 77 with James Bark, Ryan David Mills, Tommy Lee Davis, the karts behind him, and if anything the karts ahead of them, Bobby Rosier, Kieran Gifford in 3rd, Philip Howard 2nd and Jenson Watts just crossing the line now in the lead. This beginning to string out, and the karts that we're looking at now was a challenge there for Ryan David Mills, who goes down the inside on that number 667, and then he points as if to say, okay James, I've just overtaken you, let's catch Lewis Ball ahead. And he's caught Lewis Ball ahead as the number 77 driver looks over his shoulder to see that he's now got the company of a different driver, distinctive in that orange fairing. He'll be able to pick out the fact that it's Ryan David Mills, not James Bark, as they go through that wicker fence area, through the double apex and into the hangar, hairpin and back towards us.
Jenson Watts over the line, not quite able to match his best lap of the race, but he was only 200ths of a second away from it. Really different line this time from Ryan David Mills in his attempt to overtake Lewis Ball, and to the inside line 667 should just I was going to say have the place, but actually no, fair play to Lewis Ball. He had the inside line for the first part of the complex and stays ahead for the time being, but a very wide approach to Tarzan almost presented Ryan David Mills with the perfect opportunity. Again, marginally the faster of these two karts, I would say, but he's got to find a way through.
I think Lewis Ball on that 77 is having to nurse those front tyres. The kart just wouldn't turn coming through the turn 1 Tarzan hairpin. It's not turning at hanger as well. Couldn't get it to change direction, and he lost momentum there, and that's allowed Ryan David Mills through on the exit. And if anything, that number 77 of Lewis Ball, kart's beginning to stack up. Just look at this, understeer. Yeah. He's turning, but he's not turning. And Ryan David Mills had the same problem. Understeer. And just understeered his way off the track. That has allowed Lewis Ball and James Bark ahead. And Finley Watson, championship leader on the 133. He's appeared from nowhere. He's kind of been parachuted in behind the 77. How did he get there? He was the kart that came through on the inside when those two karts ended up on the outside of turn 1.
So Finley Watson, who has worked his way to some decent positions here, leads the championship over Charlie Walsh and Philip Howarth by, well, only a point actually separates him and Charlie Walsh, but 133 trying to make progress as now across the line Lewis Ball and Finley Watson absolutely together. Watson trying to crack open this tin, and he will just guide the 77 towards the turf there, open the steering up, and that prevented Louis Walsh from finding the black stuff.
You know what? I love the NKC for that. We're looking at tyre management at its utmost. We're not throwing tyres and at this championship. You've got to really manage them from round 1 all the way through. And here we are at round 3, and it's clear to me that number 77 is nursing that understeer, and that's where he's losing out. And you don't know what the tyre strategy is for the likes of the 133 Finley Watson leading the championship and showing that his kart had more pace through the turn and especially the exit, as we saw Lewis Ball just understeering off right away around the outside. Here we go again, and look at that, he just can't get the kart to turn and has to just go with it. And right behind him, a kart with a very similar handling characteristic, Ryan David Mills, on that bright orange fairing, he's understeering too and following in his tracks.
So plenty of rubber being laid down, obviously, through the course of yesterday and today, but there's a bit more cloud cover around certainly the first corner now. It's a very small footprint, this Mansell Raceway, of course, but heavy cloud now above us. No real risk of rain. I've just looked at a forecast, despite it looking pretty gloomy overhead. Clock reads 0, and the race win will go to Jenson Watts then, after scampering away from Philip Howarth early days. He finishes second, then Kieran Gifford, Bobby Rosier home in fourth, and Finlay Watson just getting the judgment over Lewis Ball after that overtake a couple of laps ago into Tarzan Corner. But a terrific drive from Jenson Watts. He also managed a fastest lap of the race and was clearly ahead of a lot of them in terms of fastest laps. Did anybody else get close to a 47 flat? No. 47.3 from Kieran Gifford, who finished in third, and the best lap from Phil Howarth, a 47.4 on lap 10 of a 12-lap race. So it's Jenson Watts who wins it by nearly 4 seconds over Phil Howarth, which is some statement to the rest of the competitors in senior Rotax this weekend. Howarth second, Kieran Gifford third, then Bobby Rosier fourth, and then the real fight began between Finlay Watson, who ends up fifth, ahead of Lewis Ball in sixth, Ryan David Mills, who was fifth at one point but dropped down to seventh because of a couple of moments he ran wide, maybe conserving his tyres, and was happy to concede a few positions. So Ryan David Mills seventh, ahead of Jake Davis in eighth, Andy Ambrose ninth, and completing the 10, Tommy Lee Davis. Then it was James Wood 11th, 12th for George Sanders, 13th James Bark and Ollie Goodyear in 14th. Alex Warnaby and Kyle Dunford 15th and 16th, ahead of Sam Wyatt and Sam Mee. Reece Pope, he spun at the first corner of the first lap and had a lot of recovery work to do, but actually came through the order fairly well when you consider that, to finish 19th, ahead of Toby Case. Ben Fakini was 21st. Alexander Mirzoyan was 22nd, Liam Deedman in 23rd, Marcus King 24th, ahead of Henry Stratton, Callum Farley, then it was Lewis Berry, Adam Cerner, Jamie Hardy, Mackenzie Stevens and Ari Barker. Another retirement, unfortunately, for Ari.
Delighted Andy Ambrose got a top 10 finish there. Andy coming all the way down from the northeast, and absolutely excited at the start of this season to be part of this national championship. I think it's the first time Andy's been part of a national championship. He races up at Warden Law and of course at Teesside and places up north. So happy to see that he got a great result there. Hello to Aaron Humphreys, who is supporting James Wood, who was just out in that race. For now though, we look towards the Minimax class for the smallest grid of karts on the track at the moment. Lucy Lovell and Sonny Morgan are on row 1, and it's those two karters that will lead the pack of Minimax into turn 1 to start their second heat of the weekend. And I can report that everyone is into and out of the turn 1 Tarzan hairpin. There they are into turn 2. And once again, everybody negotiating that one without too much fuss and bother.
And it looks to have been a good getaway for those on the front few rows. Actually, Kasueri Wojciech, who leads now in the 33, so having come from fourth position.
Fourth. Yeah,
so you would have expected that, because Wojciech has had a good meeting so far, and at least one top 3 to date. Well, he's only had one heat, and that was definitely a top 3, so on course to repeat that feat, and quite possibly with a race win. Lucy Lavelle in second position, and Lucy over the curb there, which will compromise her top speed, or at least getting there down the start-finish straight, and again very sideways indeed. That will allow Daniel Haynes in kart 4 to get a little closer, and also in the queue Daniel Parsons, number 79.
Well, we've got our timing bar on the live stream doing its own thing, it seems, Johnny. It's Vizarek, who won the second heat at round 2 at Rowrah. He went on to win the final. He's on schedule to copy that at the moment. Lucy Lovell it is in second place, following him round. Daniel Haynes third, Daniel Parsons fourth, Seb Corking, championship leader, coming into this round fifth, Leo Basterfield sixth, Eddie Stewart and Sonny Morgan started on the front row, finds himself way down in it, and I'm not really sure what happened to Sonny Morgan there, Johnny, because from what I could see, everyone seemed to negotiate the first lap of this race in good order. They've completed 2 laps now. and the gap to the leader, Vicerek, and Lovell in second is almost 9/10 of a second.
Yeah, Sonny Morgan, we know, has got a quick kart, but whether that was just wrong place at the wrong time and couldn't turn into the complex because there were so many karts going for the racing line. But now as things settle down, it might be that Sonny Morgan can start to pick them off one by one. The 27 kart then going through the S's now and around the picket fence into Hanger Corner for the third time. And Vicerek then, who is out front in the 33, ignore being shown in 7th position. It's that car clipping the curb as Lucy Lavelle peers over her shoulder to see how close the 4th place kart is, and that is the number 4 of Daniel Haynes. So the one we're missing on the scoring tower on the live stream is kart 33. Insert that into 1st rather than 7th, and you should have vaguely the right order.
Doing a great job there in 2nd is Lucy Lovell. Daniel Haynes, we know how quick Daniel Haynes is. He's carrying the number 4, 4th in the championship last year. And as I say that, Daniel Haynes drops behind Leo Basterfield, who's gone ahead. Him and Sonny Morgan, making their way up the order, have gotten ahead of Seb Corking quite readily, leaving Corking behind a little bit. Seb struggling with pace, it seems, this weekend. He's raced here before, but he's beginning to lose sight of Sonny Morgan now as Morgan gaps him to the extent of almost half a second there. Basterfield it was ahead of Daniel Haynes, and now Basterfield chases after Lucy Lavelle. Still Lavelle hanging on to that 2nd place. Vicerek still leading in the yellow and blue liveried kart, just ahead of that one. There's Lucy Lavelle, the number 16. And there's the 119, Basterfield, looking very, very racy indeed. He's got Sonny Morgan now ahead of Daniel Haynes. And Basterfield and Morgan have made their way up. Morgan will be kicking himself for starting on the front row, dropping down to what was 8th place, and now making his way back up. His recovery driver's got him to 4th already. And he'll want to improve on that, using all of that curb on the exit of the Montreal chicane there, Johnny.
So Casaveri Vicerek still with the race lead and not needing to defend at this point. But yes, Sonny Morgan is definitely on the march and now running in, well, nearly 3rd. Challenge is on again though. Leo Basterfield all over the rear bumper of 27 Sonny Morgan, and Basterfield to the inside line but can't brake late enough into turn 4 to pick the number 27 kart off. Into Interlagos hairpin they will go now. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, as quick as you can say those numbers. And around the fence once again. This is lap 6 then of what will probably be an 8 or 9 lap, or maybe a bit more than that, 10 lap race perhaps in the 8 minutes and the extra lap that we tack on to the end. 3 minutes to go. And whereas Vicerek looked comfortable maybe 2 or 3 minutes ago, he's definitely being caught by that chasing pack, Joe.
Yeah, he's definitely being caught. Lucy Lovell doing a great job. She's going to have Sonny Morgan literally diving down the inside at turn 2. He did that just as I mentioned him. So he's made a very swift move there on Lucy Lavelle. And they're just coming through the twist there, just diving down, making that gap. You've got to take a very late apex at that hairpin, and you can't help it, but you leave a gap. And, you know, Sonny Morgan there taking full advantage of that. And now Sonny Morgan looks to me as though he's gotten ahead of Vicerek.
I agree.
He has indeed, out of the Hanger turn and down towards the Montreal chicane, back towards the paddock they come, through that chicane, and it'll be Sonny Morgan, having started on the front row, dropping to weight, as now, with 2 minutes remaining, made his way all the way back to the front of this field.
So tremendous effort from Sonny Morgan. He will have been kicking himself at whatever quite happened at the start of the race where he lost positions, but he hasn't let that affect him up until now, and got his head down, not too flustered in traffic, and now is starting to just edge away from Casaveri Vicerek in 2nd position. Lucy Lovell in 3rd, looking for an opening then ahead of her on the 33 kart. No way through there, and having to attack and defend, which is a difficult place to be. Leo Basterfield ready to pounce at the Hanger hairpin, but they will stay line astern. Another glance over her shoulder for Lucy Lavelle. As now through the Montreal chicane they come for the 7th time. Still plenty of time left on the clock.
You know what, Johnny? The 1st to 7th is one train of karts here in Minimax. I mentioned Seb Corking struggling to stay on the back of this train. He's not now. He's right on the bumper of Daniel Haynes, the number 4 in 5th. And if anything, was that Corking who spun? I think just as I said that, Corking challenged Daniel Haynes and has a spin coming into this. And yes, gets it all on the curb, challenging, ran out of space basically as Haynes turned into the corner and took his rightful line. And Corking, all of a fluster, ends up pointing the wrong way and all the way. I think that'll drop him to the back of the field if he didn't get recovery and recovered back to the track as quickly as he could. He has. It's not too bad.
As that Seb Corking spin was happening, though, Leo Basterfield was overtaking Lucy Lovell, and Lovell was getting him back again through turn 3. So actually, Basterfield was ahead of Lovell for literally turn 2, and then it all changed again. And the 119 is now ahead.
Yeah, Basterfield ahead of Lovell.
So did cement that a couple of corners ago, and now charging up the inside, Daniel Haynes for Lucy Lovell to lose another place where she's actually been driving pretty well. But Haynes, from a long way back, we've seen that happen a number of times already today. The overtake at turn 2. Only once have we seen an overtake into 3, and that was from the local driver in an earlier heat. But a commonplace move into turn 2, and a cracking one at that.
Corking's recovered well from that error and back onto the tail of this train of carts. He's got Lucy Lovell just behind him. Daniel Haynes now moving ahead of Lucy. Daniel Haynes moving ahead of the number 79 as well. So that's Daniel Parsons who's gotten ahead. Is that Lucy Lovell coming through on Parsons? Yes, it is. In fact, Parsons coming back at her. And Corking down the inside of the 79. Parsons, who moved through. Parsons hangs on to that line. Doing the switchback, did Corking. Pointing in his helmet. Let's think. Time's run out, though. It'll be the 1 lap to go board. If not, the checkered flags. I've lost complete track of where we were and whether or not they've had the 1 lap to go board, Johnny. So it might be that we've got either the 1 lap to go board. It is the lap. We're on the last lap, so it's checkered flag this time by. We've had so much movement in the last 2 laps of this race as the leader, Sonny Morgan, takes the checkered flag just ahead of these carts. What we're looking at there, there's Sonny Morgan through. Viserek is second, Basterfield third, Lucy Lovell back ahead of Daniel Haynes on the final lap and takes a very well-earned 4th place for Lucy. Daniel Haynes it was then 5th, Sebastian Corking 6th, Daniel Parsons 7th, Eddie Stewart 8th, Max Carlton 9th, Riley Thatcher it was in 10th, and then Jensen Cox finds himself finishing in 11th spot.
Something a bit spooky happening with the timing on all of our screens, actually on the penultimate lap, because Sonny Morgan was timed as a full lap ahead of everybody else, but it did all sort itself out in those closing stages, and Sonny Morgan wins after 11 laps by 1.1 seconds over Kasiveri Vicerek in the 33 car. Then Leo Basterfield 119 having a race-long duel with Lucy Lovell, which was brilliant to watch. Lucy will be kicking herself a little bit, but at least she did get a place back again on Daniel Haynes, as Haynes picked her off with about a lap and a half to go into turn 2. She got the better of cart number 4, though, on that final tour. So Haynes making do with 5th ahead of Sebastian Corking. And then Parsons, Stewart, Carlton, Thatcher and Jensen Cox, the final cart of the 11 that started, and all managed to complete the 11 laps that was available to them. That result, of course, remains provisional for the time being. We had a number of amended results from yesterday's action after probably various questions being raised by carters or those associated with them. But we're going to turn our attention back to the Rotax 177s next. This, incredibly, is race 15 already of the weekend, Joe.
We seem to have constantly had a stream of 177 Rotaxes out on track, haven't we? This one has Adam Marlins and Adam Sadler, the two Adams, sharing the front row. Tyler Fossey and Ian Branfield are on row 2 with Will Milner, Oliver Smith, Michael Mallet and Jason Bear. Zach Bolton Fan Club. Zach starting 9th for your information. Gary Cox alongside. They've got Leo Hunt, Brendan Smith, Steve Gilliam, Matt Ogden, Alex Thomas, Richard Evans, Harrison Crook and Stuart Baker are on row 9. Row 10 is Billy Clark and Adrian Smith. Then we've got Chris Sivia, Oliver Moss, Ben Hitch, Daniel Hammett, Tyler Kelsey, Matteo Zanetti. Look forward to Matteo moving through the order. Dan Fleckney also, he will move through the order. Colin Campbell, Tim Dollar at the back, and Brian McCready rounding off the 30 cart field. They're already with us, Johnny, about to go green as they come in very ordered fashion towards our starter.
Yeah, and good space between the two rows as well, although it gets very harum-scarum as they unleash the throttle, and just about everyone has weathered the storm there. Adam Sadler up the inside for the race lead from the second position, and starting to open up a bit of a gap on kart number 9 of Oliver Smith, who's made a really good start. If that is Ollie, from 6th to 2nd in the space of a few corners. So Sadler leads from Oliver Smith, although Smith now overtaken by a hard-charging Ian Branfield, and Branfield was the star in the earlier heat in the 177s. Branfield could win this, for my money, because of the pace we know, single lap speed that kart is carrying, and he just makes some fine adjustments coming out of Hanger Corner into the Montreal chicane to tick off the first of a number of laps in this race, Joe.
Here we go then, 1 lap completed, and down the inside has gone Branfield, and he will take the lead. He has indeed taken the lead from Adam Sadler, who hung on vainly to that lead on that first lap. They're through the turn 2 hairpin, turn 3 now, down the blast, quick blast to the turn 4 hairpin. It's a very similar sequence of corners, this 4 and 5. Right hand hairpin followed immediately by a left hand hairpin. Be patient, get the power on now, and then snake the kart through those sweeping bends towards the Hanger turn, the furthest part of the track away from us, and then turning through that 200-degree hairpin and back towards the Montreal chicane. We've got a change of position for second into the Montreal chicane. It was Oliver Smith down the inside of Branfield, and 3 karts nose to tail into turn 1 at Tarzan. The number 67 Adam Sadler wanting to get back at Oliver Smith but being unable to, and he's got, if he had mirrors, they'd be full of Harrison Crook, Johnny.
Absolutely, yeah, left and right. Harrison's trying everything to get through. Tyler Fossey also in the queue, well, not quite there, but soon to join, as now Harrison Crook darts to the inside at turn 4 and will pick off Adam Sadler. And Sadler with no immediate response. I think it's just going to be a case of, well, you're quicker than me in this phase of the race, and allow him through and see what sort of damage he can do, in the metaphorical sense, so we say, to Ollie Smith and to Ian Branfield. But Branfield really starting to open up that gap at the head of the order, as I feared for everybody else. Over the line will go Branfield. He's just done a 48.1. Everybody else at least 0.2 of a second slower. Oliver Smith under a hard-charging Harrison Cook. No way by yet. Actually, Harrison's got a face full or a mirror full of Adam Sadler. And did Sadler get back in front then?
No,
the run into turn 2.
No, we've got I think we've got Stuart Baker. That's moved ahead of Sadler as well.
Okay, yes.
Into turn 2. We've seen that move happen many times. You have to leave the door open to take the optimum line, but you have to be well offline to defend. Those karts really leaning on those right-hand tyres through that double apex left-hand sweep towards Hanger. That's the Montreal chicane where they're at the moment. Sliding the kart through there is our second place kart of Oliver Smith. It's Ian Branfield that leads by 1.7 seconds there, 4 laps completed. We are half a minute away from half distance, as Smith in second, Crook in third, Baker, Sadler, Fossey, Thomas, Michael Mallet in 8th, Richard Evans 9th, and Zach Bolton has got his teammate Steve Gilly right with them, battling for 10th and 11th.
So Gilly trying to take a slightly different approach, as Stuart Baker and Harrison Crook now start taking chunks out of one another, with Stuart Baker a very good overtake on the underside of Indianapolis, I think, or if not turn 4. So there was a place change there as well, as now Oliver Smith down to the Montreal chicane, leaping the curbs, and a look over Stuart Baker's shoulder to see where Harrison Crook is. Crook, though, not quite close enough to capitalise into Tarzan hairpin. Gap back to Adam Sadler, then to Tyler Fossey, and the next nearest scrap is Alex Thomas versus Richard Evans. Michael Mallet not far away either for 7th, 8th and 9th, but focusing in on the scrap for second position. A couple of looks in fact for Stuart Baker on the approach to turn 4, but no way by there. Baker much faster, I would say, than Oliver Smith though.
Stuart Baker actually the fastest lap of the race so far, 47.984. They're lapping in the 48s, just outside of the 47s. But Baker, no doubt about it, he is the fastest man on this track, and right now he's about to challenge Oliver Smith for that second place out of the Montreal chicane down towards Tarzan. Textbook move down the inside, both of the karts sliding on the brakes, and he's made it stick as Stuart Baker accelerates out of Tarzan towards the turn 2 hairpin. Very, very tight, keeping the kart to the middle of the road before you turn right into the turn 3 hairpin, and then out onto that back straight. By the time they get to 4, Stuart Baker has got a little bit of a kart's length cushion between himself and Oliver Smith.
Finally, a slight break in the cloud as more sun beats down on certainly the Tarzan corner and the complex, but at the far end of the circuit, past the picket fence, goes this second, third and fourth place fight. Ian Branfield will be very grateful not to have to be involved with this. Branfield starting from 4th. He made the lead his own very early on, and it's now about building that lead without taking too much out of the tyre. Stuart Baker into clear air, the new fastest kart on the track at a 47.7, but Branfield's lap not too shabby at all. How busy is it further behind though around Tarzan corner, but we'll quite rightly focus in on the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place karts leaving the complex and down that short straight to turn 4.
Beginning to get that stage of the race where if you are going to make a move down the order and improve on your position, time is running out. We're inside the final 2 minutes now. The Zach Bolton fan club will be happy to hear that Zach is up to 9th and inside that top 10. He's left his teammate Steve Gilly behind in 11th. Michael Mallet is the kart between them. Meanwhile, we look at the number 9 through the Montreal hairpin. That's Oliver Smith in that solid 3rd place there. Ahead of him, Ian Branfield. A gap of 2.1 seconds is the lead to Stuart Baker. We'll see if Stuart's not lapping as quick as... Stuart Baker is lapping quicker than anyone else. 47.6. 0.3 of a second quicker than Branfield. Now then, time running out to take the overall lead of this heat in this class of karts. And as we look further down the order, Johnny, what's that we've got?
Alex Thomas heading Zach Bolton, Steve Gilly and everybody else, I reckon. Is that the 7? Yes, it is. So Alex Thomas just about fending off Zach Bolton with his fan club far and wide. Also in the queue, Steve Gilly in the 26. But Ben Hitch, I reckon's got ahead of Steve Gilly because it's the 3 car that comes next. 2 abreast almost to the Montreal chicane. Very sideways indeed, but Alex Thomas, for the time being, stays in front in 6th position.
If anything, it looks like Zach Bolton has been tripped up by Alex Thomas, but down the inside, having to defend from the number 3 of Ben Hitch, and there's nothing Zach could do. And Steve Gilly taking an opportunity there to follow Hitch through. Zach says, what are you doing? Get back, Steve Gilly. You're not having that one. And now we've got the 2 LRG karts having fallen behind Ben Hitch and that kart of Alex Thomas. Zach Bolton had a go getting by him. And who is that? That's the number 7 of Alex Thomas now being overtaken by Ben Hitch. So Ben Hitch up 2 places in 1 lap there, Johnny. And as we've got 0 time on the board, that's the last lap board, I think, there for the leader.
Yep. So Branfield out of Tarzan to the complex for the final time. And looking up the inside there, a place change between Richard Evans and Adam Sadler. Was Evans right with Sadler? He was. So that's a place change for 4th. Evans in kart 4.
We've lost Steve Gilly. Steve Gilly, who was hanging on to the back of Zach Bolton, has disappeared and he's dropped down the order. I think he's out there on the track. I think he's stranded. He's dropping down the order down to 25th now. So Steve Gilly out after challenging his teammate from the LRG Motorsport camp and didn't quite make it happen. We are heading towards the checkered flag, and it's Ian Branfield, Johnny, who takes it now. Stuart Baker, he reduced the gap to 1.3 seconds, would you believe? Yeah. So he certainly had pace and takes the fastest lap of the race on that final lap. Oliver Smith was Oliver Smith was 3rd, Richard Evans 4th, Adam Sadler 5th, Ben Hitch 6th. Then we've got Alex Thomas, great 8th place for Zach Bolton. His fan club will be happy. Michael Mallet it was who was finished 9th. Gary Cox rounds off the top 10. We've then got Oliver Moss, Brendan Smith, Will Milner, Matt Ogden, Tim Darlow 15th from the back of the grid. Jason Bear in 16th. Tyler Kelsey, Daniel Hammond, Colin Campbell, Dan Fleckney, Brian McCready, Billy Clark, Adam Malins, and Tyler Fossey was the last finisher. We lost Steve Gilly on lap 9, Chris Sivia on lap 9 also, and Harrison Crook on lap 7. Wow.
Terrific race.
Terrific,
that.
yeah, absolutely.
And Ian Branfield, will be very happy with his day so far. He finished second earlier on, and by the time he got into second, it was just too much of a margin to close for Ian and the 146 kart, but that was a lot better for him. He knew he had a better race start, or a better grid start later in the weekend, and wasted absolutely no time at all, rising from the second row to the lead. And then he had like a second and a half to lean back on a little bit, so he could rein back the pace despite Stuart Baker's best efforts. As you say, Baker 0.2 of a second quicker here and there, but it wasn't enough to shave completely into the 1.3 seconds.
When you go into a heat, Johnny, you look at that grid and you know who's who. And you think, and Ian Branfield will know, right, he's going to be coming, so I need to get ahead of whoever and I need to break away because I know they're going to come. And if Ian Branfield had left it any later, the gap at the end there, 1.3 seconds, that's all he needed, isn't it? That's all Stuart Baker needed. Another, if he'd been held up by 1.3 seconds, let's say, before he made that move for the lead, he would have had Stuart Baker crawling over him into the final 2 laps.
True.
So they are aware. You've got to be aware of who you're going to be racing with.
But it was the hard work for me that Ian did in the early phase of the race, which meant he could then drive at 75% in the closing stages, because he knew, as quick as Stuart Baker may be,
that's exactly what I mean.
He wasn't going to catch him. And you can rein back the tyre wear in that respect as well, because you've done the hard work early on.
Yeah.
There's a lot of science involved in this NKC racing, Junction 6 NKC racing, that you don't initially see on the surface. Wonderful racing, but what you've got to think about is lots of different varied starts through the course of the weekend, and there's then expectation. You can't win every race, but what's a good finish in terms of accumulating points consistently?
We talked to a number of drivers that you would have seen in the break on the paddock show, and perhaps the subject that I wanted to talk to people about was there was a lot of criticism about mixed grid racing coming off the back of round 2. At the same weekend, we had the other big IKR National Series, the UKC, and they had the same critique of driving standards, and everybody was kind of aiming it at the series organisers, that they need to sort it out, and they need to have and the NKC, Chris Cox and Ollie have reacted to that criticism. They've implemented more stewards, more observers, a bigger penalty aspect to any bad driving.
Yeah.
But what it was fundamentally lacking coming from the karting community was drivers actually taking responsibility for their driving behaviour. And I've got to say, overall, we've had some fantastic racing. And I've got to say, round of applause, everybody out there so far. We're not at the finals yet, though, so touch wood. But everybody's been driving really, really well. We've had some great overtakes. We've had some very clever and sensible racing.
Yeah.
Now, once again, I'm seeing that, and we've got the juniors out there. Junior Rotax. Bradley's going to be eating his words, no doubt, as we've got Finlay Underwood and Mitchell Mulvey leading this field of juniors round. Behind them, Danny May Reid and Joel Bowden, Jacob Bainham and Presley Walker, Ethan Wyatt, Louis Rees on row 4, row 5 is Levi Earl and Jasmine Taylor as we get underway.
So good start for Finlay Underwood on the inside of the front row, and he will lead coming out of Tarzan for the first time. There are 4 further karts though squabbling for the next positions, and Underwood almost overtaken on the underside there, but Underwood weathers the storm, and that was trying to work out which kart that was but we've got several off, and there you go. Joe Bradley Kerr strikes again on the exit of turn 3. 1, 2, 3 karts off into the wall. 4 in fact, one hidden away there behind, arms thrown up for 64, which is Freddie Theobald.
Levi Goodyear, I think, is one of them in that white liveried kart. Yes. These karts have got starters.
Okay.
So, push button starters. You can restart the karts as the front of the field, though, the front of the Junior Rotax, heat 4 for these runners, comes underneath the gantry. Finlay Underwood leads, Mitchell Mulvey second, Presley Walker third, Joel Bowden is in fourth. Then we've got Danny May Reid, Ethan Wyatt, Levi Earl, Ernie Overton, Tom Holden, it's Louis Rees that rounds off that top 10.
And we perhaps should repeat that Mason Perrin and Billy Edgecombe are sitting out this heat because they've already had 3 heats each. I reckon Billy Edgecombe closed in on Mason Perrin by 10 points, and the gap was only 22 coming here, so he's virtually halved the gap in the first 3 heats, and there's more points on offer for the final. So the survivors after that opening lap skirmish, there are still yellows being waved at the complex, but otherwise we're green elsewhere around the racetrack. Exit of the Montreal chicane. Finlay Underwood will complete lap 2 in front by half a second over Presley Walker, Mitchell Mulvey, Ethan Wyatt, Joel Bowden and Levi Earl completing the top 6.
On to the third lap then, and it's all to play for, isn't it? We've got a string of karts there. All right, they look evenly spaced out, but that can disappear in a moment, a matter of seconds, as they close back up again. Everybody just beginning to suss who they've got in front of them. Ethan Wyatt there, just lining up the Mitchell Mulvey kart ahead of him. And Ethan, whose brother Sam Wyatt, moving into seniors, having won this class of karting in the NKC last year. Both Ethan and Sam Wyatt ran by their dad, and their dad an aeronautical engineer, so you can imagine their attention to detail going on their karts, and doing very well. Ethan moving ahead there for a moment, but Mitchell Mulvey got back ahead and down the inside again. He does it. Oh, and switch back again. That's happened twice, turn 1 and turn 2. These two having an absolute ding-dong. Mitchell Mulvey did the switchback at turn 1. Ethan Wyatt came through down the inside, but then went wide, and Mulvey just be patient and switched it back and then retook that position. This is going to continue.
By corner 3 of 1 lap, Wyatt had been ahead twice and still trails Mitchell Mulvey, who is third. Then it is Ethan Wyatt, who must be thinking, what on earth do I need to do to cement this third position and go after the 2 race leaders who are getting closer to one another. Underwood versus Walker now down to 0.2 of a second, because there was a 2/10 gain there by the chasing Presley Walker. Yeah. They arrive at the complex together, and Walker to the inside to take the place, although Underwood trying every trick in the book to get back ahead as they hit the straight. 1-1-0 is now ahead of kart 12.
Presley Walker, he was looking very racy, wasn't he? He's actually made the move. And I thought he was going to make the move out of the Montreal chicane, but he clipped the exit curbing there and lost a bit of momentum, but he still made that move. We've got 4 karts in that train of Mitchell Mulvey, Ethan Wyatt, Levi Earl and Ernie Overton now, just behind these leaders. Underwood not letting Walker get too far away as they come underneath the gantry into the Tarzan hairpin. You know what, Johnny, that was well named, mate. That does look like the Tarzan hairpin at Zandvoort.
There you go. We could be in Holland right now with the beach just the other side.
You've got to have Formula One names for the corners here at Mansell Raceway.
Quite agree.
I mean, you know, we're paying homage to Nigel Mansell's Formula One career after all. Well, so that's Interlagos, where they are now.
And we've got Hangar Corner, named after Hangar Straight.
Yeah,
and the fact that there's a hangar here as well. At the Raceway.
That's very apt. That's Hangar Corner there.
And surely Mansell's been up the Goodwood hill climb at some point over the years. So the picket fence wall as well, after the Flint wall, which is the double left-hander Montreal chicane at the end of the lap.
Where he famously took his hand off the gear lever and let the engine die and didn't take the win at the Canadian Grand Prix that year. What year was that? I think it was 91 when he did that. You probably not want reminding of that one.
Yeah, maybe not a highlight, but nevertheless, it is. Well, I saw that sequence of corners, was reminded of the end of the Grand Prix lap in Canada. So they're starting to pair off a little bit now. We have a real dice for the lead between Presley Walker and Finlay Underwood. Ethan Wyatt and Ernie Overton now embroiled in their own little battle, and that is the 6 and the 128 karts heading into Hangar Hairpin.
And Levi Earl has followed them through ahead of Mitchell Mulvey, who finds himself now down in 6th. Behind Mitchell Mulvey in 6th, now Joel Bowden, Danny May Reid, Tom Holden, Louis Rees still rounding off that top 10. But here's a challenge coming into that first turn. Ethan Wyatt and Ernie Overton looking down his inside, and see the line that Ethan Wyatt took there. He kept that door closed, and there down the inside has gone Ernie Overton, and he's made it happen into turn 3. Kart number 10, Levi Earl, challenges Ethan as well and gets by. So Ethan Wyatt has lost out twice there. There's the opportunist move down the inside at the hairpin at turn 3, and that just pushes Ethan Wyatt completely wide onto the marbles, I think, and he lost traction, didn't he? And that allowed Levi Earl into a position to overtake into the hairpin at 4.
Yeah, couldn't really respond, Ethan Wyatt, because he was out almost in the weeds, certainly away from having all 4 tyres still on the asphalt. And it's tricky on the exit of Tarzan as well. So easy to allow with a kart to wash out. And when you're out in that grasscrete, the green stuff, there's not as much grip as the main track offers, quite clearly. As now down the short, sharp straight goes Presley Walker. And 110. Look to have karts in front there. I wonder whether he's catching traffic already. No, he's into clear air again now, Presley Walker, leading by 0.6 of a second. We're on lap 9. Inside a minute to go then, but still good lap times being produced, 47, 48 second laps, and the leader will cross the line.
45.
Yeah, okay.
So it'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by for Presley Walker. Ernie Overton in 3rd, just behind Finlay Underwood in 2nd there. And whether or not the number 6 of Ethan Wyatt can come back at Levi Earl, that's certainly what Wyatt will have in his mind. These two carrying the number 6 and number 10, because that's where they finished in the 2022 NKC Championship.
Mitchell Mulvey and Benjamin Bartlett getting close to catching this scrap as well, so look out for them in 6th and 7th in the 3-digit numbers, 155 and treble 4, now hitting that final straight before the chicane.
Here they come then out of the Montreal chicane, and Wyatt does look as though he's got pace enough to perhaps challenge Earl, but he sits there, says be in his wheel tracks, onto the final lap then, and I'm not sure whether Ethan Wyatt has enough in the toolkit to get by the number 10. Just catches the oversteer there, does Levi Earl, and then turns through that number 3 hairpin into turn 4. That's a hairpin, and then into turn 5, which is the Interlagos named left-hand hairpin that fires you out towards the top end of the track there, the hangar bend right beside the airfield hangar there. Here they come then down towards the checkered flag. It is for Presley Walker, who takes a very fine heat win from Finlay Underwood in 2nd. Ernie Overton was right on his tail at the line there, and I tell you what, another lap and Overton would have been ahead of Underwood, but he finishes in 3rd. Levi Earl 4th, Ethan Wyatt sits there in 5th. We then had Benjamin Bartlett, Mitchell Mulvey in 7th, Tom Holden 8th, Louis Rees in 9th, Jasmine Taylor, another top 10 finish for Jasmine. And then we had Joel Bowden in 11th, Alfie Bushell, Maxim Smith, Freddie Worlock, Reese Green, Taylor Dixon, Lewin Hughes, Ollie Morris, Charlie Cox, Jacob Bainham finishes in 20th, 21st is Danny May Reid, Frank Ward, Alex Fraser, Joshua Della Carta, Rafi Celentano, Daniel Davies in 26th, the recovering Levi Goodyear. Billy Vogt is in 28th, 10 laps completed for Billy. Not sure what happened to him. We lost Lewis Llewellyn on lap 5, and we lost Freddie Theobald in our at the start. Actually didn't complete 1 lap.
Well, Billy Voot earlier on in the weekend was involved early on today. In fact, was involved in the start line shunt. So yes, that kart will have been repaired, bent axle we think on the number 19, but when you're doing repairs on the fly, it's not necessarily straightening everything out to be.
That definitely needed a rear axle. So
well, there you go.
Quickly replaced the rear axle.
Yeah, so a brand new part, but then it's never. I can imagine it's never quite the same kart after the repairs as it was beforehand.
I mean, it should be, Johnny. It should be. You know, you
literally plug a new part in, and it's
the rear axle, so that, you know, you would have the track is adjustable. You know, it just basically bolts in. So the only variable on the rear axle is the actual width of the track. You know, 2 bearing, 3 bearing. It's basically just bolts.
We don't know whether the other end.
I don't know. I don't know how bad his steering geometry was.
I remember Billy Voot yesterday being up in the top 3, and he's just not been able to replicate that result since then. But the start line crash certainly did not help matters. I can barely see the straight between turns 1 and 2, which must mean the TKMs are returning to the racetrack.
You are absolutely spot on. It's their second heat of the weekend. Molly Nicholas Biles as we'll start from the pole position. Chris Whiteside alongside Molly. And then on the second row, Matthew Temple, Purcell and Charlie King. Got Ollie Milner and Leo Crabtree on row 3. Row 4 is Joseph Booth and Gordon Smith. James King and Matt Slate on row 5. Row 6 is James Hull and Ryan Layton. Louis Bevan, current champion, on row 7 with Tom Johnson. Ben Watson, Will Cregeen on row 8. Row 9 is Steve King, Matt Cardwell. Joseph Phillips and Mitchell Ball on row 10. Adam Crofts-Davies and Jason Lovett. And then Alexander Lehman and Callan Lamont will finish off this 24 kart field. We're already and out and underway, Johnny.
Yeah, and Molly Nicholas Biles has got swallowed up there, both to her left and to her right, although she's trying to fight back into the complex for the first time. But a good run for Charlie King to muscle his way to the front from 4th position, and he's pursued by Leo Crabtree, who's basically followed him through from 6th place. So the 4th and the 6th place starters now lead the kart race, with in 3rd it's the 65, which is Matthew Temple Purcell running in 3rd position.
Great start from everyone. Everybody getting through clean already at the hangar turn and heading back towards us. Into the chicane they go then. And out the leader, Charlie King, on the barrel. Crosses the line. 1 lap completed then. And it's Leo Crabtree, as you said, Johnny, in 2nd. Matthew Temple Purcell, Ollie Milner, Joseph Booth, Molly Nicholas Biles down to 6th, Ryan Layton, Gordon Smith, James King and James Hull. Rounding off the top 10, just outside the top 10 is that number 1 of Louis Bevan, so just keep an eye out for his progress through the field.
Yeah, so great getaways from the left-hand side of the grid for both Charlie King and the pursuing Leo Crabtree. Matthew Temple Purcell could yet offer enough pace to go with them. And Ollie Milner, who's been there or thereabouts through his first heats, shouldn't be too far away in the 62. In fact, he's already starting to pressurise and also be caught, in fact, by Joseph Booth in the 45. So that's the closest fight on track at the moment. Running 3rd and 4th, Milner ahead of Joseph Booth, both in front of Temple Purcell.
Keeping that momentum out of turn 1, Charlie King using all of that green asphalt on the runoff there just to maintain the speed out of there. It's still that battle for between the 62, Ollie Milner and Joseph Booth. 62 and 45, they're into the left-hand Interlagos hairpin and then out through the right and left-hand sweeps. That leads them onto Hanger Straight, and the 45 of Joseph Booth would want to get a good slingshot out onto the straight towards the chicane. And this is where, if anything's going to develop, we will see it develop here. If anything, they are catching the 44 of Leo Crabtree. That's Ollie Milner, Joseph Booth catching the kart in 2nd place as the leader, Charlie King, like I say, continuing to use all of that road. Late apex turn into turn 2, and then a 3-kart battle now, Johnny, for that 2nd place. Out onto the short burst towards the hairpin at 4, and then we've got the number 44, Leo Crabtree, indicating to the drivers behind him, let's catch Charlie King ahead of us. Let's not squabble and let Charlie King get away from us, because he already has. 1.5 seconds is the gap.
And after only 3 minutes of the race, so yeah, they'll be rather scratching their heads a little bit here and wanting for 3 karts to travel through the air slightly better than the lone kart that leads with the Dayglow yellow helmet for Charlie King. So over the curb there goes Crabtree, Milner a touch as well, cleanly through the Montreal chicane. More cleanly, I would say, was the Booth kart. And 45 getting really close again to the back of this 2nd, 3rd and 4th place fight. But in danger of allowing Charlie King into a unrelinquishing lead for this 2nd heat of the weekend for the senior TKMs. So what we're talking, 100cc, 2-stroke engines? 115?
110cc, these new TKMs. You know, Nick used to race TKMs.
I didn't know.
Nick did a bit of
how
TKM.
come he's never mentioned that to me?
Because he ended up in A&E with a dislocated shoulder.
Okay, so not a good story to tell.
No.
He could have stopped before the hospital visit, in fairness. It would have sounded very impressive. Anyway, Crabtree on the defensive, this time to Milner and Booth. And that means that Molly Nicholas Biles is closing in. Now, she rather misjudged, for me, the Tarzan hairpin at the start, because she started from pole position and allowed the 4 karts that now lead her through. But she's just now the scrap really starting to liven up.
Ollie Milner, Joseph Booth. It was Ollie Milner that made the move down the inside of Leo Crabtree into turn 2. And Joseph Booth said, yeah, wait for me, I'm coming too. And both of those carts now ahead of the 44. But look who's joining in, like you said. Molly Nicholas-Biles there, hanging on to that train of 3. She's got Leo Crabtree in the 44 just ahead of her. And and a bit of contact there, knocking Ollie Milner sideways. That hasn't really affected him, it looks like. And he was very lucky to get away with keeping that cart going forward. There's 4 carts now, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place carts absolutely together. And who's that behind them as we've got to move there, Johnny?
Joseph Booth ahead. It's Booth's contact on the back of Milner, which very nearly replicated what we had earlier on in the day. One cart climbing another. Actually, Booth did well to get out of the power, I think, to avoid further contact and fully spinning Ollie Milner. But the place change has happened now at Tarzan at the start of the 7th lap. Joseph Booth running 2nd ahead of 62 Ollie Milner, and then the carts in behind still the same order: Crabtree, Nicholas-Biles and Louis Bevan in number 1.
Tremendous race all the time that these carts are squabbling over these positions. Charlie King is saying thank you very much, there's 3.5 second gap, thank you. What was it last time? 3.4, 3.9. So they continue to allow that lead to extend for Charlie King. Meanwhile, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and now 6th with Louis Bevan on the number 1, just joining the party. They follow one another through 2 and 3, heading down towards 4. Louis Bevan looking like he's lining up Molly Nicholas-Biles, and he does down the inside. Oh my goodness, he used a tin opener there, didn't he? Oh, and Biles comes back at him. Nicholas-Biles comes back at him and keeps that 5th place, and these two now beginning to drop away from the 3 in front of them, as she has to defend from Louis Bevan, and as she does so, that's allowing Matthew Temple-Purcell to join the party.
Molly didn't have a good run through the Montreal chicane there, and here comes from a long way back the number 1 of Louis Bevan to slot past Nicholas-Biles. So Molly Nicholas-Biles now down to 6th, and Ben Watson on her tail now as well. Lots of unusual lines, including from Molly, and that was Watson slotting through. So she's just slightly out of her stride now, Molly Nicholas-Biles, after the pressure told from Louis Bevan and Ben Watson, who gained places. Still in front of them, it is 45, Joseph Booth, leading that scrap for 2nd position ahead of Milner and Crabtree.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate for Molly. She got kind of muscled out by Louis Bevan at turn 1, and then she was all out of, lost her momentum into 2, and that allowed Ben Watson to take advantage of her as well. Meanwhile, the number 45 of Joseph Booth has Ollie Milner and Leo Crabtree right there for company, and these two squabbling as well, as through has gone the number 62 of Ollie Milner into 2nd place ahead of Joseph Booth. It's not over yet. The 44 of Leo Crabtree and Louis Bevan wanting to be involved as well. And who's that behind Bevan? That's somebody else, Johnny, and Ben Watson, of course.
Yeah.
Great stuff. As ever, the TKMs. It was my race of the weekend at the first round at Three Sisters. It almost got the race of the weekend at Rowra. It's just I couldn't pick the TKM race every single race weekend. So I had to pick someone else, even though these TKMs really know how to race. Fabulous racing, defensive driving there from the 44.
Crabtree picking off at least one then into Tarzan, but it's still Milner and Booth ahead. So yes, Crabtree timed in 4th, and he's still in 4th position, ahead of now Ben Watson, who's just jumped ahead of Louis Bevan. Although Bevan doesn't like that too much, as you would expect, and Bevan slots past again of Watson into turn 4. So place changes in that little internecine battle there, at least 2 separate occasions on this particular lap. Charlie King, unbeknownst to him, 5 seconds in the clear, missing out entirely on this fight for 2nd position, which is, well, you cannot take your eyes off it. It's still led by Ollie Milner into the Montreal chicane again. The checkered flag is out for the race winner, Charlie King, but who will get 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th? It's Milner, Booth, Crabtree, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, ahead of Louis Bevan 5th and Ben Watson in 6th. Tremendous stuff from the senior TKMs again.
It is absolutely the gift that keeps on giving Senior TKM. Second heat, we've got another heat coming up for them later before we head into their final, which, just looking at the programme, no, that they are the 5th final on the programme. So behind that top 6 then, that Johnny's just mentioned, Molly Nicholas Biles finishes in 7th, Mitchell Ball 8th, 9th is Matthew Temple Purcell, then we had Tom Johnson rounding off the top 10. Just outside that top 10, Callan Lamont, and then we have Gordon Smith, Alexander Lehman, James Hull, Joseph Phillips, Will Cregeen, Matt Slate, Ryan Layton, Adam Crofts-Davies, Chris Whiteside, Jason Lovett, and then we had Matt Cardwell, Steve King and James King rounding off the 24 kart field. Fabulous stuff. We've still got the Zach Walton fan club with us. Jojo Bo, 75, ADHD Rocks, still there and still tuning in. Well done, Brian. We are very proud of you. From Jennifer McCready, and we will keep posted on all of our fan attention for our drivers as we get ready to go. Senior Road Tax running once again. We've got the blue number plates in the collecting area just next to us, and it will be them who will go racing next time, Johnny.
Yeah, and another really big field of 33 karts we should have out on the racetrack very shortly. And again, with so many Senior Rotax heats, 5 of them, so this will be the final heat actually for the Senior Rotax karts, and 3 heats for each of them. So next time after this we will see them. That will be the B final, followed by the extended A final for the Senior Rotaxes over 12 minutes plus a lap rather than the 8 that we're going to see in this heat. But some strong runners towards the sharp end. So it's Patrick Williams Rahaug in the number 94 that will start from pole position alongside Andy Ambrose in 55. Henry Stratton and Aidan Pomeroy come next. Ollie Varney and Adam Rogers in the best placed Masters kart on this random grid. Grace Lee Davis, Jack Hayes Roberts, Jack Jones and Toby Case next up. And on the 6th row, Ryan McAuliffe and Jensen Watts, a winner not too long ago in Heat 4. Jamie Hardy, Ashton French, Theo Fedrick, the local driver, alongside Marcus King, start on the 8th row. Row 9, Nathan Chafer and Ollie Goodyear. Pedro Oliveira, who won a race earlier on alongside Jake Davis. Braden Hill, Charlie Walsh, Ben Harper, Ben Fachini, ahead of Bobby Rosier, Ben Fichetti, Alex Jackson, Joseph McQueen, Lewis Ball, Finley Watson, Tom Eldridge, Ryan David Mills could do a bit from 16th row, and Luke Evans. I got through a full grid there, Joe.
You did, just in time, because they are about to go green, and they do indeed. That's Andy Ambrose slotting in behind the pole position man, losing out, going round the outside, slotting back into second there, but it's the 120 of Henry Stratton that leads from pole position, and Ambrose moving up the inside, does he? He does indeed. Andy Ambrose leads a heat of the NKC here at Mansell Raceway, and he's already bounded off towards turn 4, and he's gapped the rest of the field as Andy continues into the Interlagos hairpin at 5 and out towards the turn at the top of the straight there, the top of the circuit I should say, at Hanger, and Ambrose already got about a 3 or 4 karts gap. Where's he gone? He's checked out. He's left everyone behind.
Well, everyone was tripping over each other. That's why into turn 4, and that was not the quickest route through there. And into Lagos, and now it's a red flag.
You know, it's a red flag. We've got an incident out on track. Not quite sure what that incident is, but for anything, when we do the restart, we will have to get Andy. Will have to do all of that again. He'll be a little bit knocked, I would think, that he pulled out he was able to gap everybody to such an extent and had a comfortable 3 or 4 karts gap before we went red.
Marcus King was an early retirement, but nothing to do with the red flag. He came touring into Tarzan hairpin. I think we might have had a full flip, though, there for one of the midfield runners. And I mentioned that everyone was tripping over each other for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and beyond into turn 4. And I just wonder whether the ripple effect from that has then continued all the way through into the midfield and resulted in a car. I'm sure the marshals were moving it from an upside down position back onto all 4 wheels. So obviously concern for that driver specifically, and the rescue unit has been deployed very quickly indeed to the Interlagos hairpin. So This is a little bit of a clear-up. Actually, the first, barring false starts, of which we've had maybe one or two, this is the first. Oh no, we had the start line incident as well, which was a red flag after a lap and a bit being completed. So the second red flag of the day, but otherwise, when you choose not to comment on how clean the racing has been, we've had some clean racing, Joe.
The thing is, Johnny, I thought coming here without, we've got very limited runoff here at Mansell Raceway, and I thought that would lend itself to the kind of incidents that we sometimes see. I mean, you go to somewhere like Three Sisters with lots of runoff, you go to Rowra and, incident aplenty, red flags abound. Here, with only 2 stoppages, that's been pretty good. That's a pretty good ratio, and I think it's been at the forefront of everybody's mind with regards to driving standards, driver behaviour, the way that penalties, new penalty system being imposed. I think it's all come together, and sometimes they say it says on the ticket, motor racing is dangerous. It is dangerous. You're driving at very high speed. These drivers are making microsecond decisions at very high speeds, and sometimes it happens and it's unavoidable. Sometimes nobody goes out there deliberately to crash. It just is part of racing, and it always will be. It will never change. And we have incidents, and that's why the reaction to dealing with any incidents at any kart track anywhere in the UK, albeit the world, is a very honed protocol and process in how we go about sorting issues out and incidents out. And it's all about the safety of the competitors, and that's why we throw the red flag, to enable the clear-up process, to be able, the medical teams, if needs be, to get and assist with medical assistance, etc. So everybody's sort of well rehearsed in how to deal with things, and hence that's what we're seeing. What we're seeing there is we're seeing some drivers trying to fix a damaged kart that has been able to rejoin. I think they were trying to fix the steering there. He's probably had, and he's waves his hand in the air, and I'm not sure who that is. Actually, I can't see a number.
On the race suit, it said Evans.
Is it Finlay Watson, 133? Or is it number 3? It's Luke Evans.
Yeah.
It's Luke Evans, number 3.
I knew it said Evans. I wasn't sure whether that was the team or the driver, but it's definitely Luke Evans.
Yeah, Luke delighted to get that kart fit. He probably straightened his tie rod out. We've got Marcus King having a problem with a plug. His teammates... Keith Mason at the moment, with Louis Large, team principal, LRG Motorsport runs Marcus King, just swapping out plugs on the Rotax motor.
Well, having retired, barely having run round turn 1, I mean, it was halfway round the Tarzan hairpin when I noticed Marcus King was turning left and back into the pits rather than right. But this being a full red flag, if they can get this fixed, surely he can go back out onto track and take a restart of the race.
Yes, he can.
So he's hoping this red flag stays out for as long as possible, although, well, no, race start timed at the same time as the red flag being deployed, which was now 5 minutes ago. So ample time by the race direction crew being made for running repairs. And the revs are back again. There's fire in the belly as Louis Large with his hand uses the accelerator to make sure that that is firing correctly. Although Louis is now stepping away from the car, and Marcus King continues to watch on.
Yeah, I think they're going to find out. They're finding out if he can rejoin.
Okay.
Marcus King hasn't got. He needs to get zipped up. He's just below us. I know you can't see that on the live stream. He's just below us in the collecting area. So he's zipping his suit up. He needs to get his suit on just in case he gets the get go. And Keith Mason from LRG is running around trying to find out whether or not he can do that and seeing if he can get clearance to rejoin.
Well, I know generally the rule in full-size car racing is that when there's a red flag, then, and if you've already been out of the race and effectively not able to join in the first version of it, as soon as there's a red flag, then you can go back to an original grid that should include a retirement early on. And Marcus King, I think, getting the signal from everyone else to at least get dressed and ready and in the kart so that he can be available on a short call. There's quite a lot of rejigging required to the grid as well, because it will be going back to the original grid, I'm sure. Looking at the time on the clock, well, it was paused at 7 minutes and 5 seconds still to go. Actually, the clock on our graphics continues to tick down, but imagine that has been paused, and we will probably still have the full 8 minutes. We've been doing okay from a timetable point of view, bearing in mind after this 4 more heats still to happen, including the final heat of the day for the Rotax 177s. We've got a junior Rotax race still to happen, heat 3 for the Minimaxes, and a third heat for the senior TKMs as well. And after that, it's finals all the way. 8 of them, including 3 B finals and 5 12-minute plus 1 lap A finals. So Joe's actually now having a word with those associated with LRG to try and chat through as to whether a rejoin into this race and therefore to take the start is permitted. But we'll find out what is going to happen in a second or two. But with the grid in a very different order from that it should be, now the realignment can commence, and the quickest way to do that is for drivers to step out of their karts and actually push them into the right places.
Well, the deliberation down there in the collecting area is whether or not it's a full restart. And from my understanding of the regulations, it is. We haven't had one racing lap. So it goes back to the original grid, and everyone's allowed to take the restart. So as long as he crossed the line and took the green, which he did, Marcus King is allowed to come back around and rejoin on the back of that grid. He should be allowed to take up his original grid position.
Well, he's back on the track at least, and
he's back out.
May not need to do a full lap. In fact, has not done so. Turn right at turn 2, and that's the shortcut which feeds you back in partially around the Indianapolis left-hander. Indianapolis? Interlagos. I keep getting those two mixed up. We haven't got an Indianapolis. Maybe we should have at some point around this track, considering Mansell Raceway, named after an Indy Cup, an Indy car champion. So Marcus King will arrive at the back of the grid, but he needs to force his way through to 16th position, in fact, where he will be rightfully starting again.
What we're seeing here, Johnny, is we're resetting the grid for a restart, and it's a full, fresh restart, and it'll restart with 8 minutes on the clock. Unless the programme doesn't allow us to. We have reduced them to 7 minutes. If we're looking towards, going past a curfew time. I'm not sure if there is a curfew here of, say, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. But if it's looking like, like we perhaps are going to get to a curfew time, we sometimes reduce the length of the heats or the finals for a delay like this. And this is what takes the time, of course. And we've got to do that right. It's only fair and proper that we re-grid that in grid order and make sure that everybody who's finished that first lap under red flag conditions, it then goes back. I mean, if we've been racing 2 or 3 laps, 4 laps, the race order, how you re-grid them is to race order, and it's taken from the previous lap to the one where the red flag came out.
Before the incident.
So, it's relatively straightforward. It is just very time-taking. That's Sarah Darlow with the piece of paper in her hand. Her husband, Tim Darlow, you'll remember from our 177 Rotax class. He's had a very good day. And there's Marcus King being allowed into, is that Marcus King?
No, Marcus.
No, he's 26. Yeah,
he's right at the back.
He's just happy to be out there, having had that what looked like an engine oiled up. We're happy, or the officials seem to be relatively happy with what they've got. Marcus King's just happy to be out there, so we'll probably be getting this thing underway.
There is sometimes a rule in car racing that if you are the cause of a red flag, stoppage of a race, then you're not allowed to take the restart. But that may not be an existing rule in NKC.
I don't think it is.
Because what we've seen is several drivers actually trying to straighten out their car. So clearly they were involved in the Interlagos pile-up, and it looks like, well, unless 1 or 2 have been taken back to the pits on stretchers, on the trolleys. Marcus King, by the way, is rejoined right at the back, so he's not going to be in 16th, but he'll just be grateful to be in the race at all, as you've been making the point, Joe.
Yeah, they're happy. The LRG team are happy to have got him out there. They've got a representative of their team at the front, on the front of this grid as well, Johnny. Andy Ambrose, who went off at the start in great fine spirited order and had a very handy lead before that red flag came out. We reset, though. We forget all of that because we are starting again. And we will get things underway. They're on their rolling lap. They come out of the hangar turn and head back towards us. and it will be our pole position man, Patrick Williams-Rahage, who will control the pace down towards the timing gantry where the lights will be showing full red. They'll go off and the green will go, and once again we get things underway. Second row start there, very, very fast indeed. Andy Ambrose round the outside of Rahage and off into the lead he goes. In another copybook first corner, second corner, third corner performance as Ambrose there on the red and white liveried LRG Motorsport kart ekes out that 3-kart gap again. Great drive from him. Meanwhile, behind him we have got a lot of shuffling going on, Johnny. I'm not even going to estimate who is where at this point, other than the number 55 of Andy Ambrose and Patrick Williams-Rahage on the 94 is first and second.
It does appear to have been a short race, 5 minutes plus a lap, I reckon.
Okay.
So we tried, obviously, attempted this race a little while ago at 8 minutes, and now it's because it's eaten further into the schedule. Just the 5 minutes plus a lap, so you cannot afford to hang around here as the first lap is completed. Andy Ambrose in 55 leads from Aidan Pomeroy in the 100, who started from 4th position, so gains a couple of spots on that first lap. Then it's Jack Jones and Jenson Watts, a race winner earlier today, Patrick Williams-Rahage and Ollie Varney down the short sharp run towards turn 4. And some overlapping there. That is Jenson Watts trying to gain ground. Watts has got a quick kart this weekend. He outpaced Phil Howarth in his earlier heat in number 36. But they go past the picket fence into the hangar hairpin for only the second time. And Andy Ambrose being asked on 2 separate occasions to see whether he can win a race. Up the inside there goes Jenson Watts. Plenty of curb, but the karts can take it. And the scrap is now on for 3rd and 4th between Jack Jones and Patrick Williams-Rahage. Rahage in the number 94 kart got the position there.
Great racing, and just like we always see with mixed grids, drivers making their way through. And as Aidan Pomeroy took his time, as did Jenson Watts, Jack Jones, to get past Patrick Williams-Rahage, that allowed Andy Ambrose to break away, and he's got a gap of about just under a second there. Keep an eye on Charlie Walsh on the number 11. The SD Racing driver is in 12th at the moment, but Charlie Walsh is the driver that's currently second in the championship, just behind Finlay Watson in that championship race. He will be gathering points and wanting to make his way up the order. There's another change for position there. And who's that on the it was Ollie Varney, was it, into 5th place? The gap to first and second has gone out at 1.1. It was 9/10. It's out at 1.1 this time. However, Jenson Watts, we've seen Jenson Watts pace in earlier heats, and a fastest lap of the race of 47.6 for Jenson Watts there. However, the gap does extend.
30 on. Oh, there's some contact there, and arms outstretched going, what are you doing? Well, that was contact for 71, Ryan McAuliffe, and McAuliffe no way through. Struggling to identify kart number 20 in this, but it's definitely a 30 and a 20 doing battle.
It's a 120, isn't it?
120, okay. Stratton. That makes a lot more sense, yes. Henry Stratton in 8th place. Well, he gained a few more places since then.
Yeah, I think the number 1 is very, very small on that black liveried kart as they head into turn 1. The Tarzan turn side by side through that bend there. The 71 getting a little bit frustrated. That's Ryan McAuliffe on Henry Stratton. And he's thinking Henry Stratton should let him by. He shouldn't, Ryan. He's got every right to keep you there. And if you couldn't drive round his outside, now he goes down the inside. Now he makes it happen. Ryan McAuliffe, and he's not happy, you see. He's not happy with Henry Stratton there. But you know what? Henry Stratton didn't have to get out of his way at all. And now we've got the number 29 of Theo Frederick, the local driver who's a guest entry this weekend. He's now on the tail of Henry Stratton and about to make a move, I would think.
And it's Theo Frederick who's the only man who's been able to overtake at turn 3 as there's a place change.
That's
for the
a change
race
for the lead.
Jenson Watts to the inside of Andy Ambrose and did just about make it stick, I reckon, yet. So it is Watts, a race winner over Phil Howarth earlier in the day, to the inside of Andy Ambrose to pick off the LRG run kart. And it's now with the red helmet, Jenson Watts to the lead with only 34 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be touch and go. I think he's probably going to get another 2 laps after this. So 22, 20, 21 20 seconds on the timing board as he comes through the Montreal chicane. Jenson Watts crosses the line with, well, it's about 11 seconds on the board, so he did that comfortably. So it's going to be 2 more laps of racing for Jenson Watts to hang on to this heat win, and that would be 2 heat wins for Jenson Watts, maximising that points haul in the championship. He's a little bit off the mark there. He's not in the top 10 of the championship. That might change going into round 4 at Wilton Mill next month when we gather all the points up and see who's where. Meanwhile, behind the 2 battling at the front, Jack Jones still 3rd, Ollie Varney 4th, Aidan Pomeroy is 5th, Ryan Micallef 6th, 7th is guest driver Theo Federick, Henry Stratton finally behind him in 8th, Adam Rogers and Nathan Schaefer rounding off the top 10.
And again, 3 or 4 carts all together arriving at Hanger Hairpin. They're going to take some sorting out on this run towards the Montreal chicane. All sorts of different lines on the approach to that corner as the last lap board appears for Jenson Watts ahead of Andy Ambrose. Jack Jones still timed as in 3rd ahead of Ollie Varney. Theo Federick's gained ground on Ryan Micallef and Aidan Pomeroy on that lap, and Henry Stratton falling back to 8th in the 120.
On to the final lap then they've gone, and Jenson Watts has shown some pretty uncanny pace here this afternoon, and he continues on his winning way. Meanwhile, things have settled down somewhat as we've got Theo Federick finally gotten by Ryan Micallef there on the penultimate lap, and he will hang on to that 5th place now as the checkered flag flies then for Jenson Watts. The yellow and blue livery car takes the checkered flag. Andy Ambrose, you've got to be happy with that, Andy. 2nd on the grid at the start, 2nd in the results. Jack Jones 3rd, Ollie Varney 4th, Theo Federick is 5th, Ryan Micallef 6th, Aidan Pomeroy through in 7th. There's Adam Rogers in 8th, Nathan Schaefer 9th, 10th is Pedro Oliveira, and then behind the top 10, Henry Stratton, Bobby Rosier, Charlie Walsh on the number 11 finished 13th, Philly Watson 14th, Ben Harper, Luke Evans, Braden Hill, Lewis Ball, Ben Fachini, Toby Case, 22nd is Tom Elridge, Ryan David Mills, Marcus King comes through to 24th, Jamie Hardy 25th, then we've got Grizzly Davies, the last of the finishers in 26. We lost Patrick Williams-Raj on lap 6, we lost Joseph McQueen on lap 4, and Ashton French on lap 1.
It's the Junction 6 NKC for 2023 and round 3 of the championship here at Mansell Raceway. We are live for the rest of the afternoon.
We are rattling through these heats, Johnny Palmer.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, Rotax 177's out next. You'll be familiar with this lot.
Just a touch, yes.
Yeah. It's the large grids. The large grids, we have to split them up into groups. We've got 60 or so senior Rotax 177, 60 Rotax 162s, 50 odd, I think, juniors. And so that's why we have all of these heats. And the grid looking like it's going to, again, be the gift that continues to deliver. Looking at the names on there. Harry Wainwright, I noticed, starting on the second row. Charlie Jowers on the front with Tyler Kelsey. Harry Wainwright came into this round at Mansell Raceway leading the championship, and he's got Steve James, first of the Masters, alongside. Oliver Moss and Taylor Adams, row 3. Row 4 is Alan Cook and James Yap. Then we've got Carl Adey, Alex Jones, Mark Gilly, Ollie Hancock, Ben Hitch, Mike Edwards on row 7, Tyler Fossey, Adam Sadler, Adam Mallon, Stephen Horner on row 9, Michael Mallet, Carl Bryant starting 20th, Simon Wheeler, Scott Clee, Thomas Charles, Adrian Smith, Billy Clark, Brendan Smith, Harrison Crook, Richard Evans, Alex Thomas and Matt Ogden round off this 30 kart field. Stand back, everybody. This is going to be spectacular as ever, as we have always had we've had fantastic racing from these 177s. This is their final heat of the afternoon. The grids are sorted, or will indeed be sorted, for the A final and indeed the B final as we get this race underway. And it's an absolute gaggle of karts that turn and pour into that first turn. Everybody through Tarzan in good order and off towards turn 2.
To the high side, making progress, Taylor Adams. Then into third position as the leader is Charlie Jowers out front towards turn 4. So it's Jowers just in front in the 42, but he's getting bumped there from the rear by the 77, which is a hard-charging James Yap. Up from the 4th row, he's already second and could yet bag the lead by the end of the first lap. We're back to the full 8 minutes plus a lap, so lots to enjoy. This should have been 30 karts starting the 6th heat of the weekend for the Rotax 177, snaking their way through the Montreal chicane. Arms up briefly there by race leader Charlie Jowers in the number 31. He's still managing to fend off everybody else, but they're all starting to gang up on him here. James Yap, as mentioned, from 8th position to 2nd, then Tyler Kelsey in 3rd position. With the blue front is Taylor Adams, I should say. And now moving to the middle of the track in defence is James Yap, who's muscled his way to the front. And Yap clearly the quickest of this little collection of karts in the early stages. Yellow helmet for Tyler Kelsey, number 91, as they almost just skip the left-hand side fence there through the picket fence area and into Tarzan, into a rather hanger hairpin at the top end of the circuit. They'll come through to Tarzan then to start this next lap. A little bit more cloud cover at the end of this lap, as then squirming on the brakes went Ollie Hancock up the inside of Mark Gilly. And Gilly could not hold back the number 15 kart, who slots into 5th position, as James Yap just starts to open up the gap now from the yellow helmet of Tyler Kelsey. Charlie Jowers, who led initially, they're in 3rd position with Taylor Adams snapping at his heels into Lagos and out the other side, as the 42 kart is just a little bit away from the racing line. That might mean he's now in jeopardy from a chasing Mark Gilly, and Ollie Hancock in the queue as well. One of them jinks out a line on the run into the Montreal chicane. That was Hancock, in fact, looking to gain a place on the curb, striking Taylor Adams. So Adams didn't get the cleaner run out there, and Gilly to the inside will pick him off at Tarzan hairpin, and Mark Gilly is now up to 4th position and siding his way through the order. James Yap led after 3 laps by a clear 2nd, and in fact Yap has just done the fastest lap of the race on lap 3, a 48.8. So he's pretty comfortable out front, from Tyler Kelsey in 2nd, and then Charlie Jowers, Taylor Adams and Ollie Hancock, although Hancock, as mentioned, is now up to 4th position. And Mark Gilly pushing on as well. There's a real collection of karts there skimming the picket fence and into hanger hairpin at the furthest part of the track from our commentary position. They'll swing right and left and right again at the Montreal chicane, and back across the stripe they go. All change for 3rd position. Charlie Jowers ahead of Ollie Hancock, with Taylor Adams and Mark Gilly in 4th and 5th positions. Masters is led by the outright leader James Yap, and he doesn't have to worry about another Masters runner until 6th position, and Mark Gilly, as it's now nose to tail between Jowers and the hard charging number 15 of Ollie Hancock, who hurls his kart up the inside of turn 4 into the Interlagos hairpin at 5, that left-hander, and they snake their way through the S's, through the difficult double left-hand approach to hanger hairpin again. And we've hit half distance, 4 minutes down, 4 to go. As a slight adjustment there from the 3rd place, Charlie Jowers in number 15, or Ollie Hancock in 15, who's got ahead of Jowers. Let's just check that through the window. Yes, the 15 is now ahead of the 31, and Hancock did that at the end of the previous lap. But James Yap, Joe Bradley, really showing everybody else how to do it. He's got even faster on that lap, a 48.6. Now has nearly a 2.5 advantage over Tyler Kelsey and the rest of them.
Yeah, he's managed to break free, hasn't he, while everyone else has squabbled over real estate. Another kart to keep an eye on, number 3, Ben Hitch. Just noticed there, he moved ahead of Mark Gilly there into turn 1 as they came across the line, and then into Tarzan. So he's up to 6th place now, as we get inside of the final 3 minutes of this 8-minute and 1 lap race. And we are heading now underneath the starting gantry. Yap, it is, leads. Extends the lead another 10th, 1.5 seconds to Kelsey. 2/10 to Ollie Hancock in 3rd. Charlie Jowers a half a second back in 4th. Then we've got Taylor Adams, Ben Hitch in that 6th place. Mike Edwards, it is, moving ahead of Mark Gilly as well for 7th on that lap. And then we've got Carl Adey in 9th, and rounding off that top 10, Scott Clee.
Ben Hitch is one to look out for. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, though. Ben driving the number 3 kart, as shadowing Tyler Kelsey's every move is Ollie Hancock through the picket fence section and around now at that very tight hanger hairpin. So yellow helmet of Tyler Kelsey under huge pressure now from Ollie Hancock in the number 15. Out of the Montreal chicane and to the inside. Here comes Hancock to get the place away from Kelsey, and Charlie Jowers is close enough to interrupt this flow as well. Still not the move cemented quite yet by Ollie Hancock. He should just about seal that into the complex, and it's second, third and fourth. You could throw a blanket over them as they hit the straight between turns 3 and 4. To the inside, Here comes Jowers catching Kelsey. Unbeknownst, really, he was focused entirely on trying to get second place back again from Hancock, and little did he know he was about to lose another position, Joe.
Yeah, Kelsey on that Lando Norris kart there, the LN, that's what the LN stands for. You might notice it losing out massively there, and now he's got Ben Hitch all over his rear bumper. Into the Montreal chicane they go, and out it'll be the number 3, that blue and red livery kart, all over the blue and yellow Lando kart of Tyler Kelsey. As they move into and out of Tarzan, Ben Hitch didn't quite have enough pace to challenge at that first turn. Now as we see them already out of the hairpin at 3, heading down to 4, Ben Hitch has a look down the inside, he makes it stick. Down the inside, but coming back at him is Kelsey, side by side into turn 5. And no, Hitch had the optimum line to be able to make that position stick. So Ben Hitch moving up the order once again, and now finds himself in 4th place and ahead of Tyler Kelsey.
Yeah, great driving from Ben Hitch, just measured really, and knowing where to offer the nose to try and just create an opening without any actual contact, but mere presence sometimes can do that. Yap across the line, gaps to less than a second now as Ollie Hancock is starting to inch his way closer and closer, but he might run out of time. We're going to have the last lap board next time around. There's only 20 seconds left on the clock, so Hancock will have the rest of this lap plus one more to try and make a move, but he's got to catch James Yap before he does that.
Yeah, that gap being halved. Now, you mentioned this earlier, Johnny. Is it a case of James Yap realising the gap he's got and then managing that gap without taking too much out of the tyres? There is 0 time on the clock as James Yap comes through the Montreal hairpin, and then underneath the gantry it will be the 1 lap to go board that he will see. And just what is that gap? The gap's down another couple of tenths, and Ben Hitch down the inside. Ben Hitch down the inside of Charlie Jowers at turn 1. And then wheel to wheel on the outside of that turn, but Jowers hangs on to the optimum line for the hairpin at 2. Side by side into 3, side by side around the turn 3 hairpin, and still side by side heading down to 4. Here they come into the hairpin. Jowers has got the line. Can he hang on to it? Number 3, the Ben Hitch, does the switch back and makes it stick into turn 5 hairpin there. That was textbook kart driving from those two drivers. They didn't give an inch. They only banged wheels once. Great driving.
Side by side for pretty much half a lap, half a kilometre of, if these karts had door handle to door handle racing, and it was fair in my opinion. Other drivers may differ. The checkered flag is out, and how close do you like it at the sharp end? 0.6 of a second at the end between James Yap and Ollie Hancock, but there was no place change. It was all about the fight for the final podium position as Ben Hitch tried every trick in the book. He had the inside line for the Tarzan hairpin,
Johnny,
and then to the complex. Jowers on the inside line, Hitch to the high side of turn 3, and then made it stick around the outside of turn 4. That's the first time we have seen that sort of battling in those places. Now, something else to add into the mixture ahead of our final heat for the junior road taxis, Joe.
It's raining. It's raining. Let's look to our left at the collecting area of these junior road tax karts. They're all on slick tyres. The rain has come. You did mention that it was forecast.
Well,
all right.
It was difficult to plan where the showers were going to land. I just knew there is a rain band moving from west to east across the country. It might have been that this area of Devon would miss the showers. Clearly, though, not.
We're on the... I mean, the sky's grey, isn't it? Those blue skies we had earlier have certainly left. Now, whether or not anyone in that collecting area is aware that it's raining, it's raining on one side of the commentary box, but not on the other.
That's what I mean about a localised shower. Our commentary box is probably 3 metres wide.
It is, that's all. Talk about localised. It's like a little Disney rain cloud at the moment. I mean, all right, there's enough heat in the track, there's enough warmth in that tarmac not to affect a little bit of light rain, won't really affect the track surface. It'll burn off. In fact, we've got the juniors leaving the collecting area now. They're all on slick tyres. If the rain comes down heavier, it's going to start affecting the track surface, and that will present us with karts. Oh, Nick's just said, forget about the track surface, my cameras are out there.
That's why he was pointing so frantically.
Nick is about to deploy the plastic bags.
I understand now, right. I've got a forecast here for Dunkeswell, which is what this track was called before becoming Mansell Raceway. Between the hours of 3 and 4, which we're just about to enter, mostly cloudy. Between 4 and 5, proper showers, a 40% chance of rain. So
you know what? I have no idea the time of day.
It's 5 to 3. So this next hour could be a bit dicey as we start the Junior Rotax heat. And from the pole position, Luke Sawyers in the orange, blue and grey kart will easily take the race lead. Nobody else was really challenging him there.
No.
We got what's that flag mean, Joe? Which is the sort of green and yellow. It is a false start. Yeah, I think they were slightly out of order. So we'll go round again. The clock remains at 8 minutes, and that was part of the reason why nobody was challenging Luke Sawyers into the first corner, because the order was a little ragged in places. So a second attempt at the final heat start for the Junior Rotax karts.
Right, on the front row, Luke Sawyers on pole. Luca Mulvaney is the driver alongside him. Got off to a great start there before the false start flag was shown. Here they come again. They're going to have another bash at it. And it's Luke Sawyers who will control the pace. Luca Mulvaney looks across to his right and closes that gap. Have we got another false start? I saw hands in the air there.
Flag still out.
Yeah, another false start. I think we're probably going to have the poleman slowboard in the face of Luke Sawyers. The two Lukes, well, Luke and Luca actually on the front row. Behind them, Benjamin Bartlett and Alfie Bushell, Jaden Hewitt and Freddie Theobald are on row 3, with James Burgess and Ronan Moore on row 4. This field being slowed again. They took the shortcut, of course, and are already at Hanger Turn. The 200 degree hairpin will bring them back towards our direction in the paddock. Yep, poleman being pointed at. I think it's too fast. They don't like the pace across the line, and Luke Sawyers has been pointed at by pretty much everyone of these officials. And here we go again, and it's another racy start. But this time we've gotten in, and Luca Mulvaney ran the outside of Sawyers. It's 3 wide on the exit, and Mulvaney's got the line into turn 2. Can he hang on to it? The answer is not quite, as the 444 numbered Benjamin Bartlett goes round the outside of both of them. Then we've got Luke Sawyers hanging on to second. Luca Mulvaney settles for third. Discretion, the better part of valour, and Luca using his sensible mind there and settling for third.
Couple of stragglers working their way through the complex only now, and yellow flags were being waved, so at least 2 half spins. Benjamin Bartlett had a good result earlier on in the day. It was easy to miss that because he was in something like 6th or 7th, but he'd worked his way up the order, and quite clearly he had a very quick kart indeed. The treble 4 will be one to watch, therefore. He'll go across the line as the race leader. Luke Sawyers did well actually to compose his thoughts, because he had a kart to his left and a kart to his right at the start of that. He's in second position, but it's Bartlett who leads from Sawyers, then Mulvaney and Alfie Bushell in 4th.
Well, Alfie Bushell has just turned that 4th into a 3rd by getting by Mulvaney into that turn 1 Tarzan hairpin. And here comes more of the pack beginning to pile up behind Mulvaney as the field makes their way through. That's the number 10 of Levi Earl. They're down in 10th place is where we're looking at the moment. Meanwhile, the leader disappears. Benjamin Bartlett, Luke Sawyers disappears in second, and then beginning to bottle up behind is still Bushell. Mulvaney hanging on to that from the number 31 of Maxim Smith. Jaden Hewitt is the driver behind. In fact, Jaden Hewitt, where's he gone? I've lost him. Jaden Hewitt down to 8th. Yeah, he disappeared a little bit. Maxim Smith it is That's gotten by Luca Mulvaney, and he will go up into 4th. Mulvaney now down to 5th.
Yeah, Mulvaney couldn't get the kart turned in time at Tarzan. More yellows out now at the complex because of at least one off to driver's right as the leaders are reaching the Interlagos hairpin at the left-hander, and they snake their way through the S's, skirting the picket fence and approaching now Hanger hairpin to complete in a moment or two lap 3. Benjamin Bartlett showing everybody else how to do it, but Luke Sawyer's in no danger of dropping further down than 2nd place that he currently occupies. Alfie Bushell and Luca Mulvaney have been separated by Maxime Smith and Levi Earl. So Smith and Earl could yet have a say on the podium positions, judging by their pace already earlier today. And darting up the inside there is Earl on Maxime Smith.
Yeah, and it was no surprise that these drivers have made their way by Luca Mulvaney. He's pretty much a brand new to karting, its first real season of karting, and there we see a pretty textbook move by Levi Earl on Maxime Smith. Luca Mulvaney, as I was saying, pretty much a novice driver in his first full season of karting, and doing a great job, making it 3 laps before they were able to get by him, and now he's hanging on to that 6th place with the leading pack of 5 karts just edging away from him as we continue.
Over the line they go. That's 4 laps in the book, but 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. It's side by side for the 25 of Jaden Hewitt on the inside of Luca Mulvaney to relegate the Trouble One a further position. Yellow flags ready at the complex, but no longer being displayed, so overtaking is permitted into that part of the circuit, and Jaden Hewitt well timed on the underside of the Tarzan hairpin. How many overtakes have we seen there across the line after you get a good run out of the Montreal chicane? And now kart 10, Levi Earl starting to gang up on Alfie Bushell, because Earl sniffs a podium, or better than that, maybe a 2nd place, depending on how much further up the road Luke Sawyers is. There was a gap of 1.2 seconds between Sawyers and the chasing Bushell and Earl. Very sideways indeed there on the approach to the Montreal chicane from Alfie Bushell in 3rd position, and nibbling at his heels, Levi Earl, just waiting for a good opportunity. The yellows are back now at the complex, so not allowed to overtake there, despite the, attempt at it briefly by Levi Earl, and I think he saw the yellows at the last minute and thought, need to get out of the power here to make sure he's no longer overlapping on the approach to turn 2. But yellows are still being waved as a kart is being recovered to driver's right at turn 2.
And that just means no overtaking, and it's been a popular overtaking spot, this turn 2. Coming out of the very, very fast first turn here, sweeping 180-degree turn that we've named Tarzan after the first corner at Zandvoort. Here comes that leading pack though. Levi Earl in 4th, Maxime Smith in that 5th place across the line now. We are inside the final 60 seconds now, as Bartlett continues to lead by 2.5 seconds. Luke Sawyers has got 1.5 seconds on Alfie Bushell, who's got about half a second on Levi Earl, then Maxime Smith kind of trying to get on terms. Now, as I say that, Levi Earl right on the bumper. That's not half a second, Johnny. No. That's literally less than 1/10 of a second there, as that number 10 gets right onto that rear bumper of the number 26. That's Alfie Bushell into the hanger corner, and then racing back towards us. They've got the Montreal chicane to negotiate before they get right to us at the first turn. And Levi Earl just not in a position to challenge there. Oh, he makes a liar of me. There he came from nowhere down the inside, but Bushell had the momentum, and Bushell hangs on to 3rd place. And there's an opportunist move into turn 2. And Levi Earl looks very, very racy indeed. He's a couple of dive bombs that just haven't come off. And Alfie Bushell not being phased. It's allowing Maxime Smith back onto the rear bumper of the number 10. But I'm not sure, Johnny, whether or not he's got the pace. He's having to do it on the brakes, isn't he?
Yeah, and the problem is, once you go for a move and then abort, the kart behind can take advantage and gain some ground, and also read the situation a little bit better. Those extra few metres that you are further back, you can put the kart in a different place. It'll be last lap board shown this time around to Ben Bartlett, who leads by almost 3.5 seconds. Here to the inside, though, will go Levi Earl, and this time he does get through at Tarzan. And what can Maxime Smith do? Maybe to elevate himself ahead of Alfie Bushell as well. There's contact between 31 Bushell and Maxime Smith, and Smith's the big loser there, losing 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 places, Joe.
Yeah, dive bombing into 2. You know, we've seen some great moves there, but when it's absolutely on the edge there, and we've got the number 15 of Will Swales really sort of taking advantage of what happened there with that coming together with Maxim Smith there on Alfie Bushell, as we have got the checkered flag flying for Benjamin Bartlett. Luke Sawyer's through in second. Alfie Bushell does not finish in third after that incident, and it's Levi Earl, the number 10, that finishes in third place. Here it is again, down the inside on the 26 goes Maxim Smith, and it just totally wrecked their momentum completely, didn't it? Yeah, that's we've seen that move being made, but you've got to kind of make it very, very early and make it proper without the cart on the outside turning in on you, and that's not what happened. Anyway, back to the top 10 then. Levi Earl in third, Jaden Hewitt fourth, fifth is Will Swales, Presley Walker is in sixth, Alfie Bushell seventh, Maxim Smith eighth, Freddie Worlock ninth, Luca Mulvaney hanging on there and finishing in the top 10. Great result for Luca. It's James Burgess, Finlay Underwood, Alex Timmins, Vlad Tomenchuk, Lewin Hughes, George Kay, Alex Fraser, Freddie Moore, Danny May Reid, Ethan Wyatt finishes in 20th, Joshua Delacarter 21st, and then got Jamie Salter, James Rigby, Jacob Bainham, Archie Hardiman, Ellie Anderson, Adam Catling is the last finisher in 27th. We lost Jack Dimbleby on lap 4, Freddie Theobald on lap 3, and Ronan Moore went out on lap 2. Our penultimate heat of the weekend then, our penultimate heat of round 3 of the Junction 6 NKC, about to commence, and it is the 11 kart mini max field, which we'll have a look on. I'm going to switch the coffee pot on, Johnny.
Oh, good idea.
Yeah,
massively overdue as well, Joe. But
yeah, I think
you get points nevertheless for jumping into action now. We've reached 3 o'clock. I think that's an ample time to grab a coffee, and we're also keeping a keen eye on the skies to see whether this rain is going to get any worse. No real showers or meaningful showers expected in the next 60 minutes or so, but between 4 and 5 it could be a different story on the latest forecast. Let's run you through an 11 kart grid for Minimax, then their final heat before a B and an A final. No, just the A final in fact for the Minimax karts. And it's Daniel Parsons on pole position, number 79, alongside Jensen Cox. Then Max Carlton and Eddie Stewart. Seb Corking and Riley Thatcher on the third row. Leo Basterfield has had a good day so far, alongside Daniel Haynes. Kasuari Victorek in the 33 alongside Lucy Lovell. And then Sonny Morgan. Very good lap speed from the number 27 kart, and someone late to the party is going to have to gain a lot of ground. So we've certainly got 10 karts out on track, with the 11th just being released from the assembly area now. But Daniel Parsons gets away strongly in this final Minimax heat of the weekend. To the inside line goes Parsons. In second position, Eddie Stewart, quite possibly, in the 45, and he's going to be neck and neck to the complex with somebody else who we'll identify in a moment, but it was definitely Daniel Parsons who got the breakaway out front and down this short straight into turn 4. It is definitely 45 Eddie Stewart in second, and he's being challenged by the 15 of Max Carlton in third position. Early leader though, Joe, is Daniel Parsons.
Yeah, and we'll see once again, Johnny, if the squabbling behind the leader allows the leader to just edge away, and a full 8 minutes and 1 lap for this Minimax heats. The final heat, this one will sort out the grid for the final. We'll see how everyone's done, and we'll add that grid information for you just before we go racing with these Minimax karts. Parsons in his leads, Eddie Stewart in a fine second place, Matt Carlton third. We've got Daniel Haynes, Leo Basterfield, Sonny Morgan, Seb Corking, Kazari Vizarek, Lucy Lovell, Jensen Cox and Riley Thatcher. That's the order after one racing lap.
And they are still staying very grouped together between turns 3 and 4, briefly disappearing behind the the barriers, the safety Recticel barriers that are assembled here. Some of them are plastic blocks that have been scattered on a few occasions earlier in the day. Hanger hairpin, tricky approach to that through the double left-hander, but you have to concentrate on exit speed, as so often is the case through slow speed corners. A little bit sideways there for Eddie Stewart, but he mopped up the moment. That's cost him a bit of time, but no position to Max Carlton, who wasn't quite close enough. It's also really tight on the approach to Tarzan corner and on the exit as well, with Daniel Haynes leading this little fight for 4th position.
Yeah, and you've got Daniel Haynes being the cork in the bottle. Seb Corking almost had Sonny Morgan down his inside into Tarzan, heading into 4. It looks like Leo Basterfield moving down the inside of Daniel Haynes. Is Seb Corking going to go with him? He finds himself on the outside, and that's disadvantaged him. He has to sit on the outside of Sonny Morgan. Will he make it stick? Yes, he does. If anything, Seb Corking, a very determined young man when it comes to being in that racing environment and not being fazed at all by being left hung out to dry slightly on the outside of Haynes, left himself wide open. Here he knows he has to get by Haynes, because look at that. Look at how Basterfield has just moved away, and it's look at how Basterfield has just moved away, and it's 3 wide into 1. 3 wide into 1, and Sonny Morgan has the advantage on the inside line. They both, Sonny Morgan and Seb Corking, try to get down the inside of Daniel Haynes. That number 4 keeping them behind him though, and doing a great job. So Sonny Morgan just getting by at turn 3.
I can't remember where Sonny Morgan is in the championship, but
he's well up there.
He is there. Okay, I had a feeling that this, I think, probably has instantly become his favourite track, because he's 7th in the championship. But in every single heat today or yesterday, Sonny Morgan looks to be, a significant chunk ahead on lap speed than everybody else. He's not obviously made his way to the front yet. He'll come to the end of this lap though in 5th place, in behind Leo Basterfield. Daniel Parsons continues out front by half a second, but he is being caught by Eddie Stewart, who was marginally faster on that lap and even quicker than the 2 in front, Max Carlton. So the gap's really coming down as Sonny Morgan thought about a move there on Basterfield in the 119. No way through into the complex, or at least complex 1. The right-hand exit onto the short straight to turn 4 might be a better opportunity for Sonny Morgan to slot up the inside. Still in behind Leo Basterfield for the time being.
You wouldn't believe it, though. We're only at half distance in this final heat for Mini Max, and already we've got some kind of racing developing there. Sonny Morgan has gotten through on Leo Basterfield. Seb Corking finally got by Daniel Haynes, and he's saying, wait for me lads, don't leave me behind, and he's right on the tail now of Leo Basterfield and looking, if anything, as though he could challenge. Meanwhile, these are the leaders coming through turn 1. You've got Daniel Parsons, Eddie Stewart and Max Carlton absolutely coming together. So we're not just going to focus on that battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. This is the battle for 1st, 2nd and 3rd for the actual heat win. And if anything, Parsons, who got off and went off into the lead, now, as we've seen many, many times, the kart's in 2nd and 3rd, now right back on terms. And if anything, Max Carlton looks the racier of the 3.
Heading for hanger hairpin again. Got a lot of race still to go to be enjoyed here. 3 minutes and an extra lap. Wondered whether Seb Corking in the background had been picked off by Daniel Haynes, but actually Corking looks to be ahead of Leo Basterfield now. We'll check on that in a second. Yeah. Joe reckons he is. Parsons, Stewart, Carlton over the line as one. Breaking free in 4th place is Sonny Morgan, but Seb Corking, the championship leader before this weekend, is also starting to wind things up as well. It feels like Seb's taken a bit of time to fully grasp this track, but he's definitely in the groove now. And by heat 3, this might be brilliantly timed for the A final in about an hour or so's time.
Well, the thing is, Eddie Stewart there on the 45, he took our Alfano Driver of the Day award at Rowra, and it was this kind of composure that impressed Nick and I. In racing situations, Eddie Stewart just seemed composed. I mean, he's quite an experienced young driver. He's raced in Super 1 Championship, etc. And here he is being challenged there by Max Carlton, but also challenging Daniel Parsons. So Eddie Stewart, once again, at the front. He hasn't really featured at all this afternoon, or here today, I should say, at Mansell Raceway. This is the first time I've seen him kind of run at the front of the Mini-Max field, and I think that just is an indicator of just how tight it is. You know, we've got Sonny Morgan, Seb Corking, who, by the way, has just put in the fastest race lap there, last time by on lap 7, 49.703, only hundredths of a second quicker, but it shows that Seb Corking, albeit he's down in 5th, he's still, the fastest kart on that lap.
Round the fence they go, into hangar for probably the, time before the penultimate time. Anti-penultimate, I think is the right phrase for
that.
Is
it really? The penultimate?
Correct.
Yeah.
And over the line they go. I might be totally wrong because there's still plenty of time left on the clock.
I know.
I'm tangling myself
I don't know
up.
where near that. If it says more than a minute, forget it. Because you don't know where they are on track
The problem
position.
is, once you've committed, it's very difficult to do a three-point turn verbally.
You were down that avenue, mate. There was no
There's
turning
more raindrops appearing on our camera, though, at the complex. So, again, psychological rain, as Mike Jordan often called it. I don't think it's going to affect the track surface, but nevertheless, it'll be that little extra thing in the mind, distracting Daniel Parsons, Eddie Stewart, and Max Carlton, who are the runaway leaders. But which order are they going to finish on the podium? Sonny Morgan just trying to grasp a little closer to these three, but he can't get there at the moment. Nor can Seb Corking, who's hit a bit of a rut himself in 5th place. Now, was that a good line through the chicane for Daniel Parsons as they all gang up on him? And Max Carlton thought about a move on the second place runner, Eddie Stewart. They stay unbelievably in the same order, though, Joe.
Oh, and Eddie Stewart moving alongside. He's on the outside line for turn 2, though. That's not going to do him any favours. He tries the switch back out of 3, and he's alongside. He's got the ideal line for the lead, and taking the lead down the inside of Parsons at the turn 4 hairpin. He's going to have to defend through turn 5, the Interlagos hairpin, and he does indeed. And it's Eddie Stewart who is now our new leader on that number 45. Parsons, though, he's not finished, is he? He's right on the bumper of that Eddie Stewart kart as they go through the hangar turn and down towards the Montreal chicane, and Parsons coming back at Stewart, but Stewart hanging out there. See what I mean by composure? He just turned in. You were not going to get that corner. Max Carlton's not finished as well. He's gone down the inside of Parsons into Tarzan, and they come out side by side and go towards 2, but it looks like Max Carlton has made that move stick, with the last lap board being shown, by the way, Johnny. We are in the final lap of this heat.
Yeah, about half the lap still to go. Turn 4 in the shadow of the hangar. Interlagos next, and then the skim of the picket fence in a moment or two. But there's really no way through on that part of the track, and it's single file stuff on the run into hangar. But what's your exit speed like, Eddie Stewart? Daniel Parsons there. No longer, of course. Max Carlton's crept into second place. Parsons still in 3rd. Sonny Morgan's going to be right with them at the flag, but over the line it's a win just by Eddie Stewart from Max Carlton, who made the pass the previous run into Tarzan corner. The winning margin, 65 thousandths of a second. Eddie Stewart back to Max Carlton, and it was only 0.3 and a bit to Daniel Parsons, who must be the most frustrated of the three.
And then it was only 0.2 between Parsons in 3rd and Sonny Morgan in 4th.
Who set the fastest lap of the race on that final
lap. I mean, Sonny Morgan could see what was happening in front of him and was probably thinking, I need to get involved there because they're going to trip over one another. Seb Corking had dropped away at the end there, 1.5 seconds the gap to Sonny Morgan in 4th. Seb Corking finishing 5th. Leo Basterfield had dropped back to nearly 3 seconds behind Corking and finishes in 6th. Then we had Daniel Haynes in 7th, Lucy Lovell 8th, Kasiri Visarek is in 9th, Jensen Cox 10th, and then rounding off the 11 kart field is Riley Thatcher. Last heat of the day coming up.
Yeah, and visibility for the mid-pack of the senior TKMs, again, going to be compromised at the start of the race for these two-stroke engine karts, but a good field of them again, and the TKMs, only 3 heats to enjoy through the course of a couple of days. Did they have a heat last night as well? No, we've had all the TKM action today, in fact. But really tough to call a winner in this when you've got, again, a very mixed grid and some quick karts at the back.
Well, let's have a look at the grid. Tom Johnson and Jason Lovett start on the front row with Tom Johnson on the pole position. Ben Watson and Mitchell Ball, he's on the number 2. Keep an eye on Mitchell Ball for this one. James Hull and Matt Slater on row 3. Row 4, Louis Bevan in the number 1. He's the current championship leader and consecutive champion in this class, in this TKM class, in the NKC the past 2 years. Adam Crofts-Davies is alongside. Row 5 is Charlie King and Joseph Booth. Gordon Smith and Matt Cardwell are on row 6. Row 7 is Alexander Lehman and Callan Lamont. Joseph Phillips and Steve King are on row 8. Row 9 is Will Cregeen and Ryan Layton. Chris Whiteside and Ollie Milner are on row 10. Row 11, Leo Crabtree and Molly Nicholas Biles. And then we've got Matthew Temple Purcell and James King on that row 12. Final row, 24 carts.
They're coming now through the double left-hander picket fence, and there's drama for... Now, is that...
Oh, who was that? 15?
15, yes. And there was a 15 in the previous race. Gordon Smith in this race. I was getting him confused with Max Carlton, who runs the same number in Minimax. But, yeah, problems then early on there. Otherwise, everyone is cleanly away and heading for Tarzan for the first time. Tom Johnson from pole position will lead them through. An early spinner, though, is the number 20, left in the middle of the track. 120? 20? I'm getting confused.
Yeah,
no, it's James King. It was James King at the back. And 15 will get going as well in hot pursuit, but Gordon Smith, rather than starting 11th, starting stone last now.
It was that inside line, wasn't it, of Tom Johnson with behind him Ben Watson, who had the inside and optimum line into the first turn here at Tarzan and have gone off into the lead. The number 42, Tom Johnson, the number 95, Ben Watson, lead at the hangar turn and then head off and back down towards the paddock. They'll negotiate the Montreal chicane now. And look at that, Ben Watson right on the bumper of Tom Johnson. This is a battle for the lead in this, the third and final heat. And down the inside, he got the textbook of how to pass at Mansell. And it said turn 1 at Tarzan, down the inside, get the momentum, do the outbrake manoeuvre. And he continues in that lead. So Ben Watson will show leading this race next time by if he can hang on from this from Tom Johnson.
Charlie King's another one to look out for, though, in number 26. Is that another LRG prepared car?
No, not
26.
Not in TKM.
Okay,
no.
beg your pardon. So Charlie King get mixed up with, is it Mason
Marcus,
King? Marcus King, who also runs number 26. You can see why I'm getting confused. But nevertheless, Charlie King, who started 9th, already up to 3rd, I make it. We'll call them across the line, but wasting no time whatsoever there, as then sliding their way through the Montreal chicane and over the line to complete another lap. It's Ben Watson who leads from Tom Johnson 2nd, King up to 3rd as mentioned in the green helmet, number 26. Mitchell Ball down a position. Louis Bevan, though, one to watch in 5th in kart number 1 ahead of James Hull.
Well, karts number 2 and karts number 1 in 4th and 5th. The Mitchell Ball running out of the Flex awning. Louis Bevan certainly connected to the Flex team, but running a Birrell this year. If you listen to the Paddock Show in this morning's break, you'll have heard that interview with Louis explaining why he went to the Birrell chassis, finding it very, very fast indeed. So he will want to continue and pull Mitchell Ball back towards him, and Mitchell Ball on that number 2, the yellow and blue kart there, chasing down Charlie King. Meanwhile, Ben Watson has pulled out half a second in the lead there. They're beginning to space out, and if anything, the first 5 beginning to space out here in this senior TKM heat. Into turn 3 then, out of the hairpin, and I would say Mitchell Ball, after we've just seen Charlie King put in the fastest lap of the race here on lap 3, 49.3 was the lap time. Not fast enough though to get away from Mitchell Ball, because that gap to the back of the number 26 is definitely narrowing. Out of hangar turn, down towards the Montreal chicane then, into the right hand, left hand flick, and then across the curb on the exits, the off the curb on these TKMs. It's too upsetting for these chassis, and it's definitely Mitchell Ball half a second behind Charlie King, and it's the 3rd sector where King and that kart of his comes into its own through the twisty hairpins of the infield section is where Mitchell Ball can perhaps make ground on that number 26. That's also a Birrell, same kart as Louis Bevan on the number 1, and the number 1 of Bevan can't quite make that ground up on the number 2. Looking over his shoulder there was Mitchell Ball. There's the number 26 just coming through the Montreal chicane now. We're looking down at his engine, mate. Maybe just tweaking the mixture a little bit, just to getting a little bit more power. Leaning off that mixture screw. So with 5 laps completed, we're inside the second half of this third and final heat for the senior TKM runners. And Charlie King bending down behind the screen there to reduce the airflow across him. And he's very comfortable in that third place. Mitchell Ball has not made any kind of progress towards the rear bumper, and Louis Bevan likewise. So that gap has remained about a half a second between all of these karts. The leader though, Ben Watson there. Tom Johnson turning in. Third place Charlie King, Mitchell Ball, Louis Bevan crossing the line now. Into and out of turn 1 then. Inside of 3 minutes. They're lapping in the 49 seconds here at Mansell. As they come out of turn 3 and head down that short chute towards the hairpin at 4. And then switching it back, the hairpin at 5, the Interlagos hairpin. And out through the wicker fence, double apex left-hander sweep into the hanger turn. We have got coming up to 2 minutes on the clock, and here we have the number 26 of Charlie King now coming to the rear bumper of that second place kart of Tom Johnson. We've seen them having a bit of a cushion between these karts, but now when it matters, getting into the final stages, this is where he's made his move. Charlie King, he's played a bit of a waiting game. He's gained and within a matter of just a lap come up to the rear bumper of Tom Johnson and then made it stick. He made that move into turn 2, momentum out of the first turn here, and now the question is, can Charlie King give himself a gap with coming to 90 seconds remaining? I think time has perhaps run out a little bit for him to perhaps chase down Ben Watson for the lead. However, he has got a second place, and that will give him a good points haul to get himself high up the grid for that all-important TKM final coming up later this afternoon. So we're only a matter of a few seconds away from announcing the final minute of this race. Ben Watson has had a pretty controlled race at the front of this field. Charlie King now in second, about 1.3 seconds the gap between King and Watson in the lead. Tom Johnson half a second behind, and then Mitchell Ball and Louis Bevan. Louis falling off the back of his former teammate Mitchell Ball, not being able to make any kind of impression on that fourth place. Behind this top 5, which we tend to have focused on, Joseph Booth in 6th, Ollie Milner 7th, Alexander Lehman in 8th, Caelan Lamond in 9th, Leo Crabtree 10th. 24 kart field in TKM. Final few seconds then of this heat on the timing screen, so we'll be getting towards the last lap board for the number 95 of Ben Watson next time by. So if Charlie King can reduce the gap, and he didn't last time by, even though he did put in a purple time, 49.273, fastest lap of the race for Charlie King. However, Ben Watson not that far behind with only 0.003 of a second slower, 49.276.
So quick was Charlie King across the line. Our timing tower actually missed him, but he is there in second position between Ben Watson and Tom Johnson. Final lap being shown then to Ben Watson, who started third and did really stand out to me as being one of the key runners in this because of his really good starting position.
That's a change.
Yeah.
Mitchell Ball into third, or is he? Yes, he is. Hangs on to it. Down the inside of turn 2 again, Johnny.
It's classic stuff. If you can't get it done at turn 1, then focus on your exit out of Tarzan and the slingshot up the inside. You can brake a lot later if you've got the inside line, later than you would be ordinarily on the racing line, just to prevent your opponent from turning in. And he did that brilliantly well, did Mitchell Ball on Tom Johnson. Charlie King has appeared now in second place in our graphics, but it'll be Ben Watson who snakes his way through the Montreal chicane, and in kart 95 takes the race win, a decent one at that as well, although Charlie King gets the fastest lap at 49.2, but it's not quite good enough to chisel away at that 1.2 second winning margin for Ben Watson over Charlie King. Mitchell Ball with a last lap overtake at the complex to bag third position ahead of Tom Johnson in fourth, and then it was Louis Bevan in number 1 completing the top 5. Joseph Booth in 6th, Alexander Lehman in 7th, number 91, ahead of Ollie Milner, Callan Lamont and Leo Crabtree. And outside the top 10, Joseph Phillips, Matthew Temple Purcell, Matt Cardwell and Molly Nicholas Biles. Then Matt Slight, James Hull, Will Cregeen and Adam Crofts Davis ahead of Jason Lovett, Ryan Layton, Chris Whiteside, Gordon Smith and James King. And it looks like, you said there were 24 in this race, didn't you?
Yeah, 23 took place.
Okay, but they all completed the 11 laps, no retirements. Impressive.
Yeah. Johnny, that concludes the heats for round 3 of the Junction 6 NKC here at Mansell Raceway. We're into the first of our B finals. Now then, your memory might serve you well from Llandau last year, but the B final, it's all about qualifying in the first 4. So we're going to focus on that 4th and 5th place battle. Right, here we go. I'm going to read down this because these are the guys in the B final, considering we've got 30 karts in a B final. That's how healthy it is here. It's the 177 road axis, so that's the heavier class. Daniel Hammett on pole, Alfie Williams alongside, Steve Gilly, Seb Boltman, row 2, Carl Bryan, Dan Millward are on row 3, row 4 is Taylor Adams and Billy Clark. Then we've got Neil Hemming, Harry Wainwright in the B final. Harry is leading the championship coming into round 3. So
can I just say that there are 4 drivers on the same 100 points.
Yeah.
So is that then the fastest lap of the day for each individual kart that separates them?
I don't know. That's a good question. That's a one for Gaz Berry.
Fair enough.
Our medium.
Just that 48.5 is listed against Seb Bulpin's name, and that will be quicker than the other 3 that finished on 100 points.
Yeah, I think that's maybe how they deciphered the fastest lap of the race within the heats. We've got Taylor Adams. I don't know if I've mentioned Taylor Adams and Billy Clark on row 4. Neil Hemming, Harry Wainwright, I have. Keith Mason is on 11th with Simon Wheeler alongside. Stephen Horner, his teammate, is on row 7 with Chris Sivia. Michael Mallett and Lawrence Hilton are on row 8. Colin Campbell, Alex Jones are on row 9. Will Milner and Dan Fleckney on row 10. Ben Johnson, Adrian Smith are row 11. Lee Todd, Adam Malins is on row 12. Row 13, Tyler Fossey, Steve James. Then we've got Jake Lewis, Alan Cook, and then Thomas Childs and Mark Gilly. Now then, around about that 5th and 6th place, Carl Bryant, Dan Millward, Steve Gilly in 3rd, Seb Bultman in 4th, Taylor Adams 7th, Billy Clark. That's probably going to be the focus of our attention because it's all about finishing in the top 4 and qualifying through to the A final.
The other interesting thing is Daniel Hammett listed on 105 points, but there's a time in brackets. Nobody else is on 105 in this grid. I think the back row of the A final had 105 points as well.
Yes.
So you miss out on literally tenths of seconds from the A final and need to therefore qualify for the via the B final to get there.
You know, you will see 105 points Paul Moran
and 105 points Tyler Kelsey.
Yeah.
How close is that?
That's fabulous, isn't it?
Ridiculous.
Over 3 races as well.
Yeah.
Here they come towards us then. Daniel Hammett, Alfie Williams, Steve Gilly. Seb Bulpin is the final qualifier in that 4th place. Can he hang on to it? As they come towards us for the first time, I think it's a false start.
Crash at the back.
Oh, it definitely is a false start. We've got a crash into barriers at the rear of the field. They don't look like they're at racing pace.
Somebody stranded on the racing line on the grid hatchings, and in fact that's now going to be an empty car because thankfully the driver is able to get away and maybe push it to safety in actual fact. So that will clear things up nicely. Scattered barriers, yes, but actually the racing line is clear, so we're still staying green for the time being.
Yeah, we are green.
And it is a good run for these first sequence of corners. 83 has been involved, amongst
83
others.
83 and 25, that's Adam Malin's 25. 83 is
Neil Hemming.
Neil Hemming from 9th place.
Peculiar.
So
they started nowhere
sure
near one another. Yellow flags are being shown though now across the line. But you can overtake again into Tarzan pretty much because you're past the accident scene at that point.
First 4 breaking away. Daniel Hammett, Steve Gilly, Seb Boltman, Alfie Williams. They're your first 4. Then we've got 1.1 seconds to Carl Bryant, who's got a tenth of a second over Harry Wainwright. Now, Harry hasn't really been. He's had a bit of a day, hasn't he? He hasn't really been on the showed a massive amount of pace here, which is out of character, I've got to say, for Harry. But you know what? He'll have the bit between his teeth. And Carl Bryant, I mentioned, at Le Mans, working on the Team Turkey LMP2 entry, having an early bath at 2 a.m. in the morning when the car was crashed. But Carl now behind the wheel of one of his karts. Jibtech Racing is Carl's company. There's Steve Gilly moving to the lead. And Steve in unfamiliar territory in the B final will want to win this and put himself on the back end of that A final, get some championship points by moving up the order later on if he can. No change for third and fourth. Alfie Williams, Seb Bultman. Carl Bryant moves on to the back of that fourth place. So let's have a look at that, Nick. We're looking at fourth place. That's the, after these three, there is the number 143 and the number 13 and the number 92. That's Bultman, Bryant and Wainwright.
The gap's emerging in just about the right place here, because we can call the top three over the line being clear.
Yes.
And then the next race is the
Yes.
one we're really interested in. Who's going to
Yes.
win that? Because whoever wins that is guaranteed a place in the A final.
Oh, and that's Harry Wainwright coming together with Carl Bryant there, and Harry, a little bit of an apology there, gesticulation. But who's that coming into the order as well? Is that Keith Mason on the number 12, who's wanting to get involved as well? It is indeed.
Yep.
So Keith Mason's actually Steve Gilly's teammate at LRG. So he'll want to be taking advantage of Carl Bryant, Seb Bulpin, Harry Wainwright tripping over one another. I'm not sure how that's panned out, actually. There's the top three, and there's Alfie Williams ahead of Daniel Hammett. So into the Montreal hairpin. Here comes Steve Gilly. Let's say he's got pretty much control there. Coming towards next lap, it'll be half distance. So it's Williams, Hammett, Bulpin, Wainwright, Bryant, Mason. What's the gap? 7/10. 7/10 of a second for Harry Wainwright to make up. That's the leaders. It's the battle there that we need to focus on, though.
Just behind. How much do Alfie Williams and Daniel Hammett actually want to force the issue here? How important is it to win a B final? You just want to be into the A, don't you?
Yeah, but the best way of making sure you're going to do that is by leading it.
Good point.
There's the fourth place kart there. That's the one we're going to stick with, the number 143 of Seb Bulpin, because Harry Wainwright is only 7/10 behind him. That's Harry Wainwright in the blue helmet, looking over his shoulder there. Now, this is the fourth place kart, the final qualifier for the year final there. Coming across the line now. The gap was 7/10. It's out to 9/10.
Yeah. Because at the moment, Harry Wainwright just does not have a response to Seb Bulpin, and the gap's growing. Now, what about Carl Bryant, who has run in fourth place already in this race? I wonder whether the 13 kart was maybe starting to fade a little bit, but being in the wheel tracks of Harry Wainwright might be giving a bit more speed to kart number 13. Keith Mason, we know, means business as well in the number 12, and Billy Clark's just behind Keith Mason in 8th place too. So how far do you want to go down for this potential fourth place finisher? Needs to be quicker than Harry Wainwright is working at the moment, and Wainwright jumps around in the seat to get a bit more forward momentum out of the hanger hairpin. But I think Carl Bryant or Keith Mason have a better chance of trying to catch Seb Bulpin. But time is running out. 3 minutes to go, Joe.
Harry Wainwright down at 1.3 seconds now for Harry. He's dropping off the back of that final fourth place qualifying position. We're inside the final 3 minutes. And if anything, Steve Gilly, he's qualifying where he is now. Alfie Williams challenging for the lead of this B final. He wants his picture taken by Gazberry and put on the NKC Facebook page. That's what Alfie Williams is wanting here, because that's what the winner of the B final ends up doing, with a lovely picture as the B final winner on the NKC Facebook page. So Gazberry, get your camera ready. It's going to be either Steve Gilly or Alfie Williams here. And at the moment, I'm not sure where I'd put my money, because Alfie Williams is looking very racy indeed. Meanwhile, Daniel Hammett in third, Seb Bulpin fourth.
Wainwright's going to lose fifth position here, and now all of a sudden we've got a new chaser for fourth. There's a big gap between them, but Harry Wainwright overtaken, I reckon, by Carl Bryant. Now, what can Bryant do in the closing stages? He's got 2 minutes plus the extra lap to try and catch Seb Bulpin. But for me, it was never going to be Wainwright in 92 to be able to do it. Maybe Bryant or Keith Mason, but they had to wriggle free earlier than this, really, with time really running out.
Yeah, and there's a change of leader as Alfie Williams has made that move on Steve Gilly. He will have his photo on the Facebook page. Indeed, there's the battle for 5th as Carl Bryant it is gotten ahead finally from Harry Wainwright. And there's the final qualifier there, just going under the gantry there as Carl Bryant, Harry Wainwright, Keith Mason, Billy Clark, Stephen Horner, Dan Millward rounding off the top 10, continuing to chase down this top 4. And you can just see the gap there as we panned out and got that overview of where these 4 are in comparison on the track as the first 4 go into the turn 4 hairpin, then into turn 5 as the chasing pack are just coming out of the turn 4 hairpin, pardon me.
Yeah, the problem for Carl Bryant now is that he's having to defend as well as focus on the track in front. But if anything, the lead battle is going the right way for Carl Bryant, because I felt that the race leader was actually holding 1 or 2 up in this leading quartet. Another look over the shoulder. Alfie Williams actually had a very good run, though, through the Montreal chicane on that occasion. And it was better than Steve Gilly. They both run a touch wide, though, out onto the grasscrete on the exit of Tarzan. Hitting the complex now, and frustratingly for Carl Bryant, he can see them over to the left, partway round turn 2, feeling a lot closer than they actually are. So this is unusual for a B final to have such a dominant top 4. We always try and focus on the 4th and 5th place scrap, but we just haven't got one at this stage, as time will be at 0 the next time Alfie Williams or whoever crosses the line in a moment or 2.
Yeah, they've just got to get down that back straight through the Montreal chicane, and it'll be the welcome sight of the last lap to go board as we continue across the line. Then 1 lap to go board scene. It's quite a battle, isn't it? I mean, you know, it's a pointless battle because you've qualified, lads. But it's I think it's all about Gasbury's photo on Facebook, this battle.
To the outside, Seb Bulpin trying to pick off Daniel Hammett. The danger is that 1 or 2 of these trip over each other. You retire and then
Absolutely.
You give away an A final spot.
Yeah.
And they could almost all afford here to just work with each other and say, we're in. We don't need to ruin this too much now. But there is a trophy in front of them and a photograph on social media up for grabs, so that might be too much to turn down.
And just getting into that A final and maybe making ground up the field, you're going to make more championship points. Here they are, Montreal hairpin for the final time. Then Alfie Williams, Steve Gilly, trying to have a go, it looked like, and then fanning out. Alfie Williams qualified, Steve Gilly qualifies, Daniel Hammett and Seb Bulpin will be the qualifiers on the final row of the A final, and it will be a disconsolate Carl Bryant, Harry Wainwright, Keith Mason, Billy Clark, Stephen Horner and Jake Lewis, the top 10 in this big final, who have the consolation of not putting any more wear on those tyres for the rest of the season.
There is that. I mean, it's scant consolation,
It
really.
is. It absolutely
That's
is.
very much looking on the bright side of not making the A final, but I suppose that is the case. And if they've used the same set of tyres for rounds 1, 2 and 3 of the Junction 6 NKC, then they can revert to a brand new full set of Maxxis Sport tyres for the remaining 3 rounds of the NKC. I've looked up, by the way, because I was interested, it's my part of the world, where exactly Junction 6 commercials are based. In the shadow of Aston Villa, or Villa Park.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we were right in that Junction 6 of the M6 is the Gravelly Hill interchange, or known better as Spaghetti Junction. And the next set of carts about to be unleashed, by the way, onto the racetrack for the next B final. But yes, just on the underneath pretty much of the Aston Expressway, so a place I know well. Anyway, go on, Joe.
I just want to say hello to S1 Monet. He or she was wanting directions to the burger stand. I'm not sure we have a burger stand, but we've certainly got a great cafeteria here, cafe restaurant here at the Mansell Raceway. I think they found the burger stand. S1 Monet update, found the burger stand, but with all the excitement from the Minimax race, I've got a burger sauce down my top. Great day out. It's got to be a female. Got to be a female, that one.
Sign of a good kart race when you're covered in burger sauce, though. You don't even notice.
I'm being sexist there, saying only a woman would be bothered about burger sauce down our front. So would a woman be eating burger with sauce? Not sure. Senior Rotax B final out next. And again, same situation is what is required. Top 4 qualifiers will move through to the A final, and it's Alex Warnaby and Toby Case on the pole position, Ryan Micallef and James Bark, and then just outside that top 4, Nathan Schaefer, Luke Evans, Josh Morris, Henry Stratton, Liam Deedman, Archie Lyons on row 5, Callum Farley, Alexander Mazoyan, Rhys Pope, Ashton French, Mackenzie Stevens, Patrick Williams-Raj, Lewis Berry, Sam Mee, Ben Ficchini, Grace Lee Davis, Jimmy Hardy, Ari Barker, Alex Jackson, Joseph McQueen, Adam Cerner and Jack Hayes-Roberts. Same deal, Johnny. It's got to be the top 4. That's who we're going to be looking at as the field come towards us then. And we should get this B final underway for our Senior Rotax. There's a 162 weight category of Senior Rotax. 3 wide into turn 1. A little bit of pushing and shoving there in the midfield, but everybody through without too much bother.
That was Toby Case in the 60 kart. He was a little bit wayward on the run on cold tyres, I guess, into Tarzan, and started off over on the right, and mid-corner he was way over to the left. He actually got good exit speed, though, from the first corner. They were already at turn 4 and snaking their way through, and it is Alex Warnaby from the pole position then who leads Toby Case in number 60 as they skirt the picket fence and into Hanger Hairpin for the first time. Again, the clouds are gathering. Talking about the chance of some showers maybe after 4 o'clock, right in the middle of the A-finals, which might be rather entertaining. Leaping the curb there in 3rd position, Ryan Micallef.
So Alex Warnaby leads, Toby Case 2nd, Ryan Micallef 3rd, Nathan Chapers the 4th and final qualifier, James Bart, Luke Evans, Josh Morris chase them down. Liam Deanman, Henry Stratton and Callum Farley are our top 10, but look at that train of karts there for that 4th position. The 69 kart, Nathan Schaefer, he's the final qualifier for the A final. So we'll just focus on that, Nick. I mean Nick, not you, Johnny. Nick's the producer this weekend, and he will monitor that and direct the cameras to maintain our view of that battle, because that's where the action is. And James Bark comes on to the rear bumper of Schaefer into the Montreal chicane. Can he hang on to that to the chase down to turn 1?
Again, Micallef very happy riding right over the curb on the exit of the Montreal chicane. Doesn't seem to disrupt the flow of the kart too much at all, and takes that punishment, and so does he as well, which he'll feel through his back, I'm sure. And Micallef ahead of Nathan Schaefer, but Schaefer doesn't want to get back too far towards James Bark, because then he'll have to really be conscious of where the 84 kart is. That's the edge of the cliff, if you like, and if you fall away from 4th position, it's very difficult, particularly in the closing stages, to gather a top 4 finish back again. Everybody else feeding around the Interlagos hairpin, and now the leaders are at Hanger for the 3rd time.
Down towards the Montreal chicane then, Alex Warnaby, relatively comfortable, I'd say, in the lead. The 2nd, 3rd and 4th place qualifiers got a bit of a gap to James Bark, who just has lost sort of contact, if you like, with the number 69 of Nathan Schaefer. And it's the bright orange livery. And Nathan Schaefer down the inside of turn 3, side by side with the number 71 Ryan Micallef. They stay side by side into the turn 4 hairpin. And these two squabbling have brought James Bark right in amongst it, Johnny.
That was the danger. You start fighting over 3rd, and then the 5th place kart thinks, well, I definitely want to finish in the top 4, and now starting to really turn the screw. So 5 breakaway runners then, as we are about a minute away from half distance in this B final, the same length as the heats. It's only when we get to the A finals where we add 4 extra minutes to the race distance, but right across the line, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th all together. The best place to be is in Alex Warnaby's seat, because he's wriggled free to nearly a full second advantage, as now Schaefer to the front.
Contact.
Yes, but there was a little bit of contact, but the 69 of Nathan Schaefer leading the way for 2nd position.
Yeah, and we've had a change of final qualifier. Ryan Micallef dropped down to 5th. He's gotten back up to 4th. He had a bit of contact there, and now we've got the 84 of James Bark challenging and making that move on Ryan Micallef. Ryan Micallef, a little bit out of his environment here. He was the winner of round 1 at...
Contact again with Micallef, and that was the next kart through. Luke Evans trying to hustle his way through. Micallef rode the curbs at Hanger Hairpin, and that really delayed him as he came off that portion of the circuit, and there was side-to-side contact between Micallef and Evans.
Micallef, winner of round 1 at Three Sisters, what I was trying to say, Johnny, when there was so much happening there, and now Micallef dropped down to 6th behind the number 3 of Luke Evans. We've seen how quick Luke Evans can be, carrying the number 3, third in the championship, another driver out of his environment here in the B final.
I've not stood next to Ryan Micallef, but he looks to be a lofty guy, sitting higher up in the kart than others around him. So, yes, it's all about weight in this category, but also maybe the lower down, the lower centre of gravity is suiting the other karts around him and this particular track. More curb being taken by James Bark, and he's trying to get the kart through the air as quickly as possible, but Evans to 4th position, and that's the crucial one, maybe bagging a start on the A final grid. Luke Evans in kart 3 to 4th place, but hang on a minute.
Micallef, that was Ryan Micallef. He had to go down the inside of James Bark, almost made contact. Here we see it again, down the inside of James Bark, makes contact with number 3 Luke Evans.
That's what I was worried about, amazingly.
Very lucky to get away with that. The contact was on his rear axle.
Evans somehow got the power down and pulled away from all that carnage, but I was worried that Micallef had made a do-or-die manoeuvre and cleaned Luke Evans out in the process. So where does Evans come through at the end of lap 7? We've still got 2 and a bit minutes to go. First and second clearly away and gone. That Warnaby and Nathan Chafer. Toby Case third, Luke Evans 4th, but only just from James Bark.
Yeah, the Lando Norris livery kart of the number 3 of Luke Evans right now on the bumper of Toby Case, and he's bringing James Bark, Reece Pope and Ryan Micallef, who's kind of took a bit of a breather there. Micallef, it could have all gone wrong for him, and if anything, Micallef looks like he's dropped off the back. If anything, he's dropped off the back. They're all queuing up behind that 3rd place Toby Case, so still all to play for. And Johnny, if you're James Bark and Reece Pope, you're going to be praying that the karts ahead of you trip over one another and make the gap that you can then go to, oh yeah, that's all right. Toby Case is saying, let's go and catch them. Why it's all about the last 90 seconds, man.
Totally. And Luke Evans wants to be in the clear if he can possibly do that. So there he goes up the inside. But not to take that lying down. Here comes Toby Case on the fight back, but he's only got the outside line into the complex, and the danger here is the Case is going to lose places to James Bark and others, and all of a sudden for Toby Case, his chances of an A final start go up in smoke.
Absolutely, you knew it was going to happen. He had to make space, didn't he? And now we've got James Bark in that 4th and final qualifying position. It's the number 33 of Archie Lyons who's come up from nowhere and finds himself in that 5th place behind him. The number 3 of Luke Evans is checked out ahead of Toby Case. Toby Case has been hung out to dry, hasn't he? 45 seconds on the clock, so we'll get 1 lap to go after this. Still racing hard, and there's the number 84 with the pressure from the 33 right behind him, nestling up behind his rear bumper as they come out of turn 3. Looks over his shoulder. Where is he? Where have you gone, Archie? That's Archie Lyons on that number 33 there with the white side pod, the red shoulders. Lyons, you can see written on his back. He's right now with that 4th place James Bark into the hanger turn and out onto the straight. It will be 1 lap to go, board shown to Alex Warnaby, who we've kind of forgotten at the front of this field with Nathan Chafer in second. They're squabbling for that position, and a little bit, and I think that's going to be a bumper penalty for Archie Lyons. His bumper is completely caved in. You can see there quite clearly on the camera. He's still squabbling though. It's still worth a fight, and we'll argue with the stewards afterwards. But if that bumper has dropped down, then there's nothing in it. It's a 5-second penalty without any question.
Here comes Reece Pope to the outside of Interlagos corner. Through the S's they will go. And checkered flag in hand. So it's going to be, either between Alex Warnaby and Nathan Chafer to take the B final victory. Over the line will go Warnaby ahead of Chafer, but what about the 4th place finish in the hands of James Bark at the moment? Nip and tuck across the line. 48 thousandths of a second separate James Bark, who gets himself into the A final at the death, ahead of Archie Lyons and Reece Pope, who gave it absolutely everything. But there'll be no further racing for Lyons, Pope, Ryan McAuliffe and Harry Barker. At least Harry, though, got to the end of this race after a couple of non-finishes earlier on in the weekend in number 87. Josh Morris, number 88, finishing in 9th place, and Toby Case, who was there or thereabouts beyond half distance. He was still in 3rd position, but unfortunately the number 60 car faded towards the end. So really close between Alex Warnaby and Nathan Chafer, 1st and 2nd. They are in to the A final for the senior Rotax competition. Luke Evans and James Bark are the other qualifiers, ahead of Archie Lyons just missing out in 5th, Reece Pope in 6th, Ryan McAuliffe in 7th. Then it's Harry Barker, Josh Morris and Toby Case, as I mentioned. The treble 9 of Callum Farley outside of the top 10, but only by 1 position. Sam Mee finishing in 12th place, ahead of Lewis Barry, Patrick Williams Rahaj, Ashton French and Liam Deedwell 16th, Brendan Fakini in 17th, Grace Lee Davis 18th, Alexander Mirzoyan in 19th, ahead of Adam Cerner, Henry Stratton and Jamie Hardy. And that is the 22 kart field after 11 laps done, and we have one more B final to go before a string of extended distance A finals, 5 of them literally nose to tail, because they will come thick and fast. We'll have the Mini Maxes first, then the senior TKMs, the 177s, the senior Rotaxes, followed by the junior Rotaxes to finish the day off. But lots more to look forward to yet, including the release in a moment or two of the entry for the junior B final. And again, top 4 positions, all important to finish there, to bag yourself the back 2 rows of the A final for the juniors.
I've been given a new junior Rotax B final grid, Johnny.
That's interesting, okay.
Because there's been some penalties implemented, so I'm going to sort out, as well as coffee, okay?
The coffee is spot on, Joe. Just been delivered to my right-hand side, taking a slug. Even our director Nick's got a coffee.
Or penalty rescinded, Gaz. All right, so Luca Mulvaney did have a penalty, but that's been rescinded.
Gaz is not on microphone, but I can tell you what his answer is.
What's that?
When you finish on the same amount of points from the heats, there's then a time in brackets. Is that the fastest time that you've done across your heats that changes? So you get, I mean, in the previous B final grid, I think we had 4 drivers on 100 points, and then the way to separate them is fastest lap from any of the heats through the course of the day, which is what I guessed actually, but because that makes total sense. And although we were making the point earlier on that you don't get an extra point for a fastest lap in a race, it's really important to try and get a good lap at some stage, because that could define where you start on the grid.
There's a cup missing.
There's a cup. Oh, for Gaz.
A cup.
Gaz Berry needs a coffee, definitely, because he's had a long day as well. And you've been out in the sunshine too.
He's got
plenty of water underneath.
He's got a lovely tan.
That's true, yes, but it
tan,
doesn't really help quenching his thirst at this point in the day. Anyway, we'll work on that, and I'll also try and define now which of our 2 junior grids is the right one.
That one. Yeah,
they both say 1547.
Yeah, they're both the same.
Fine. So we don't have to worry about a rescinded penalty, because we go back to the original grid. So it is the 114 on pole position. Mr. Hughes, how do you say his first name?
I say Lewin.
Lewin. So it's Ewan with an L. That makes sense.
Lewin, yeah.
Lewin Hughes on 96 points, which is level again with the final car on the A final grid. So it goes down to fastest lap, and unfortunately for Lewin Hughes, he'll have to start from pole position of the B final alongside Maxim Smith in number 31.
Sorry, that's not an L. That's an I. It's Yayan Hughes.
Yayan Hughes
is our onboard lap for this one.
Alex Timmins and Jamie Salter come next. Then it's James Burgess and Rafi Celentano. Ollie Morris, Joel Bowden, Jacob Bainham and Alex Dole. followed by Frank Ward and Joshua Delicata on the 6th row. Ellie Anderson and Danny May Reid come next. Lewis Llewellyn and Adam Catling. Daniel Davis, Ellis Warlock, Freddie Theobald and Ronan Moore on the 10th row, and Billy Voot, who's had a really up and down weekend.
Yeah,
great result for his first heat, and then a non-finish came next. So they are absolutely together, and
that's
arms
a bit
up.
fast.
So false start flag is being displayed already at the complex, because the pace should be dictated by Ian Hughes, and I think that him and those carts around were a little bit hot to get going there. It needs to be a measured pace, Joe.
Remember the junior last heat for the juniors that we saw?
Yes.
Waved around again.
It took 3 attempts, I think, to get that one going.
Because these youngsters are very, very impetuous. They just want to get on with it. And we saw the pace of that start was just a little bit not to the liking of our official starter. That's why he gave them the wave round. They'll be getting the pole man slowed down. That's Ian Hughes who will be given that board to slow down and control the pace. Now that's nice, but as they creep towards that start line, you can see the pace will increase ever so slightly.
And then very much so by the time they are running down towards Tarzan Corner, the pit bend, turn 1. I don't really like the turn 1, but we'll use everything else. Arms up again. Yeah.
Wait, do you know why? Because they're not holding station.
Yeah.
I mean, from our position here, viewers, we've got a view looking straight down the start-finish straight. And from our perspective, it looked like they were 3 to 5 wide in areas. They're just fanning out from those two starting channels. And until it goes green, you've got to remain in those channels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a rolling start, but nevertheless the gap between the left-hand carts and the right-hand carts needs to be about the same as it would be for a standing start. So you want about 2 cart widths between someone on the left-hand side of the grid and someone on the right-hand side of the grid.
Well, we are taking a minute of time, of race time, away every time there is a false start here. So they need, they've got 6 more attempts, Johnny, and then we'll throw the checker.
You've got an extra lap, remember, though. So one lap dash, everybody.
Yeah.
It may come down to that. I don't know whether Ian Hughes is all to blame here. He should really be dictating the speed.
Yeah, he is, but it's not. You see, I mean, they're coming down in those 2 channels, and that's not really...
Needs to be wider.
I mean...
Can't really fit a cart between those anyway.
3 wide into turn 1. 3 wide.
The starters are happy with that one this time around, and Ian Hughes will just about lead from Maxim Smith. But Maxim to the high side of the complex in 31, sitting much lower down in the cart. Can he muscle his way around the outside? Not quite. Good defensive driving from Ian Hughes, who got the required traction out of turn 2, Joe.
He was just watching, wasn't he? You could see where he is. Very slow section of track there through turns 2, the hairpin, and then into turn 3, another hairpin. And Ian Hughes was just masterful on his defence. He's now pulled a bit of a gap. Only 6 minutes of racing, 6 minutes and 1 lap remaining because of those false starts, and they're already back down towards us, heading towards us. Montreal chicane at the moment, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. That's the white cart there of the number 46 of Raffi Salentano. He's the 4th qualifier, as the leaders really are going at it hammer and tongs. Maxim Smith on the 31, trying all he can and making that move stick for the lead. That's Ian Hughes down to 2nd, Jamie Salter 3rd, and Raffi Salentano on the 46. He's just keeping like a watching brief there, isn't he?
There was just a point between Ian and Maxim after the heats, and actually Alex Timmins, who started 3rd in the number 18, was on level points with Maxim Smith, the new race leader. But the 18 has faded pretty early on in this and came through at the end of the first lap a long way down. But 31 leading the way after almost 2 laps completed from Ian Hughes in the 114. Then it's the 37 card of Jamie Salter, who is there ready to pounce into turn number 1 in the yellow helmet, but couldn't get through at Tarzan. He's bringing Raffi Celentano with him in number 46. They all get very close to one another at the complex.
Contact.
There was a bit, and this is allowing Maxim Smith into a more comfortable race lead.
Yeah, and that's totally messed up Ian Hughes' race so far, as around they're 3 wide through turn 4. They're 3 wide through turn 5. The 91 of Ollie Morris as the carter that really did get the advantage there, and while everyone was tripping over one another and contacting and hitting each other's bumpers, he was the one that came through. Well, I'm going to have to wait and see just who was where, because I think now Salentano's down in 5th now and is not in a qualifying position for the A final. Here they come then, across the line. It's Smith leading now, Salter 2nd. Ian Hughes it is in 3rd, Ollie Morris 4th, Rafi Salentano it is in 5th place. So Salentano in the all-white liveried cart there, wanting to get back on terms with that number 91 of Ollie Morris. Trying to get the optimum line out of turn 3 to the blast down to 4.
At the apex of Tarzan, Morris was past Ian Hughes. He's done it again, though, now into turn 4, and Hughes gets him back again. Brilliant racing between 114 and 91. And they've changed places at least twice on this lap, which is only halfway round probably. So we've had a half a kilometre of this particular lap and so many place changes. This is playing nicely again into the hands of the race leader Maxim Smith, who continues to build the advantage. But a really good dice for 3rd, 4th, 5th and the rest, as now struggling off the Montreal chicane was Rafi Celentano that time around. Amazingly though, he kept 2 carts behind him.
2 wide through the first turn there for the number 91 Ollie Morris and Ian Hughes. Morris it is, that's it, and then Ian Hughes comes back at him at the apex of 3. This is going to bring in Salentano, Borden and Alex Dole. These 3 drivers, Salentano, Borden and Dole, they are just waiting for these 2 to trip up, and they're beginning to do that. Hughes back into that 3rd place, but likewise we've seen that in the past 2 laps. Johnny, these 2, the 91 and the 114, have swapped positions lap after lap after lap. And the driver who will possibly benefit will be that white cart there, Rafi Salentano.
Yeah, well, it's a tough place for Salentano to be at the moment because he's got quick carts ahead of him. Quick carts behind him is now charging up the inside. Will go Ollie Morris again. He tried that a lap ago and couldn't make it stick, but he has done now, I think. Arm briefly up in the air there. I wonder whether there was a brief yellow flag maybe, and he was acknowledging that.
What a move from Alex Dole. What a move down the inside of turn 2. And he didn't just take Rafi Salentano, he took Ian Hughes as well. And we've got Hughes now, what looks like out of the qualifying position.
Yeah.
He's coming back at him though. In fact, Salentano's gotten through. Salentano ahead of Hughes. Let's see how they come out of this one. The drive of that lap was Alex Dole, as he dove down the inside of 2 and then just hung onto that cart. The cart was literally scrabbling for grip. It's now Dole in 4th, Salentano in 5th, Ian Hughes in 6th, Joel Bowden in 7th. As we're inside the final minute, Johnny, if anything, this one could go on for another 15 minutes for me.
Well, happily, yeah. And
I'm sure the drivers don't want that.
Maxim Smith would complain vehemently against that because he's in the box seat to take the best position of the qualifiers on the back of the A final, and at the moment is nursing a 0.6 of a second lead. Still though, Rafi Celentano and Ian Hughes are undecided in which positions they want to run in. Well, Rafi's pretty certain on it, but he can't necessarily hold back Hughes. They're almost side by side at the hanger hairpin, but Rafi just about ahead.
Yeah, but look at the gap between that flat white cart there of Salentano in 5th place to the final qualifying position in 4th. That's the biggest gap we've seen, 1.1 seconds.
Yeah.
And as these 4 drivers continue to squabble, that's going to allow Alex Dole to get away from them and consolidate that final qualifying position. Last lap board
will be shown at the end of this lap, but there's still about half of it still to go for Maxim Smith, who leads from Jamie Salter by half a second. Ollie Morris in 3rd, and Alex Dole came across the line in 4th position. But Rafi Celentano, Ian Hughes, Joel Bowden, Lewis Llewellyn, all could pounce yet, but the problem is the highest they can get is probably 5th now, and that's no good for the A final as Rafi Celentano is all over the road. He is being forced to constantly look behind him because of Ian Hughes, who thinks about the move on to Tarzan corner. He's right with Rafi again as it's starting to condense between the top 4 positions, while certainly 2nd to 4th is getting much, much tighter. We're obviously focusing on the 5th place battle, but 5th is no good if you want to be in the A final.
So with 0 time on the board, the checkered flag will be unfurled for the winner of this B final. It will be Maxim Smith if he can stay where he is. He's got a good gap of about 0.7 of a second. There he is, just coming out of the hangar turn there and heading down towards the Montreal chicane. It's the number 31 car, just flicking it right, left, and then right again. And he takes the B final win with a gap of about a second to Jamie Salter. He'll qualify second. The third qualifier is Alex Dole, who got ahead of Ollie Morris there on the final lap. Ollie Morris, the final qualifier, into the A final then for our junior Rotax field. And just out of luck there, right at the very end. But what a fabulous race. I hope they enjoyed that race, because they did try. It's Rafi Salentano in fifth, Ian Hughes in sixth place, Billy Vogt, who came up from the very back of that B final grid there and finishes in a very fine seventh. Joel Bowden, Lewis Llewellyn, Danny May Reid, Ronan Moore, Adam Catling, Freddie Theobald, Frank Ward, Jacob Bainham, Daniel Davis, Joshua Delicata, Ellie Anderson and Ellis Warlock. The 19 kart B final field. Some of the drivers, their weekend is done, but for the first four, Maxim Smith, Jamie Salt, Alex Dole and Ollie Morris, they're getting their karts prepped and ready for the A final coming up.
What was really nice to see, I'm not sure our cameras caught it, but Rafi Celentano and Ian Hughes actually shaking hands as they travelled from Tarzan up towards the complex, going, great race.
Exactly what I said.
Neither of us made the A final, but what a stonking scrap.
Exactly what I said. You know what? Some of the best races I ever had were for like 15th place. It doesn't have to be for the lead. If you're scrapping like those boys were and swapping positions all the time, it's brilliant. Yeah. It's brilliant. Coming through this first turn, I've never raced here, Johnny, but I can imagine what that first turn feels like. It's like you just turn in, it's so fast, and then following karts up, be mega. I must have a try. I'm too old for that corner. That corner
You're never too old for any corner, Joe.
Rip me apart, mate.
Maybe more than about 3 minutes, and you may be struggling.
Well,
but
yeah.
I think you'd enjoy it to that point.
I think I'll be good for 3 laps, mate.
3 laps. Oh, that's less than 3 minutes.
First of our A finals, and what a way to start. Minimax might be the smallest grid, but I tell you what, it's not going to be short of fireworks. Sonny Morgan on the pole position. Leo Basterfield alongside Kaziri Vizarek. Behind them on row 2 with Daniel Haynes alongside. Max Carlton and Eddie Stewart on row 3. Seb Corking, a disappointing 7th for Seb, I think. Daniel Parsons alongside him in 8th. Lucy Lovell, Jensen Cox are on row 5, and rounding off the 11 kart field is Riley Thatcher. Pick a winner.
Sonny Morgan. I know it's the obvious choice.
It's the obvious choice, but I tell you what, Leo Basterfield is not going to be keen on that happening.
What I've struggled with, having not seen the first 2 rounds of the Junction 6 NKC this year, is that why is Sonny Morgan down in 7th position in the championship and trailing by 60 odd points. We're going to go racing though now and see whether the 20. Oh, there's already a collision, and that's a spin for one of the 2-digit numbers, maybe. Well, we'll get a focus on it now. It's 15, isn't it? So kart 15, Max Carlton, who could have been right up there. We're going to continue racing because it's now green all the way around the racetrack, and a good getaway for Sonny Morgan in the blue, yellow and orange kart, although here comes the 33 of Kuseri Vicharek. Now, what happened to 15? Was he spun around?
Oh, he's hit up the back.
He was.
By Seb Corking.
Seb Corking, who started right behind him.
Yeah, Seb hit him up the back there. That might be Seb Corking getting a bumper penalty if that bumper's dropped down. So we'll put that on the shelf for now and focus on Sonny Morgan in the lead. Remember, our A finals slightly longer, everybody. 12 minutes and 1 lap. 4 minutes extra for the trophy up for grabs for round 3 of the NKC. And there's Sonny Morgan. Kaziri Vizarek is in 2nd place on the 33. Leo Basterfield 3rd. Eddie Stewart 4th. Sebastian Corking 5th. Daniel Haynes, Lucy Lovell, Riley Thatcher, Daniel Parsons, Jensen Cox and Max Carlton are recovering 11th place.
Side by side for 2nd position, Leo Basterfield on the racing line, but Kasueri Richarek is right there in the 33 as well with the blue helmet, having to attack and defend at the same time, because in 4th position are chasing Eddie Stewart at number 45 as they skim the picket fence and into Hangar Hairpin for the 2nd time, and Sonny Morgan just threatening to dominate this race now. He's inching away. Leo Basterfield wants to change that as quickly as possible, but he's got 1, 2, 3 further karts to contend with as here comes Vicharek from so far back, but to the middle of the track and breaks a little later. Still can't fully cement that position though. Does so now at the complex.
Yeah, he lost out to Basterfield but got it back for 2nd. The longer that these 4 carts, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place carts continue to squabble, they are going to let Sonny Morgan just disappear into the distance. Still lots of time left, just under 10 minutes. And there's Basterfield back at Vicerek there and takes that 2nd place. Can Vicerek come back at him through the left-hand sweeps into the hanger turn? And this is where Vicerek, who's under immense pressure as well from Eddie Stewart, who likewise is under pressure from Seb Corking. So these 4, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, battling it out, trailing each other through that Montreal chicane, and he's Seb Corking looking down the inside, but no, settles back in.
Vicerek with the better track position, and now the problem for Basterfield is he's caught on the wrong side of Eddie Stewart, who's slotted very nearly into 3rd position, but no, Basterfield had the inside line with the complex ran a little deeper than normal, and now Stewart gets picked off by Seb Corking in the 52. So Corking had contact at the start of the race, remember, with Max Carlton, but he now finds himself in 4th place, Joe.
Yeah, he took advantage of Eddie Stewart finding himself on the outside, trying to get around Basterfield, wasn't he, Eddie Stewart? And Seb Corking says, thank you very much, I'll just slip in that open door. As he does so, he gets out and onto the rear bumper of Basterfield, who stays behind Vicerek. Vicerek staying in that 2nd place. Now, what the gap was 1.2 seconds to Sonny Morgan in the lead. It's 1.3, so Morgan is taking advantage. We're still about 30 seconds away from the length of a heat here.
True.
8.5 minutes. So there's plenty of time. Now, if these 4 start using their head and stop squabbling and work together, they can catch Sonny Morgan. They can catch Sonny Morgan for the overall win. Whether they want to do that, you sometimes see drivers do that. Tell you what, let's work together, let's follow each other, let's catch him and fight it out for the last 2 laps.
100 points on offer for a final win, and it will be 96, I reckon, for 2nd position, with double 48 that you would normally get in a heat for 2nd place. So Vicerek focusing as he tries he might to focus on the road in front rather than the distraction of behind him. Leo Basterfield and a chasing Seb Corking as well. Also being drawn into this fight is Eddie Stewart and Lucy Lavelle as well. Lucy's had a decent few runs in the heats, as now to the inside line of Vicerek will go for another time Leo Basterfield. So we've had all sorts of different 2nd place runners between Basterfield and Vicerek as he takes a look up the inside of turn 4, decides better of it though.
I was about to say that they look like they're working together and they're closing the gap. However, that threw that one out, threw that sheet out the window, because they're not. Basterfield going for that 2nd place podium position and getting ahead of Vicerek. Vicerek now has Seb Corking all over his rear bumper, and Seb Corking is joined by Eddie Stewart and Lucy Lavelle. And Lavelle has just been waiting for these 4 carts to come to her, and Lavelle looking down the inside of Eddie Stewart, side by side, has to stop that working for her and brake a little bit harder to stop herself being closed off by Eddie Stewart. Vicerek comes into contact, Corking using that as an advantage and getting through. Vicerek, he had a little bit of a contact there with that cart ahead of him, and Corking taps his helmet again and says, come on, let's work together, use your head, and we'll catch that cart in front. Leo Basterfield, though, he's in 2nd place. He doesn't know Corking's behind him yet.
Through the picket fence into Hanger Corner they go. Tricky on the approach to that corner, and it's a long lingering. You have to be patient through the hairpin before applying the power. Basterfield arriving at the Montreal chicane in the 119 cart, fairing, darting left and right very quickly indeed, as the cart was struggling for grip. But Seb Corking in his wheel tracks, and Corking was nowhere in the first heat this weekend, but he's been working slowly on how he approaches this track, it feels, and the LRG run cart, well, might not have a chance of winning the A final as things are going, because Sonny Morgan now has a nearly 2-second lead, but he could easily get into 2nd place. And if he can do that sooner rather than later, maybe there will still be time on the clock to reel in the race leader.
I noticed as he followed Basterfield down the main straight there across the line, he stepped out of the slipstream, and he's not really taking advantage of that slipstream. He needs to stay in the wheel tracks of Basterfield and get that cart's airflow in front of him to drag him along. Let's see if he does that. Let's see if he does that this time. Out of the Montreal hairpin. These two look like they're working together. Now, if Seb stays there, he'll get the benefit of that slipstream, and he stays in the slipstream this time. That's the thing to do. Stay in the slipstream, get dragged along. And they're working together. The gap's out of 1.9 though. They've maybe left it too late. I say that. There's still 5 minutes on the board. 5 minutes and 2 seconds to be precise. Corking taps his helmet again. He's talking all the time, isn't he? As he gets by Basterfield, he's been lining that one up. And he made that move at turn 2 and 3. And now Corking, where's he been all day? He started down in 7th place. And now he finds himself ahead of this train of carts and chasing down Sonny Morgan. It's Three Sisters all over again. It was a last lap dive by Corking to regain the lead from Sonny Morgan and Three Sisters. And now, if he can maintain that pace with Basterfield, Viserek, Eddie Stewart and Lucy Lovell behind him, he can maybe catch Sonny Morgan. But the number 19 doesn't want any of that. The number 119 of Leo Basterfield says, no, I want that second place, Seb. And who's that coming as well?
It's Vicerek back on the fight back, so it's almost as if he's had a mid-race slump and is just starting to wind things up again in the closing 4 minutes. So we're now into the extra time that we weren't getting in the heats earlier in the day. A tap of the steering wheel there for the second place car of Leo Basterfield. They're all arriving at Hangar at the same time. Sonny Morgan well clear. And if he can afford himself a glance over the shoulder, it will be delight for Sonny Morgan, because the three that are scrapping over the final podium positions are properly tangled up with one another. Three as well further back for places 5th, 6th and 7th.
The gap between Morgan and Basterfield was 2.2 seconds on lap 9. It's 2.5 seconds on lap 10. And the fastest lap of the race, Sonny Morgan, 49.4, a full tenth of a second quicker than the rest of the field. Sonny Morgan is not going to be caught. So, boys, Leo Basterfield, Seb Corking, Kazari, Viserek, you might as well scrap over that final second and third place podium position, because that's what you've got. Sonny Morgan, unbeatable here in the year final.
Up the inside goes Corking of Leo Basterfield. A corking manoeuvre, you might say, for second place. If he can hang on to it and into the Montreal chicane, he'll stay in front. So the helmet adorned, it looks like, with the three colours from the German flag for Seb Corking. Down to the first corner as Vicerek thought about a move then on the Basterfield, the new third place driver, but there was no way through there. Basterfield to the inside to the complex and gets in front again of Corking.
Yeah, inches to spare, if not centimetres to spare.
But this fight's not helping anybody, is it? As you've made the point, they're going to finish second, third and fourth. I admit there's lots of points on offer, don't get me wrong. But
I think those lads know that it's futile to think that they're going to catch Sonny Morgan. He's putting in purple sectors all the time. So they know the fight is for second place. They know second and third place podium steps. They're going to be there getting trophies. And the only man who's losing out at the moment is Keserek, who hits the curb on the left-hand part of the Montreal chicane, and that completely messed up his momentum. He might be out of this for a couple of laps or so. Still just under 2 minutes still left, Johnny. So we've got about 3 laps of racing left.
Lucy Lovell's gained a spot. She might have done that a few laps ago on Riley Thatcher. She very nearly bagged 5th position at Tarzan Hairpin then on Eddie Stewart. So it's almost as if the 5th placed cart is just starting to fade a little bit. Basterfield still leading Corking from Vicerek, and Lovell not yet by and into 5th position, but there's a chance that might happen in the closing stages. We're inside 90 seconds left on the clock. There's a further Corking to the inside again. He likes that corner at Hangar, and back in front of Leo Basterfield the second.
He keeps tapping his helmet. I love how these drivers, once they get ahead, they tap their helmet. Right, now that I've got second place, let's go and catch him. There's only a minute left.
Lucy Lovell did get ahead of Eddie Stewart. She arrives into Tarzan in 5th position now, as Stewart is under pressure from Riley Thatcher, and those places could switch yet too.
Defensive line into turn 2 from Corking. He's learnt the lesson. That's where Basterfield got him before. And if Leo is not careful, Zari Vesicek is going to have that final third place podium position off him. Like you say, Johnny, championship points up for grabs here, but it's also the accolade of stepping on that podium and receiving a trophy from Chris Cox at the end of the day. That's what everybody's racing for, that accolade here at the Junction 6 NKC, as Corking goes through the Montreal chicane and hangs on to that second place. They're on the penultimate lap now. He drives defensively into Tarzan, then slips back out onto the racing line. Basterfield and Corking slipping away, edging away, if anything, from Viserek. And Corking, see that down the inside at turn 2?
Yeah.
having to defend. He doesn't want Basterfield to be allowed any kind of sniff at that second place. You're tapping your helmet, Seb. It's nearly over. Basterfield down the inside. There's not time to catch Sonny Morgan. Just hang on to that second place because Basterfield wants it from you.
So no way through at Interlagos. They're heading for the picket fence. The clock's at 0, so it'll be last lap board this time around through Seb Corking's favourite corner of the track at Hanger. Head forward for Leo Basterfield just to get that extra kilometre per hour through the air and into the chicane at the end of the lap. Sonny Morgan, though, is almost home and dry, as now from a long way back goes Vicharek, maybe for a move on Basterfield, but couldn't make that stick. Lucy Lavelle broken free from Eddie Stewart and Riley Thatcher in a clear 5th position now, and there have been a few more laps left. She would have been right with this trio dicing over 2nd position.
This could get messy, Johnny. We're into the last few corners of the weekend for these Minimax drivers, and there we go, side by side almost. Basterfield comes into contact with Corking. They're squabbling, they are banging wheels through those twists and turns towards, and up into the air goes Corking, and that is going to bring a premature halt. I did say it was going to get messy, and that's what I feared, that nerves got the better of these drivers.
Red flags are out.
Red flag, but that will take the results back to the previous lap of lap 15.
So keep your eye out for Seb Corking in the 52, side by side with Leo Basterfield. It's Basterfield on the inside line of the picket fence, and up into the air and off the track goes Seb Corking. The 119 continued on and finished at the end of the red flag lap in 3rd position, behind Kasaveri Vicharek in 2nd. However, we reckon because the red flags came out before the rest of the field was home and hosed.
Before the checkered flag.
Well, the leader was over the line when the reds came out.
Right, that might
However,
be different.
well, no, but you can't call the rest of the result until everyone's over the line. So it's going to go back at least a lap and possibly 2 laps. But then it's all down to who caused the red flag as well. So would Seb Corking be included in the result? I'm going to car racing here, and that's how it would
that's
call.
the way I understand it as
But
well.
Seb Corking may not be in the result, even if we do wind things back a lap for the last full completed lap. But it's certainly a controversial ending to what was a really intriguing fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. The first thing we should make the point of, actually, is Sebastian Corking okay? The rescue unit shot over to that area. That was a frightening off. I mean, it was all 4 wheels off the ground as he disappeared from sight behind the marshal posts. And the marshals are very close to that area, so they will have been quickly to his aid to make sure that Seb's okay.
I've got a mission for our media man Gasberry to find out the result of that Minimax race over the course of the next 8 finals, and we'll be able to clarify the provisional result, let's say. The way they crossed the line there after that incident involving Seb Corking was Sonny Morgan took the win. I think that's undoubted.
I'm going to say that's the only thing that's not undoubted. In doubt, the Sonny Morgan victory and 100 points.
Sauri Vizarek, he finished 2nd. Leo Basterfield finished 3rd. Lucy Lavelle finished 4th. Eddie Stewart finished 5th. Riley Thatcher finished in 6th. Max Carlton 7th. Daniel Parsons 8th. And Daniel Haynes was our final finisher in 9th. Seb Corking and Jensen Cox only scored 15 for 15 laps. But that, like I say, I can't stress that enough, that's provisional. With that red flag coming out because of that incident, we're thinking along the lines of, with the red flag coming out, we need to, this is your mission, to find out this. With the red flag coming out, what usually happens is the result is from the previous lap. You understand that, mate. You've been around this sport as many years.
However, the only other fly in the ointment is causing a red flag, which arguably Corking did because he was off the road.
I think it was Basterfield that caused it. He forced Corking off the road.
Well, that becomes the moot point. The reason the red flag was out was because of Corking's stranded car. Who caused the stranded car is an argument to be had in the race direction office afterwards, but the cause of the red flag, I'm afraid, was Sebastian Corking and the cart off the road. Is he included in the final result is the next question, but we will get to that just as soon as it is decided, and you can bet as well that that's going to be argued probably for the next few hours and maybe even beyond tonight as well. Although, generally speaking, results in the Junction 6 commercials NKC are produced by the end of the day. So we should have a decision in the next few minutes. But yeah, I know what you're saying, Joe. Often the cause of a red flag, as I say, the cause of the red flag is a stranded car. However, if you were punted off the track by somebody else, you can't say necessarily I was the cause of the red flag. But the only reason the Reds came out there was Seb Corgick and was off the road. It was nothing to do with Leo Basterfield, although Basterfield arguably put him there. You know what I'm saying? So, but the reason why the Reds came out was because the car was off the road.
was off the road. Yeah, I see your point there.
However he got there is then up for debate.
Yes, I see it, but we'll leave that to the stewards. We'll leave that to the officials.
Exactly. So let's move on.
Yes,
because
moving on.
Well, we've been building up the A finals all day, and I have to say we've had one, and that's not disappointing.
I could see that coming. You know, when you put a switch of kettle on, and you see the water begin to bubble,
just starting to simmer
that was
nicely.
What we had.
We were gaining momentum,
11 and a
Joe.
half minutes of that.
And it was always going to get to perhaps a climax, as it were, and not necessarily in a good way.
Right. I think we're going to probably see the same here. Another simmering kettle. Right, senior TKM. Charlie King on pole position. Mitchell Ball there on the number 2. That's the left-hand side of the grid you can see there in the collecting area. So Mitchell Ball's the number 2 there. 62 is Ollie Milner and Ben Watson. They're on row 2. Number 1 is Louis Bevan and Joseph Booth on the 45. They're on row 3. Caelan Lamond and Leo Crabtree are on row 4. Alexander Lehman and Tom Johnson are on row 5. Joseph Phillips and Molly Nicholas Biles are on row 6. Matthew Temple Purcell and Matt Cardwell are on row 7. James Hull and Matt Slate are on row 8. Row 9 is Ryan Layton and Will Cregeen. Gordon Smith and Jason Lovett are on row 10. Row 11 is Adam Crofts-Davies and Chris Whiteside. And then the 2 Kings are on row 12. That's Steve King and James King. Gaz, is Steve King and James King related? Yeah, brothers. They're brothers, yeah. So the Battle of the Brothers right at the back of the grid there. Yeah. We have got our Alfano driver of the day to consider. And we'll be considering that, Johnny, later on.
All right.
And we'll be announcing it after we've had some sort of deliberation who's deserving of it.
Thank you for the warning there. And I'll get my thinking cap on, but we need to see a few more races.
Is that for Johnny, Gaz? Yeah, he might not have noticed that. So Seb Corking's helmet is a Seb Vettel.
Hence the German flag.
His dad is a massive Sebastian Vettel fan.
But I said partway through that commentary, and I was hoping you would leap in with an answer. I don't think you were listening.
I'm sorry, man.
It's all right. It's all right. You were listening. The LRG livery is not very far away from the German colour, so I wonder whether it's just an extension of that. But then I thought, no, it's his racing helmet. If he changes teams, he probably continues with those colours. So it's the 3 colours, the gold, the red and the black from the German flag, and it's because it's Sebastian Vettel.
Yeah, he's a Seb Vettel replica.
Fan.
Hello to Michelle Harper. Go Ben Harper, love mum. So Michelle Harper, Ben's mum, is with us on the live stream. We'll keep an eye on that one. Nick is back.
He is ready to.
We are still. Nobody can hear you, Nick. I know it's killed you not being heard by the public. Whilst you've been sat behind me producing pictures, which have been lovely, by the way.
It's been really well directed this. Last couple of days, I would say.
Oh, we've got TKM engines.
Hey, in the background, yes. TKM's bursting into life for another 12-minute plus a lap final. Very smoky indeed as they leave the assembly area and head through the shortened version of this normally 1 kilometre or 1,030 metre lap. Very slow, very, very slow in places, but also pretty quick when you are heading into Tarzan Corner down the start-finish straight, and you get up to a decent speed on the straight between turns 3 and 4 as well. I wonder how many of these corner names that we've introduced will be adopted at Mansell Raceway full-time. None of them, I'm going to guess.
I'm going to email Theo.
Okay, yes.
Theo, this is what we've called them.
Brilliant.
Here they come, Johnny, and it'll be Charlie King and Mitchell Ball leading this pack of TKMs down. This is the all-important final, everybody. This is where you get to have your picture from Gaz Berry on Facebook, and they fan out 2 wide into turn 1. 3 wide in the rear end, and we've got contact there at the mid-pack. And carnage there with lots of karts coming together.
Yeah.
And all sorts of consternation being created.
Unfortunately, Ollie Milner was certainly involved in that. I remember seeing the 62 flash through. We've got 1, 2, 3 karts that haven't got away, including the 20, which was due to start at the back. James King, 37, which is 37. Molly Nicholas Biles due to start, or was starting from 12th position. And the 11 kart stranded at the first corner, Matt Slight. So yellow flags waving on the start line, but the rest of the track is green.
There seems to be no urgency for those drivers to drag their karts off so that we don't have to go to a red flag. We've got local yellows at turn 1.
So it's 26 that leads Charlie King from Ben Watson. We know the 95 is very fast in that rather daunting looking all black helmet for Ben Watson. And then it's Alex Lehman in the 91. Joseph Booth doing the chasing in 4th place, number 45, ahead of Leo Crabtree and Louis Bevan. But we've lost 1 or 2 there that could have really muscled a good result from this extended race distance. 12 laps plus a lap. Breakaway leaders are Charlie King and Ben Watson now at the Hangar hairpin.
Into the Montreal hairpin then for the second time, and we've got our leader Charlie King and Ben Watson in second, right with him. This race is by no means over. Remember, 12 minutes and 1 lap, and the 2 leaders working together there, Johnny. There was no attempt by Ben Watson to have a go at the lead, and he knows that if they can work together at this stage of this relatively long final, they can break a gap to Joseph Booth, Leo Crabtree, Louis Bevan, and the gap at the moment is 2 seconds, and that in karting terms is very, very comfortable indeed.
Leo Crabtree at Tarzan got ahead of Joseph Booth, so there's been a change for 3rd position, and now can Leo start to pressurise the top 2 now that we've got a new chasing kart in effect? Crabtree in 44 ahead of Booth in 45. Louis Bevan's in that queue though as well, and Alex Lehman in the number 91. Over the line go the race leaders, Charlie King and Ben Watson, separated by absolutely nothing at all, a cigarette paper if that. And now the number 1 of Louis Bevan has slotted between Crabtree. Booth had a terrible lap there. He started the lap in 3rd and he's fallen all the way down to 6th place, so ahead of him Crabtree. That happened at Tarzan. Louis Bevan later in the lap got up to 4th, and Alexander Lehman into 5th place.
So I thought that is the case, Johnny. I think I've read that right. These guys pulling out to 2.5 now on that battle, and that's what they are hoping for. They'll maybe squabble, they'll maybe wait until the last 2 laps. Right, lads, okay, let's go and fight for that top step of the podium. But right now, behind them, let's see what the gap is this time. It was 2.5. It's 2.6. It's working, isn't it? Louis Bevan has cost them 1/10 of a second by getting ahead of Leo Crabtree. Alexander Lehman now up to 5th, Ollie Milner 6th, Joseph Booth 7th, Callum Lamont 8th. And you know what? We lost Mitchell Ball, didn't we? Mitchell Ball was involved in that first lap fracas, and the first lap or the first corner of this race. I'm just trying to find out where he is. He's down in 11th. And I expected to see Mitchell being in contention for the overall win. So, Mitchell, another victim of that first corner incident. Here they come again.
Ben Gibson may well be playing a very wily game here. He's very rarely shown. What did I call him? Gibson. Sorry. Ben Watson is playing a really wily game here. He's not showing the nose anywhere really around the track. This is the point you're making, is that he doesn't want to slow Charlie King up in any way. He's just staying with him until the money laps later on in the race. It's a long race, 12 minutes plus a lap, so you just want to send the 2 further and further away from the chasing pack. The last thing that Ben Watson wants is any distraction from behind when he starts to really turn the screw.
They are lapping hundredths of a second slightly quicker than Louis Bevan in 3rd. And by staying behind and not challenging, they are flat out. 49.257 for Charlie King, 49.255 for Ben Watson. They are on a par. They're optimised. They're optimising their lap times by driving this track as quickly as they possibly can. If they start challenging one another, and we've gone past we're about a minute away from half distance, so we are still, we're still not in the realms of right now. Let's go to war about who's going to take this final win. Yeah, and it's a bit of a masterclass. I daren't look away from this lead battle because I don't know when they're going to decide to actually go to work on that one. Because Ben Watson, he's just quite happy staying in the wheel tracks of Charlie King there, which is why we're keeping an eye on this battle for the lead.
If he can't get past him, at the same time, he's going to lose out on 4 points. So it's not a big dent into his championship challenge. He doesn't want to risk everything because he's in a great spot at the moment. But Ben is the tidier driver of the two because Charlie King is happy to whack the curves through the Montreal chicane, which is not the tidiest line through there, although he's making it work for the run into Tarzan each time. They're reaching the complex now, the top two, and still no real challenge for Ben Watson in second position. Louis Bevan has broken free, though, of Alex Lehman and the rest of the chasing pack. So Louis Bevan in no real chance of losing third place. Got nobody really to race with at the moment, Bevan. Running in third position ahead of Lehman, and then Lehman, Milner, Crabtree, Booth, all nip and tuck, and that could change at any point, the scrap for fourth position. Rounding the hanger hairpin again. And once more, nothing between Charlie King, who leads, Ben Watson in second. Ben Watson, though, again, doesn't really look at the inside, focusing far more on extending the gap. And it's Watson with the fastest lap of the race so far, a 49.2. He's just done a 49.3, which again, intriguingly, was marginally faster than Charlie King. The gap is at 0.174 of a second. So he's just there all the time, waiting for maybe a Charlie King mistake. And now King deliberately goes wide into Interlagos to allow Watson through, it appeared. He knew he was coming. And maybe King says, well, you can have your 4 points. I'm more comfortable, actually, doing the chasing rather than defending.
It's a bit like a Tour de France, isn't it? Where, we had Charlie King just letting him through. I'll follow you and I'll overtake you when I want to. Now then, the thing is, can Ben Watson pull a gap? Because Ben Watson will now try to pull that gap. He's been lapping ever so slightly quicker, but that's probably down to the slipstream behind Charlie King. Now that Ben Watson leads those two, we'll see if he can. He doesn't seem to be able to so far. Into the final third then. 4 minutes on the clock, and I haven't said this for Ash so far, but it is a high-speed game of chess out there, Johnny.
You said earlier on that
it
wasn't quite a high-speed game of chess. It probably doesn't qualify, but you've made sure that you've said it today.
That is a high-speed game of chess.
It is.
Yeah.
So who's got the best moves up their sleeve?
Keeping his queen just tucked in behind the rook. Oh, here he comes. Proving me wrong. He's exposed his knight, hasn't he? And he's gone back into the lead as Charlie King. Great move into turn one, and if these two can just perhaps take it in turns. It's like the Daytona 500, isn't it? Where where they take it in turns, leading, and nobody wants to lead into the final final lap.
Yeah.
3 minutes now, coming up to 3 minutes remaining on the clock.
A kart race turning into a Caterham race, perhaps, where it's all about not wanting to be second at the start of the final lap. So it may well be that the stakes are upped in the closing stages, but as I say, this is a fabulous points haul for either your first or your second place finishers. Head down again for Charlie King, who completes that lap back in front. We're at just about the lap distance that we were getting in the heats. 11 completed, so we're going to have at least another 3 or 4 as they snake their way, the leaders, through the complex. Still Louis Bevan struggling to find anybody to play with. He's on a very lowly third position. Ollie Milner, Leo Crabtree, Mitchell Ball cross the line virtually together. Mitchell Ball carrying some damage. I notice his fairing is rather skew-if over the back of the steering wheel, but that's not necessarily affecting too much of the kart performance, as long as that doesn't completely work its way loose on the number 2 kart. But Mitchell Ball in the wheel tracks of Leo Crabtree is again leaping over the curve. Charlie King ticks off another lap.
You know, when you consider the drivers that Mitchell Ball has had to overtake, Callan Lamont, Alexander Lehman, that is a hell of a recovery drive from the number 2. He was involved in that first lap incident, and what a recovery drive that is. He was down to beyond 11th place when he finally got going again. This is the battle for the lead still, and I'm not sure what sort of game these two are playing, but Charlie King on the 26 from the 95 of Ben Watson. And Charlie King, if anything, John, he's trying to break away now. 90 seconds on the board. Whether Ben Watson can hang on, if Charlie King's now going to open it up. There's a very lonely Louis Bevan just in the background there on the number 1. It's a Birrell leading, it's a Birrell in third. Not quite sure what card Ben Watson's on. And they are through turn 1, Tarzan. And on their way to turn 2, into the complex. And then into 3. And if anything, Ben Watson looks like he's just lost contact, hasn't he? He's lost contact to be able to pounce. And we're inside the final minute.
Amazing gaps between the fastest laps, by the way, as in it's virtually non-existent. Charlie King earlier in the race on lap 5 did a 49.257. Ben Watson at 2.55, also on the 5th lap, and that's when they were absolutely nose to tail, and Watson was in the slipstream of Charlie King, but Charlie King virtually has gapped now Ben Watson. There's perhaps a 2 or 3 kart length advantage. It broadens out to slightly more than that as they cross the line, and much less than a lap time over the line. So it's really last lap board this time around, as the fight's still very much on for 4th position. 44 Leo Crabtree looking for a move up the inside of Ollie Milner, that time into Tarzan. There are 6 karts all gunning it for 4th position around the complex together.
So this will be very much at the forefront of Charlie King's mind, and also Ben Watson, who is doing all he can to stay in touch with Charlie King. They're into the final stages of the penultimate lap here, out of Hanger Turn and down towards the Montreal chicane. There's still very little in it. You know what? All it takes is for Charlie King, the leader, to miss his braking point, slide wide, and that's going to bring Ben Watson right into it. They're fully aware, last lap board shown. And if anything, Charlie King has just eked out the pace ever so slightly and made that gap. However, you know what? Lap time wise, Ben Watson was quicker. And it's where they are on the track overall. Ben Watson's the quicker kart. However, Charlie King seems to be able to maintain that cushion. They're into the Interlagos hairpin, the left-hander. Turn 5. Out towards the wicket fence left-hander, and then into Hanger for the final time. Here they come towards us. Time completely and utterly running out for Ben Watson to challenge for that lead.
Great exit for Charlie King from Hanger, and he's not going to be stopped now. A pressurised drive throughout. Ben Watson did spend some time in the lead of the race, but Charlie King got him back again. What about this fight for 4th position? Louis Bevan's home in 3rd, but for 4th, Milner, Crabtree, Lehman, Ball, Johnson and Callan Lamont, all basically covered by not much more than a cigarette paper. And from 4th to 9th, what was the gap? It was less than a second and a half, covering 6 karts all together. Sadly, none of them will feature on the podium, but a cracking drive for Charlie King. He was really made to work for that. Ben Watson was an ever-presence behind him, and as I say, briefly, Watson actually got in front and will be kicking himself that he allowed King back through again. They weren't necessarily forced overtakes. King let Watson through at Interlagos, and then I think about 2 laps later, it was a wide run from Watson that allowed Charlie King back through again. And then slowly the screw was turned by Charlie King, and he was able to push a little bit more. He got a fastest lap on lap 14 of a 16-lap race, brought the fastest lap of all down to a 49.252. But very few mistakes from Charlie or from Ben. But in the end, it's a half-second victory for number 26, Charlie King. Brilliant to watch, though.
Absolute masterclass in controlling that. I would love to be able to have a chat to Charlie King and Ben Watson and just get a bit of insight as to we're just speculating what we think was going on there. And it really was Charlie King letting him through, just managing the pace and thinking, you know what, I can actually go faster than you, Ben. Took a bit of a gamble there, but I think he knew what he was doing. It's the Rotax 177A final, Johnny, and this is going to be a bit of a ding-dong as well. In fact, they're all going to be ding-dongs, aren't they? As we go into this, it's Stuart Baker on the pole position from Ian Branfield. I'm going to run through this very quickly. Ryan Taylor-Truman from Scott Clee on row 2. Ben Hitch, Cole Edwards, Scott Smith, Oliver Smith, row 4. Row 5 is Ollie Hancock and Richard Evans. Got Matteo Zanetti and Alex Thomas, Carl Adey and Matt Ogden, Mike Edwards and Zach Bolton on row 8. Tim Darlow and James Frost on row 9. Got Harrison Crook and Rhys Llewellyn, James Yap, Charlie Jowers, Brian McCready, Gary Cox, Brendan Smith and Jason Bear, Oliver Moss and Adam Sadler, Paul Moran and Tyler Kelsey, and then Alfie Williams, the first of the qualifiers from the B final, and alongside Steve Gilly, Daniel Hammett and Seb Bulpin, again with the final qualifier from the B final. They're already with us though.
They are very closely bunched, but it's neat and tidy, and there's a very healthy gap between the left side and the right side of the grid. No longer though, and a real good slingshot for Stuart Baker in 58 into the first corner at Tarzan. He's going to be pursued by Ian Branfield, who's been a real star for me through the course of the day, and in third position may well be Ryan Taylor-Truman.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So Taylor-Truman slotting into third. They are in the same order as they qualified for this A final.
He got into second actually at turn 1 and then lost out on the drag to the turn 2 hairpin from the number 146 Ian Branfield. This is going to be a cracking battle. Ian Branfield, we know the pace of Branfield, we know the pace of Stuart Baker, who's trying to break free, and again we're going to have a high-speed game of chess, because this long drawn-out final of 12 minutes, if they start squabbling, they understand that they're going to just be drawn in and create a massive queue of karts behind them. And then really it's the luck of the gods that is with you as to how that pans out, because there will be contact, they will trip over one another, and that's why we see the leaders now circulating together. 1, 2, 3, nicely spaced out, aren't they? Stuart Baker, Branfield, Taylor-Truman, Clee in 4th, Ben Hitch, Cole Edwards, Oliver Smith, Richard Evans, Scott Smith and Ollie Hancock rounding off the top 10.
Oliver Smith very daring on the brakes into Tarzan. He was able to get ahead of Cole Edwards, so Smith now up to 6th place ahead of kart 39, but Baker continues to lead out of the hangar hairpin and into Montreal for the second time, and across the line they will go now. Baker, Branfield, the 65 of Taylor-Truman, Scott Cleese not that far away though in 116, and then the 3 and the 9 of Ben Hitch and Oliver Smith respectively.
Into turn 2 for the third time indeed. Stuart Baker, a little bit of a cushion to Branfield. Taylor-Truman just following in their tracks. No need to push too hard at this stage. Now they are at the turn 4 hairpin, and then into turn 5, the Interlagos hairpin, as we've affectionately named it, into the sweeps of the wicker fence turn, the left-hander, and then into hangar. They'll come out of there and then head back towards us into the Montreal chicane. And look at that, Johnny, you can see just how close this train of karts is. It's what, the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 karts line astern circulating here around this Mansell Raceway course, and with under 10 minutes still to go, it's still all to play for. We're playing a game of patience here as well as chess.
Okay, that's quite complex in my mind, but that's what the sort of information that's being hurled at all of these drivers all at once. Ryan Taylor-Truman is the only non-master driver in the top 7, and he's looking to try and outmuster all the masters here if he can, with enough laps still to go for that third place kart, all white livery, whacking the curb there on the exit of Montreal, but that gave him good speed down the start-finish straight, and he's now right on the tail of Ian Branfield in 146, although they both get a good exit out of Tarzan and into the complex. Stuart Baker's being given a bit of breathing space in the purple and pink kart, and leaning out the side there, Ryan Taylor-Truman, and he goes for the inside line at turn 4 and gets second place away from Ian Branfield. Branfield amazingly caught a little bit napping there. He couldn't leap across the track to defend, and the move was done by Taylor-Truman.
Now then, the question is, can Branfield respond and perhaps take it back That's what we're going to have to wait and see. It seems only apt to talk to the Zach Bolton fan club and tell them how Zach's doing. He's in 17th place, but a great qualifying for the A final. I think you'll all be proud of him. Doing amazing, Zach Bolton. Keep up the good work. That's for Jobo 75. Also, go Lewis or Louis from his mum, Auntie Jackie and Uncle Rob. That's Caroline Strange. And from Harry Hurst Racing, good luck Molly is the message there. Keep up the messages coming in and we'll try and get them across. But I tell you what, it's very busy out on the track for us to keep tabs on. And right now, Ian Branfield doesn't look like he may be able to respond, as Ryan Taylor-Truman ekes a win, builds up that cushion to Branfield in third and catches Stuart Baker ahead of him.
He got 0.6 of a second to try and find. He was hundredths of a second quicker than Stuart Baker last time through. Baker looking over his shoulder for quite a long period there, leading out of the Montreal chicane. So he's very aware indeed of the potential of Ryan Taylor-Truman getting closer and starting to mount a challenge for the race lead. They round the first bit of the complex, then the second segment through another just as tight hairpin, but that time to the right, now into turn 4 and the left-hand hairpin that we've labelled Interlagos for the weekend. Through the S's and on towards the picket fence go the race leaders. Stuart Baker ahead of 65 Ryan Taylor-Truman and 146 Ian Branfield. Scott Clee, Ben Hitch, Oliver Smith completing the top 6, and they're virtually all in shot there between the Hanger hairpin and the Montreal chicane. Another lap ticked off, that's 7 in the book now. And did Taylor-Truman mount a little bit more of a gain? Yes, he did. 1/10 of a second. He closes again on race leader Stuart Baker.
Just about to click by half distance here in this Rotax 177A final. And the lead has come down to this battle between Stuart Baker, Ryan Taylor-Truman and Ian Branfield, still keeping in touch of those 2 carts ahead of him, not that far behind Scott Clee and Ben Hitch. But as the number 58 of Stuart Baker makes his way towards that hanger turn, there they are there, just coming through that, that's about 200 degree, 1 hairpin into the Montreal chicane, and Ryan Taylor-Truman looks like the driver with pace. Stuart Baker looks over his right-hand shoulder. He knows he's there. Is it time to make that move, Ryan Taylor-Truman? Or do you wait a little bit longer? We've just clicked by half distance, so still a chunk of race to complete before we get to the nitty-gritty of those final couple of laps. Into turn 4. Still together. No challenge being mounted, no discernible challenge being mounted quite yet from the number 65 of Taylor-Truman.
I'm wondering how far up Matteo Zanetti might be able to get. He is the fastest car out on track at the moment, but down in 7th position. However, bear in mind he started 11th, so he's already gained 4 positions. Now right on the tail of Oliver Smith to try and prize his way into the top 6. So keep an eye, where possible, on 277 as well, maybe for a top 6 finish, but he's got a way to go to catch. In fact, he's already up to 6th position, Zanetti, but he's now got a way to go to reel in the race leaders, Joe.
I'm not sure Taylor-Truman really wanted to do that. He ended up coming out of turn 1, Tarzan, and finding himself side by side with Stuart Baker. He then was offline for the left-hand hairpin at turn 2. This is allowed, because those two have drawn up alongside one another twice now around this lap. This is the 10th lap. It'll be 10 laps completed this time by Ian Branfield has come back into the picture. Ian Branfield, the driver in the red suit there in the background there, the red livery. It's the purple and white of the KR. Is that the KR livery that I see on that leading Stuart Baker kart? It's certainly the strawberry Tony Kart livery on the second place, Ryler Truman. And Taylor-Truman sits back behind Stuart Baker, no pulling alongside, and I think that had more to do with Stuart Baker going really wide and losing speed. Oh, and down the inside at turn 4 goes Taylor-Truman. This is the time he's decided to break away with 3.5 minutes remaining. Stuart Baker now in second, the Cosmic overalls, that was the word I was looking for, the Cosmic chassis livery in on that Stuart Baker kart. And where is the 3rd place Branfield? He's right there on the bumper. As Taylor-Truman, Johnny, leads out the Montreal hairpin to complete 11 laps this time by and side by side. For second, Branfield challenging Baker. And Baker ran the outside of turn 1 in fine style, kept that momentum going and fended him off.
Great driving from both, actually. Bramfield thought the opportunity was there, but he had to just brake a little more or get out of the throttle to prevent contact between Stuart Baker, who was late to turn in, but he was within his rights to do that, and to defend from Ian Bramfield, who has just spent the middle portion of this race, not exactly in a lull, but maybe deliberately reining back the speed so he has a bit more to give in the closing stages, and now really starting to pressurise Stuart Baker, the new second place cars, after that nice overtake, very nice overtake from Ryan Taylor-Truman into turn 4. Not far away, Scott Clee and Ben Hitch as they chase down the top 3, and as I say again, Matteo Zanetti maybe not too far away from a top 5 finish now. He's getting closer and closer, but the use of the bumper briefly there from Ian Bramfield into the complex, trying to hurry up Stuart Baker to say, stick with this Ryan Taylor-Truman kart, we can't allow him too far in front.
Well, he's had 2 heat wins. He won the first heat of the season at the first round at Three Sisters. He won the first heat of his race weekend at round 2. He's yet to win a final. 7th in round 1. He won heat 3 at Rowra. 7th in round 6. Well, hang on, my eyes have gone. 16th in round 1 at Three Sisters in the final, and 9th in round 2. Ryan Taylor-Truman is showing everybody the winning way so far as he continues. However, you can't discount Stuart Baker and indeed Ian Bramfield. And with just coming up to a minute remaining, it's going to be still all to play for going into these final rounds.
And if any of these come a cropper, they make contact, they leave the track, then there's 3 more waiting in the wings in the form of Scott Clee in 116, Ben Hitch in number 3, and Matteo Zanetti, who is very much with those 2 now in front of him. So 3 for the lead, 3 for 4th positions. If they keep it neat and tidy, then it's these 3 on the podium in some sort of order. But there's nothing to stop at this stage, still with 45 seconds to go, and it's nip and tuck whether that will be a lap time or not. As I say,
they crossed the line on 48 seconds.
Yeah.
They're lapping in 47.8. It's probably going to be 1 lap to go board next time by for the want of a couple of tenths. And what a way to finish this 177 final, with 1st, 2nd and 3rd coming together now on what is potentially the penultimate lap. We'll keep our eyes peeled on that start line Marshall's gantry to see if it is indeed the 1 lap to go board as they come across the line this time.
Last lap board will be in hand, but will it be displayed? 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. They did.
Yes, it is. It's
some get them. Some get the last lap board, but the leading trio didn't. But they kind of did. As I say, it was so close. But you've got to assume that this is the final lap all the time, especially when you get to this phase in the race.
It can't be the final lap for 4th place downwards. He missed the leaders, basically. But it is the last lap board.
But if you're Ryan Taylor-Truman, if you're Stuart Baker, if you're Ian Bramfield, you have to treat this as the final lap regardless. You race to the checkered flag, yes. But if you're going to make a move, it has to be now. And there's no opportunity to change the order into the hangar hairpin. So there's 1 more possible overtaking chance into the Montreal chicane, but Ryan Taylor-Truman has covered all of that off. He leaps over the curb almost in celebration, and there's the checkered flag leaning out of the car almost to grab it from the starting gantry. Ryan Taylor-Truman winning by 0.285 of a second. A cracker, that one.
That'll be the picture that Gasberry posts on Facebook. Ryan Taylor-Truman leaning out of his car to acknowledge the checkered flag. Stuart Baker not that far behind, and Ian Bramfield further still. Scott Clee, he'll be happy with those championship positions to help with his championship cause. In 4th, Ben Hitch 5th, Zanetti it was in 6th. Then we've got Oliver Smith 7th, 8th is Richard Evans, Ollie Hancock 9th, 10th, rounding off that top 10 was Cole Edwards. And then behind the first 10 finishers we had Scott Smith, Cole Adey, Harrison Crook, Matt Ogden, Mike Edwards, Alex Thomas, James Frost, Alfie Williams, Rhys Llewellyn, Charlie Jowers, Paul Moran, Tyler Kelsey. Zach Bolton ended up 23rd. Must have had a bit of a situation for Zach there, for the Zach Bolton fan club. That's your weekend done. James Yap 24th. Then we had Steve Gilly, Jason Bear, Daniel Hammett, Oliver Moss, Tim Darlow, Seb Bulpin, Adam Sadler, Brian McCready, Brendan Smith, and the only non-finisher was Gary Cox. We've got confirmation, Johnny, of our mini-max final result, and I can give you that in a moment. So it was as we thought. The red flag coming out before the checkered flag. We saw that's where the results will be taken from. We had Leo Basterfield disqualified for that incident, and the winner, Sonny Morgan. Second place, Sebastian Corking. Third place, Lucy Lovell. Fourth, Eddie Stewart. Riley Thatcher was fifth. Kazeri Viserek sixth. Max Carlton seventh. Daniel Haynes eighth. Daniel Parsons ninth, and Jensen Cox in 10th place.
So that went back a lap, didn't it? There were 16 laps completed on the road at least, but the checkered flag coming out just before the end of the 16th lap, so it's a 15-lap affair, and Sonny Morgan takes the victory. Just had a sign held up at the base of our commentary box, which basically came from the Theo Fedrick fan club, as far as I can gather. So guys working here at the track in their bright high-vis jackets, but they'd written in full colour on a clipboard, "Go champion Theo Fedrick," who's the local guy.
Right, brilliant. Yeah, we'll be getting on to Theo. Here we go. We haven't got a chance to tell you. Jensen Watts and Finlay Watson are on the front row of the grid and into the first turn. It is indeed the number 36 of Jensen Watts that will lead into and out of Tarzan for the first time. And then into... Oh, and it's a false start. It's a false start. The carts are slowing up. Jensen Watts gives a chance to give you who's on the grid. There he is. Woohoo! Theo, go Theo Frederick. We love you, champion. Kart 29. Remember, Theo Frederick was a guest. He just got the idea of entering very much at the last minute. See if you can see him on the grid while I run this down, will you? Jensen Watts, Finlay Watson on the front row, Matthew Lambert, Kieran Gifford. He's starting 27th, everybody.
Theo Frederick is, yeah.
Matthew Lambert, Kieran Gifford on row 2, Pedro Oliveira, Jack Jones row 3, Cal Dunford, James Wood are on row 5. Great start from James Wood here for the first time. Ollie Varney, Bobby Rosier, Ryan David Mills, Andy Ambrose, equally for Andy, Braden Hill, John Hobbs, Ben Harper and Ben Faketi. That's how far we got, because we're about to go racing again, and this time they get away in great order. Once again, Jensen Watts hangs on to that lead round the first turn, and it's Matthew Lambert slots in behind as they pour towards turn 2, which is a very, very tight hairpin. Everybody concentrating up. Will they make it out of there and into turn 3? They have indeed, without incident, incredibly, Johnny, and they're already at 4.
So far, at least. Because of the false start, it's an 11-minute race now rather than the full 12, plus the lap at the end, remember. But a driver who did not feature in the top 10 in the championship table coming into this weekend, Jensen Watts, has had a great run so far to accumulate 147 points to start from pole position. And if anything, he's just starting to edge away a little bit in that 36, the Dayglow yellow and blue car with the orange helmet. Over the line he goes. Head fully down for Matthew Lambert in second position in the 95. Finlay Watson, who started on the front row, has dropped a spot in the 133 to now run in third place. But this is a long race. Seems strange to call an 11-minute race a long one, considering you and I do 24-hour races, but you know what I mean. In context, it is a race where you have to really take the longer game approach, both from tyre wear, but also just nursing the kart through a longer affair than the heats and the B finals we've had to this point. Nice sideways drifting there past the picket fence for the race leader, Jensen Watts. Well, he loops his way around.
Sorry, Johnny, I don't know what's going on with the timing bar on the live stream, but that's completely wrong. We've got Matthew Lambert in the 95, who's second. Finlay Watson, current championship leader, he's third. Jensen Watts it is, that's the leader there, the blue and yellow livery cart. He's the leader. Matthew Lambert it is in second. And then we've got Finlay Watson. Pedro Oliveira has just lost out to Kyle Dunford, I think, there, as they came through. 4th and 5th places there. Jack Jones, Ollie Varney, James Wood in 8th. Braden Hill and Philip Howarth are in 10th place. Got a bit of a story for Jake Davis. Not sure where Jake started, but he was the cart that ended up barrel rolling, and he's had help from the rest of the paddock. He was about to just decide that he pulled out for the rest of the day. However, people like Braden Hill helped rebuild the kart, and he's out here for the final, I've been told. That is kart 74.
Excellent, good news story that, as the paddock congregates and gathers together to try and sort out a very broken cart. We said at the time, from a distance, it looked like one had ended up the wrong way up. So great news to hear, and at least he's running again, as now the race leader just extends the gap a little bit. That's Jensen Watts on Matthew Lambert in the black helmet, or black cart I should say, the two-tone blue and white helmet for number 95, ahead of Finlay Watson doing the chasing in 1:33, and they've just started to depart very slightly from Brazilian racer Pedro Oliveira, running in 4th position. Then it's Kyle Dunford in 66 ahead of Jack Jones and James Wood, the other one we're missing from our graphics, but insert number 12 into 7th position, in behind Jack Jones in number 78. Back across the line they go, no place changes, and actually the fastest lap just been laid down by the race leader Jensen Watts to extend the gap again. I mean, we're talking very small margins though. He was 0.02 of a second faster than Matthew Lambert on that time around. 4 completed, and half a second is the leading margin, Joe.
Yeah, still a long way to go. How many times do we say that in what we do here? But there really is a long way to go, being 7 minutes, of course. But how many times have we seen the leader pull a gap of about half a second, and then the carts chasing him down, just basically picking away, taking their time, and then firing themselves off those corners and bridging that gap ever so slightly, lap after lap. Just under 7 minutes remaining, so still plenty of time for that gap to diminish. However, they're proving me wrong, because that gap has gone out to almost 0.7 of a second as Jensen Watts continues to lap in the 47s. Fastest lap of the race last time by 47.3. No one can hang on to that pace, Johnny. He's pulling that gap and making it very, very hard indeed for Matthew Lambert and Finlay Watson there to really break down that gap and catch him. He's basically just gone. He's away.
Really good drive off hanger hairpin that time around, but also the kart looks very stable on the brakes into the hard stop areas like the Montreal chicane, like Tarzan, the first corner as well, and almost in hope rather than, or perhaps desperation, the 95 of Matthew Lambert sticks his head right down beyond the steering column to try and get the best run through the air, but the distraction now for Matthew Lambert is coming from behind, as Finlay Watson, who started this race from the front row, is really starting to challenge for second place once again, and he's bringing Pedro Oliveira with him in 4th.
Yeah, and just keep an eye out just behind that battle with Pedro Oliveira and Kyle Dunford. Philip Howarth, look for the gold helmet. He's coming. The current 177 champion is coming. He's got one kart to clear, and that's Kyle Dunford, and then he'll be chasing down Pedro Oliveira just in front of him. In fact, I think he's already gotten by. Let's see what the situation is. Waiting for my timing screen to update. Come on. And I'll be able to confirm who it is. Nope, he's still behind Dunford. That's the number 95 of Matthew Lambert. Philip Howarth has gotten ahead of Braden Hill and Kyle Dunford. It's Pedro Oliveira, the next kart on his list.
Yeah.
If we drop back to that gold helmet at Philip Howarth, who's chasing down Pedro Oliveira for 4th place.
It's quite a big gap at the moment, but actually Howarth will gobble that up, given the opportunity now, because he's wriggled free and into 5th place, as you say. So the timed gap between Oliveira and Howarth at the start of this lap was, that's misrepresentative. Let's get it this time around between the Brazilian and the local man Philip Howarth, who's now shown in
2.4.
Well, did Oliveira come through at the end of that lap? He's not in the timing on the timing screen. 6th place, okay. So Howarth, I didn't think was ahead of Oliveira, but maybe he is.
Now remember, Philip Howarth, this is his stomping ground.
Yes.
He's from down this way, so he's very, very familiar with the track here at Mansell Raceway. And I've just noted he takes a lot more curb than anybody I've seen all day at the Montreal chicane.
I'm pretty sure Oliveira's still there. That's the 8 kart going through.
No, the Oliveira's on the yellow and blue, the Brazilian coloured kart, which is there.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
so
Jensen still there, two places behind Philip Howarth.
Jensen Watts first of all, then we've got Lambert and the 15. That's the 15 that's missing. Now that's the lead lap kart, is it not? It's not the back marker that they've suddenly called kart 15. Yeah, Kieran Gifford, I thought was also in that lead pack, but we'll check.
So we've got Jensen Watts leading by 1.9 seconds. Matthew Lambert in second. He's got a 0.4 of a second gap on Finlay Watson. Philip Howarth has reduced the gap from 2.5 seconds to 1.5 seconds to Finlay Watson. Finlay Watson, remember, championship leader, and Howarth will be fully aware of that, and that's what we're watching here. 3 minutes remaining. That looks like a huge gap. He's taking Braden Hill with him. Look at that, Braden Hill just latching onto the back. And look at how much curb he takes at the Montreal hairpin.
Huge.
That's a huge amount of curb there. He puts his car halfway over that.
Gifford's not been timed in this race anywhere through it, but he's definitely in the hunt. He's now dropped to 4th position, though, so Philip Howarth is actually 5th. But Gifford is in the mix with
that
Lambert
car,
and
red
Watson.
Car, yeah.
Red car, number 15 on the side, and he's not featured in our timing all race.
He's obviously got a transponder issue.
But he just lost a place, I think, to Finlay Watson.
And who's that in front of Philip Howarth? It's the number 95, Matthew Lambert. Where's Finlay Watson gone? Finlay Watson ahead of Lambert, because right in front of Howarth now is the 95, who's dropping back. Looks like he might have a performance problem. And there's Braden Hill ahead of Howarth. This is a cracking race for senior Road Darks honours. Braden Hill, he's letting the 95 back. What's Philip Howarth doing? I'm not sure what went on there, but he's allowed the 95 of Matthew Lambert back ahead of him and back into that, what will be 4th place. Now then, who are we missing? Kieran Gifford.
Kieran Gifford. I'm wondering whether Kieran actually joined the race late, so perhaps that's why he's not in the timing. We'll have to try and work out whether he's on the lead lap or not. However, 95 we know for sure is there, and that's Matthew Lambert under pressure from Phil Howarth, and Jensen Watts continues to lead the kart race with almost a 3-second lead, running out of time for people like Philip Howarth. 90 seconds remain on the clock, and 36 the runaway leader. 133 definitely on the lead lap, Finlay Watson. The confusing one is 15, which seems to have just popped in out of nowhere and into, on the road, 3rd position, Kieran Gifford, who did start right up there. He was 4th on the grid, or should have been.
Yeah, I think he's got a transponder problem. That's why he hasn't featured on our timing screens. So he's currently now in 3rd, did you say, Johnny?
Yes.
So he's 3rd, Braden Hill is 4th, Matthew Lambert 5th, Philip Howarth 6th, Pedro Oliveira 7th, James Wood in 8th place there. James, we talked to in the paddock show, and here, I think he said for the first time, all the way down from Cumbria. But that battle there, Matthew Lambert and Philip Howarth inside the final minute, it's touch and go, I think, and Philip Howarth about to have a challenge into the first turn then at Tarzan. Philip Howarth, having let Matthew Lambert through, he's now got that place back, and this is where he will keep it. So Howarth up into 5th place and ahead of Matthew Lambert, as the karts ahead of them. Jensen Watts has been the class of this field, Nick. If we can get the leader, number 36, who's way ahead by about 3.5 seconds ahead, and that's him just coming into the Montreal hairpin now, I think. Here he comes across the start-finish line.
0 seconds.
Yeah.
Should be last lap board, and it is.
Last lap board out for Jensen Watts. Let's follow Jensen on his final lap here this weekend. Final lap at Mansell Raceway. And he really has been a masterclass here as he continues on his way into the Turn 4 hairpin. Nobody's been able to catch him. We thought they were playing a waiting game, Johnny. They weren't. They just couldn't catch him.
And I wonder, we'd have to look back on the results from Three Sisters and from Raura as to whether Jensen missed a round, because I still can't understand with pace like this, why is he not in the top 10 in the championship? But if he's missed a round, that would go some way towards explaining it. Even the time for some adjustment on that run out of the hangar hairpin and into the Montreal chicane. He taps the side of the car to take victory in the A final. 2nd position on the road will be Finlay Watson, and it was Kieran Gifford. As long as he's on the lead lap, he will be on the podium in kart number 15, acknowledging the 35 of Braden Hill tucked in behind. Phil Howarth on our graphics shown behind Matthew Lambert. And when it all shakes out, when you insert the 15 of Kieran Gifford, that'll be a 6th place finish for Philip Howarth. All of this remains very, very provisional, you'll understand, because all the way through that race it looked like the 15 kart just wasn't being timed at all. But as long as he's done 13 laps as everybody else did, then that's a podium finish for Kieran Gifford from a 4th place start.
Jensen Watts, is he a guest this weekend, guys? Yeah, I think so.
Just a
so
guest.
He's coming as a guest. He's local to here, so that was a masterclass. Yeah, so he will take championship points unless he's a guest at just one round. If he's entered the championship, he will start at round 3.
Jensen, get in the O-Plate meeting, for goodness sake, which is at the middle of August, isn't it? I mean, that's not at his home track, but if he can show that sort of speed at a track he knows and win a race by 3.5 seconds, sometimes unknown at NKC battling.
So the first series campaigner, Finley Watson, championship leader.
Yeah, good point.
So he's going to maximise his points there over all the other competitors in the senior Rotax category.
True.
I've got some news on Seb Corking, the Minimax driver that we saw involved in that incident. He's a bit bruised, a bit bruised up a bit. Is what I've got here. The cart is a write-off.
From our social media correspondent.
But he's walking and is generally okay.
He's gone.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
That's good news. Good news on Seb.
I didn't need to talk over that. Very important update, and I talked over it, so apologies. So, yes, not good news on the cart, but he's
registered for the season.
He is walking and is generally okay, Seb Corking, which is
good
great news, because the cart can be fixed.
Yeah, exactly.
Seb, a little bit battered and bruised, but I'm sure he'll come back fighting for the next round of the Junction 6 NKC.
Yeah, and I've just heard that Jensen Watts has registered for the championship. This may be his local track, but he's going to take maximum points there. Finley Watson, though, he will. That's a good finish for him.
So Jensen wasn't in the first 2 rounds then? This is the first action of the year? Okay.
Yeah.
So, you're really on the back foot then, having missed 2 of the 6 races. Anyway,
Junior Rotax. Johnny, I'm afraid to tell you, I'm sorry to tell you, this is the last race of the day. Yeah, last race.
No, I could do with another bundle of A
finals. We're not going to go through the night like we did 2 weeks ago, mate. We're going to stop in about 15 minutes.
Mansell Raceway is a great venue, but it needs some floodlights.
Junior Rotax final, and guess who's on pole position? Billy Edgecombe. Ernie Overton is the driver alongside. Behind them, Levi Earle, Mason Perrin. Then on row 3, Benjamin Bartlett, Finley Underwood. Row 4, Joshua Withercombe and Tom Holden. Will Swills, Presley Walker on row 4. Jasmine Taylor and Freddie Worlock are on row 6. And here they come. And all hell breaks loose down towards turn 1. And it's all very ordered. Great start from these juniors. They'll get their full 12 minutes of racing. And it looks like the starter was happy because we're racing into turn 2.
Very untidy in the midfield, but it looked like everybody in front of that got away pretty well, and this is going to be a fascinating fight. Yes, for the poleman Billy Edgecombe, but Mason Perrin only a couple of metres over his left shoulder, and it's been an Edgecombe-Perrin scrap in the first 3 heats for these junior cars. Awesome to watch and how it's unfolded, and actually Mason Perrin clearly not scoring quite as well as Billy Edgecombe, but there were only 4 points in it, so that's a 4-point gain in the championship, and remember it sat at 22 coming into this round, favouring Mason Perrin in the number 30. It'll be Billy Edgecombe who leads the first lap in number 20, heading Ernie Everton in a 1:28. Levi Earle coming over the line in 3rd at the end of 1 lap completed, and Benjamin Bartlett just ahead of Finley Underwood. So Mason Perrin, not the ideal first lap, losing a couple of spots.
Yeah, he'll not like that. He'll want to get them spots back. As Billy Edgecombe, you can see, off into the lead. What a great race this is. Already breaking out the first 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts before we see any kind of discernible gap there. With Billy Edgecombe, Ernie Overton, Levi Earle, Benjamin Bartlett, Finley Underwood, Mason Perrin in 6th, Will Swill 7th. Not sure what's going on with the timing bar on the stream, but we'll keep you informed as to where people are. Down into turn 1 for the 3rd time then, or the 2nd time. And it's Billy Edgecombe. He leads by 3/10. We don't really need a stopwatch there, do we, Johnny?
No.
Train of 5 karts about to become, 8, 9, 10, possibly 10. Move for 2nd there, Levi Earle, I think it was there, who got ahead of the number 128, Ernie Overton. And
Bartlett's into third and Levi Earl into second. So, yeah, Overton losing a couple of spots in basically 2 corners there. The complex did not go well for Ernie Overton, who began this lap in second place.
And there's Mason Perrin in that all red liveried cart, just keeping a watching brief as well in that 5th place as they cross the line to complete 3 laps. Edgecombe, Earl, Bartlett, Overton, Perrin, Underwood, Withercombe, Holden, Swales, Walker, Jasmine Taylor just outside the top 10 there in 11th spot.
Rounding the second complex hairpin, now down the straight that leads into turn 4. Lots of overtaking through the course of the day there at Mansell Raceway. Into Lagos hairpin, turn 5, and through the right and the left S's on towards the right hand, tighter than a hairpin actually, a hanger turn 6, and still leading the way just about is Billy Edgecombe, but this time not only with Mason Perrin not too far behind, but Levi Earl now is the new kart in hot pursuit, and Levi Earl to the race lead. In fact, Edgecombe couldn't hold him back. Levi Earl fully committed there. And I think Edgecombe, if he'd steered across the bows, then there was a risk. Edgecombe back on the fight back, and a little bit of bumper being used into the complex. The 10 stays in front just about, but Edgecombe gets good drive out of the complex and will retake the lead at turn 4.
I'm not sure how hard that contact was. I think he might have gotten away with that with regards to his bumper drop there, as Edgecombe lost out the lead there, and Levi Earl was promising to do that for a couple of laps once he'd gotten into that second place. They are racing now back down towards the paddock. Here they come then into the Montreal hairpin, and you know what, if these two trip over one another, who's that in third? Benjamin Bartlett. He's staying there down the inside into turn 1, and it looked like there was a little bit of communication, gesticulation going on there between Levi Earl and Billy Edgecombe. Into 2, they're all gathering up behind these 2 leaders, and I tell you what, Johnny, at this stage it can be anybody's race, because if, as I say, these 2 start beginning to bump and bore with one another, as Mason Perrin moves up to 4th ahead of Ernie Overton. Just saw that in the background there, the bright red helmet there of Mason Perrin coming into play as well. Out of hanger onto that straight now, leading to that Montreal chicane that breaks up that what would be a very, very long straight indeed here at Mansell Raceway.
Levi Earl three-wheeling it through the right, left, right element of the Montreal chicane, by the way. So he was really trying to stop that kart as much as possible. The 10 just ahead of Benjamin Bartlett for second position, but it's Billy Edgecombe who's worked his way back to the front. Edgecombe, Earl, Bartlett, then Mason Perrin, who's worked his way back to 4th position, having dropped a couple of spots in the early stages. Perrin in front of Ernie Overton, I should say, and then Josh Withcombe next up in the 6th place, number 73. But absolutely nothing between the top 6 or maybe even 7 junior Rotax runners, and huge pressure for Billy Edgecombe. He's had to take this though all day, and at the moment he's soaking it up. He knows that Levi Earl is very good, very strong into the Tarzan hairpin there at the start of each lap, Joe.
Yeah, and he saw, you know what, Levi Earl showed Billy Edgecombe his cards, didn't he, by getting by. And Billy Edgecombe said, no, I'm not having any of that. But this is a very, very typical junior Rotax race. Very, very close racing indeed. And it'll be like this to the flag. We've just clicked by half distance, only half distance. So we've still got 6 full minutes of this fantastic wheel-to-wheel, bumper-to-bumper battle that is going on. And we've got a train of what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 karts, is it there? Absolutely great karting from these youngsters as they go into the Montreal chicane. Can Levi Earl out-drag him? Edgecombe there just moving to the middle of the road slightly, just to kind of dissuade him, I think, there. Absolutely flat chart out of the Tarzan first turn hairpin into turn 2 hairpin, much tighter this one, as is the turn 3 one, and then on towards turn 4, another hairpin sequence of corners, first right and now tighter left. It sort of switches back on itself, tightening up on the exit, and there is absolutely nothing in it. It's a battle of nerves thing is, when you're this age, you haven't really got any nerves, have you?
No fear whatsoever for the six that lead. Then the gap back to Finlay on the wood, who just can't quite get close enough. Tom Holden's got a strong cart beneath him as well, number 87, but he's away in 8th place, and far more pressure from behind at the moment for Holden, from Will Swales, Presley Walker and the rest, as the leading gaggle. 6 carts altogether rounding the complex. Who's that? Trying to slot into 4th position behind Bartlett. Perrin, it's still there, but Perrin took a very unusual line into complex to try and defend from Ernie Overton and Josh Withcombe, who are trying this two-pronged attack to prize Mason Perrin out of the way. Unsuccessful so far, though.
They're just trying to kind of dissuade them with body language, if that makes sense. Track language. Just trying to show their nose. Here they come again then. That train of carts into the Montreal hairpin. Left-hander there across the curb on the right-hand flick. And Edgecombe looks comfortable there. Levi Earl looks comfortable in 2nd. Benjamin Bartlett looks comfortable in 3rd. Mason Perrin, though, he's not too far away, is he? Ernie Overton likewise. Josh Withcombe, he's on the back of that as well. It's starting to get intense. 3.5 minutes on the clock. It's starting to get to that important bit of any kind of race, especially so with the year final. This is the one the trophies are given away for. And those 2 carts there, this is all to play for still, Johnny, with coming up to 3.5 now. Just click by 3.5 minutes down towards the Montreal hairpin. It'll be 11 laps completed for these 2.
Frustration from Ben Bartlett. He can feel the top 2 just extending a little bit. He's got to get his head down, because the danger is the top 2 will be gone. And there are only 3 minutes to go, and he pointed back to Mason Perrin there to say, come on, we've got to work together, because both Billy Edgecombe and Levi Earl are breaking away 1st and 2nd. It might be all down to those 2 guys now, unless there's a mistake from Billy Edgecombe. We've not really seen that all day. Levi Earl, we know he's strong into the first corner, but he can't prize the opening at Interlagos, or indeed at the final corner of the lap, which is the Hanger hairpin. Approaching that at very low speed, but again Benjamin Bartlett just a bit too distant in 3rd spot.
Well, we've got this battle for the lead going into the final 2.5 minutes, and you know what, I wouldn't put it past Levi Earl to just be playing a waiting game.
Perrin to the inside, gets 3rd place from Benjamin Bartlett, so that was into the first corner, and Bartlett so concerned there of trying to chase down the leaders, he's lost out on a 3rd place finish potentially, and what that does is reveal Mason Perrin now to exposed, or to rather to open air, so he might be able to really get his head down now and close that gap. But he's only got 2 more minutes on the clock, and remember, the time that they cross the line with the clock at 0, it will be 1 more to go after that. They're all now at Hanger hairpin, but the top 2 edging away, and Mason Perrin felt he needed to make that move as early as possible to see if he can hang with the leaders.
Well, he's the winner at round 1 at Three Sisters. He was the winner at round 2 at Rowra. He's currently in 3rd, and he's played that waiting game to finally get through and into 3rd, and on the back end of Levi Earl and Billy Edgecombe. Billy Edgecombe, championship leader. Levi Earl down the inside at 3. And that's going to allow Mason Perrin right onto the rear bumper of Billy Edgecombe. Perrin will want to overtake Edgecombe for championship points, but I thought it was Levi Earl who was playing the waiting game, and with coming up to the final minute of this Junior Rotax final, the final minute of round 3 of the NKC. Here's the move again, and we've seen this once or twice, haven't we? He uses what little space he had to make that gap happen for him, and it was a great move. Now then, can he hang on to it? 50 seconds on the clock. There'll be 2 laps remaining, 49 seconds to be exact, as they cross the line. It'll be touch and go whether they get the 1 lap to go board. I think they might even get 2 laps, Johnny.
Billy Edgecombe feinted to the middle part of the track there, and then out to the outside, so there are almost 2 moves in the braking area to fend off Mason Perrin. 3 now for the race lead. Edgecombe almost down the inside of Levi Earl for the race lead as they feed out of turn 4 and into Interlagos. They're heading for the picket fence on maybe the anti-penultimate lap. We'll wait and see in a moment or two, because it's about a 15-second run from here to the line, so it's going to be nip and tuck as to whether we see the final lap or not, although the final lap board is in hand. Levi Earl just ahead in the Montreal chicane, but Mason Perrin really pressurising Billy Edgecombe now for second. Final lap board to go. One more circuit, a kilometre of racing.
And look what Levi Earl has done. He's timed that move on Billy Edgecombe to what I would consider perfection, because now he's pulled a gap 0.3 of a second across the line. It's bigger than that now as they go to 4, and there's Mason Perrin down the inside of Edgecombe. That's a championship battle, not just on the track but in the championship table, and Perrin hangs onto it through Interlagos and out towards those sweeps towards that what is effectively the final turn here at the Mansell Raceway. Out of that final turn and towards the final chicane then. For the final time this weekend, we've got karting through the Montreal chicane, and there, with a very fine win indeed, is Levi Earl to take the Junior Rotax Round 3 at Mansell Raceway. It'll be Mason Perrin who takes that second place with this move here. Billy Edgecombe couldn't do anything about his championship protagonist, and Perrin went through to take an equally fine second place. Had to make his way through the order, didn't he, to get that one done. And Billy Edgecombe came into round 3 leading the championship. I am not going to attempt to work out points for the championship lead of Junior Rotax. Let's have a quick rundown of the top 10 then before we go on to something else. Levi Earl takes the win, Mason Perrin second, Billy Edgecombe third, Benjamin Bartlett fourth, fifth was Ernie Overton, Joshua Withcombe was sixth, Finlay Underwood was seventh, eighth was Freddie Worlock, Tom Holden was ninth, Will Swales was 10th, and then just outside that top 10 was Jasmine Taylor. Jane New at 12th, then we had Mitchell Mulvey, Ethan Wyatt, Luke Sawyers, Alfie Bushell, Charlie Cox, Reese Green, James Rigby, who, James, our heart goes out to you, losing your Nana Gillian a couple of weeks ago, so it was, I hope you've had a great day's karting to take your mind off that. Maxim Smith 20th, Taylor Dixon was 21st, then we had Louis Reese, Alex Dole, Presley Walker, Ollie Morris, Levi Goodyear, Freddie Moore, Alex Fraser, Archie Hardiman, Alex Timmons, Luca Mulvaney 31st, Vlad Tomanchuk was 32nd, George Kerr and Jack Dimbleby we lost on lap 5. That's the racing over for the day, Johnny. We've got our Alfano Systems Driver of the Day to award though, and we are going to announce that it's Jake Davies, Senior Rotax Driver 74. He's had a bit of a day, he's had a bit of an upside down day, quite literally. He went upside down in his heat earlier on today. He was ready to call it a day. Those around him rallied. Braden Hill led the charge to rally round and get him back out. He did take part in the final. He started the final from P20. He came through to 12th place in the Senior Rotax final after being upside down earlier. So Jake Davies, Kart 74 Senior Rotax driver, will win our Alfano Systems for round 3 of the Junction 6 NKC. My voice is about to go, my friend. So I think we will wind up. Well,
all right. Well, I need to lie down, to be honest, particularly after 5 brutally quick A finals. I know we extended the race distance for most of those, but it didn't feel like it. Felt like they passed in half the time of some of the heats earlier on in the weekend. But I'm reminded now how much I enjoyed Landau last year, because this was, if not matching it, possibly even better. Completely different track, surface, track layout as well. But once again, the Junction 6 NKC has delivered, and we're only halfway through the season so far, Joe.
Halfway through the season. Next time out, Wilton Mill near Daventry. That's the 28th to the 30th of July for round 4. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the Junction 6 NKC today, and we hope that you join us again at Wilton Mill for that. See you at the end of July.
That's right.